Chapter 1273. Just when the governor of the Yong province sent a request for reinforcements to the Dragon province, his face suddenly changed. He used a technique to peer into the atmosphere and saw that the morale of the people in the eastern part of the Yong province was rapidly plummeting. Even disasters like droughts, floods, and plagues would not be so intense. "She's in the east. Your Majesty, what should we do?" The governor of Yongzhou pondered for a long time before letting out a long sigh. "Let's wait for reinforcements." Even if he rushed over now, he would not be able to stop her. It was impossible to lock onto the aura of such an enemy, nor was it possible to divine his location. Moreover, his strength was on par with, or even beyond, the 10 demon kings. It was simply unimaginable. She couldn't help but blame the left imperial preceptor for failing to kill her despite having such a good opportunity. He was really too useless. Then report to the Dragon province. If this continues, there won't be anyone left on the Harmony province before long. In the Linghui temple of the Dragon province, the imperial advisor of the left was livid. He said nothing. The monk kings were all incomparably shocked. They had thought that she would be wary after heavily injuring the enemy of Buddha, and that she would need to hide for a period of time to recuperate. They didn't expect the backlash to come so quickly. Perhaps she didn't even know what fear was. Amidst the solemn atmosphere, a young monk with delicate features stood up and said, "Imperial Preceptor, please head to Yongzhou immediately to provide assistance." He was the abbot of Qiushan Temple, which was located in Yongzhou and was the largest temple in Yongzhou. The left imperial preceptor waved his hand. "There's no need to say more. The time isn't right yet. This enemy Buddha's various techniques are not to be underestimated. She also has the forsaken immortal sword left behind by the 5 absolutes immortal. Unless there's an extremely good opportunity, it will be extremely difficult to kill her. Only if Great Xia gathered all its strength would they have a chance of winning. But it was impossible now. That was why he pushed the rescue to the Linghui temple. Then this penniless monk shall take his leave." Abbot Qiushan put his palms together, bowed, and turned to leave. "It's useless for you to go back. You might even lose your life," the left imperial preceptor said in a low voice. Now that a great change was imminent, he didn't summon the monk kings from all over just to deal with the enemy of Buddha. Abbot Qiushan was a rare talent in Buddhism. He had gone through 3 heavenly tribulations in less than 300 years. He had a bright future ahead of him. Abbot Qiushan said, "My Qiushan temple has been worshipped by the people of Yongzhou for 10,000 years. I am the abbot. How can we abandon it?" The left imperial advisor scolded, "Idiot. Narrow-minded." Abbot Qiushan had already left the courtyard, flying through the air. The other monk kings looked at each other. Many of them didn't agree with the left master. The enemy of Buddha was a great enemy of Buddhism. Even if he didn't have enough power and the chances weren't high, he had to go all out. For the sake of the world, how could she be allowed to slaughter the common people so wantonly? The left imperial preceptor's anger intensified as he flipped his right hand. He held onto the wooden fish and swung it lightly. The unraging monk tumbled to the ground, already heavily restrained by the formations, immobilized. He glared at the imperial advisor of the left. The left master threw a communication jade charm at his face. "Calm anger, look at what you've done. If it weren't for you, I would have killed the enemy of Buddha and saved countless lives." The unraging monk felt the restraints loosen slightly. He accepted the jade talisman and received the message, which also left him shocked. He said in pity, "Little and, oh little and, do you really want to be so obstinate?" The left imperial advisor asked, "Do you know your crime?" "It is the imperial preceptor's fault." The left imperial advisor laughed from extreme anger. "You've really fallen too deeply into the demonic path." The unraging monk said furiously, "If the enemy of Buddha is here, I'm willing to perish with her and save the common people." However, if the imperial advisor had attacked and destroyed the ghost tower earlier instead of acting like a despicable person and launching a sneak attack, would it have come to this? Despicable person. What a despicable person. You don't understand the bigger picture. You don't understand the bigger picture. Do you think you can perish with the enemy of Buddha just because you're dead? The hungry ghost realm wants her. If she doesn't die, The hungry ghost realm will never give up. I've been reading Buddhist scriptures ever since. I've only heard about the Buddha cutting off his flesh to feed eagles and feeding tigers with his body. I've never heard about the Buddha setting up ambushes and hunting eagles and tigers. I've never learned about the bigger picture or the bigger picture either. As the imperial advisor, you should have set an example and let the Buddhists of the world understand the spirit of Buddhism instead of scheming and calculating, only considering the pros and cons. My death might be useless, but there are still countless fellow disciples, arhats, and bodhisattvas. The hungry ghost realm might not give up, but even if the 9 provinces perish, there are still the 3,000 worlds and the 6 paths of Sasra. Even if there are countless disasters, as long as the Buddhist Dharma is not twisted, the eternal lamp can never be extinguished and illuminate all life. The true enemy of Buddha is not in the outside world, but in our hearts. The unraging monk was heavily restrained, but a grand aura filled the hall right now. There would always be some fools who firmly believed in the principles in the books, refusing to turn back, even if they ran into the world and bled. Even if they sullied themselves with alcohol and meat and stood against demonfolk, it would not extinguish their will. Shut up. Why, you're an evil demon who distorts the Buddhist Dharma. What do you understand about the spirit of Buddhism? I don't understand, but if the Buddha is like the imperial advisor, launching sneak attacks and setting up ambushes, I'm willing to run into the Buddha statue and die. I'll strip you of your identity as the monk king right now. Drag me away and punish me with 3,000 strikes. The sun set and dusk. A short day passed by, followed by another long night. Fellow cultivators, reinforcements from the Dragon Province won't be coming. If we want to deal with the enemy of Buddha, we can only rely on ourselves. As the governor of the Yang Province, I have the responsibility to protect my territory. We must fight. If anyone doesn't want to take this risk, feel free to leave. I won't force you to stay. The governor of the Yang Province said to the dignitaries sternly. Behind him stood the abbot Qiushan. None of the dignitaries said anything about retreating. They were all born and raised in the Yang Province. Even though they were extremely distant from mortals, if all the mortals died, where would there be cultivators? The legacies of their sects would be severed too. Please give us your orders, your majesty. The governor of the Yang Province took out the mental map of the Yang Province. This is all we can do. Deep in the night, the great cultivators of the dignitaries were scattered in the sky above the Yang Province. They formed groups of 2 to 3 people and monitored the entire province. Once they discovered the enemy of Buddha, they would not be in a hurry to strike. Instead, they would send out messages and gather people so that they could deal a fatal blow to the enemy of Buddha. The governor of the Yang Province stood on the platform of the Black Dragon King to observe the aura and control the overall situation. Fortunately, the Yang Province was slightly smaller than the Green Province. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to monitor everything if it was as large as the Frost Province or the Mist Province. However, the Mist Province was the Banyan Tree King's home base. The Frost Province was frigid and sparsely populated, so she had never made it her first choice. Your Majesty, there's fire in the east. The governor of the Yang Province received the news and immediately gazed towards the east. Sure enough, the morale of the people had declined. Is it still in the east? Right when he was about to gather the dignitaries and set off for the east, another piece of news arrived. Your Majesty, there's fire in the northwest too. There's fire in the south too. For a moment, the samadhi flames of white bone lit up everywhere in the Yang Province. Having recovered their strength, the skeleton demons leapt about on the plains as they cackled. They were like kindling that set the forests and towns alight. The governor of the Yang Province hesitated, attempting to determine the true location of the enemy of Buddha through aura observation. The abbot, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly said, Your Majesty, I sense that the formation around Mound Hill Temple has been breached. The enemy of Buddha is in Mound Hill Temple. How is that possible? Even the Black Dragon King struggles to get through the Heavenly King's earth blanketing formation of Mound Hill Temple. I don't know. The enemy is in Mound Hill Temple. Please send reinforcements immediately. Oh no. The enemy of Buddha wants to open the demon cavern and draw demonfolk in. Chapter 1274. Mount Hill Temple's status in the Harmony Province was equivalent to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga in the Green Province. It was even much more ancient than the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. It was a standard 10,000-year-old monastery. There were many pagodas and palaces in the temple, built on a rolling hill. The so-called Mount Bhikkhu was naturally not as simple as turning a hill upside down, but referring to the Mound of Bhikkhu. The Heavenly King of the Heavenly King covers the earth formation was referring to the Dhritarashtra of the East, a renowned guardian general of the Buddhist League. As such, this formation was naturally indestructible. Tonight, in order to deal with the enemy of Buddha, all the monk kings in the temple had come out, so no one was worried about a sneak attack here. Little and climbed to the top of the mountain and looked down at the hill temple that was illuminated by the Buddha's light. He gripped the celestial abandoned sword tightly and leaped down. He became one with the sword in the air and turned into a curved sword gleam that pierced into Mount Hill Temple. There were very few spells in this world that could block the sharpness of the abandoned immortal sword. No matter how strong the spell was, it was as easy as a needle piercing through cowhide. However, if he were to enter, he would only be placing himself in danger. It would not be easy to destroy this formation from the inside. Once the controller of the formation returned, he would immediately fall into a dangerous situation. As a result, no matter how much the soaring Locust King resented the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, he had never launched an attack against Great Buddha Mountain. A beam of golden light leaped across the horizon. Abbot Chioshan rushed over at full speed. He had already started activating the formation from afar. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to all the Shangqing cultivators: "The enemy is at Chioshan Temple. Please come to our rescue." All of a sudden, the alarm bells in the temple rang, and the projection of the Dhritarashtra appeared indistinctly. He had a dignified face and was holding a pipa. Gazing at the sword light, the pipa rang. The sword light froze, but the abandoned immortal sword was not so easily restrained. It wriggled like a fish and shot toward the foot of the Heavenly King's illusion. That was the core of the formation. It was also the largest hill in the temple, and on top of it sat the Hall of Great Strength. Is the enemy of Buddha walking into a trap? Abbot Chioshan was surprised and delighted. However, when he saw the curved sword gleam disappear into the hill, he suddenly understood. Not good. The enemy of the Buddha wants to open the demon cavern and draw demofolk in. The Mount Hill Temple had another similarity to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. It also suppressed a huge demon cavern right below the Grand Hall. Suddenly, the hill shook violently. It was as if a giant beast was about to turn over. All the wells on the mountain were boiling. Dozens of streams of black demonic chi gushed out of the well. The forsaken immortal sword soul said, "How ironic. At that time, you tried everything to stop me from opening the demon's den. But you're indeed the master I am most satisfied with, aside from your swordsmanship being slightly lacking. He isn't any weaker than that Wujua old ghost, and the things he does are much more interesting." Back then, it was the forsaken immortal sword that had broken the seal and opened the demonic den in Qingzhou. Little and didn't say anything. He waved his sword again, and a third of the thousands of intertwining iron chains broke. More devil chi gushed out. "Faux Buddha, stop." Abbot Chioshan's angry roar rushed into the darkness of the hill, like the roar of millions of lions. The restless devils in the devil's den were shocked. The chaotic soul bell on little Anne's waist rang, and the sound of the bell disrupted the lion's roar. With another slash, the iron chains broke, and the devil's den opened. The surging devil chi immediately pushed away the lion's roar and broke through the layers of Buddhist light and rocks. The hill suddenly swelled up, and cracks of various sizes appeared on it as it trembled violently. Other than the Hall of Great Strength at the highest point, all the other buildings collapsed. Devil chi gushed out of the cracks and soared into the sky, drowning the Hall of Great Strength and the entire Chioshan Temple. Dhritarashtra's figure also became unstable. After all, he wasn't the real heavenly guardian, but a phantom formed by a formation. From the moment she entered the Chioshan Temple to the moment she broke through the devil's den, it had only been a breath's time. She had only used 3 slashes. And this was under the suppression of the Heavenly King covers the earth formation. Otherwise, One slash would have been enough. During the battle on Great Buddha Mountain, the Forsaken Immortal Sword still didn't have a master, and it relied on Elder Shirtion to obtain its power. Now, it had a sword master who could definitely be regarded as powerful, and he had completely comprehended the sword concealment of heaven and earth, so his destructive power was even more terrifying. There was panic in the Mound Hill Temple. The golden light fell from the sky and landed heavily in front of the Mahavira Hall. The hill shook, and the rolling devil chi dissipated. Even the shadow of the heavenly king became solid. As if they had seen their savior, the monks cried out, "Abbot." However, the abbot felt like he was standing in the mouth of a volcano that could erupt at any time. With the slightest distraction, the devil chi would erupt, and the entire Chioshan temple would be reduced to demonic soil. The formation would be ripped apart too. He chanted the 6-syllable mantra of great clarity, Mani Mani Padme Hum, merciful Buddha, purge demons. The towering Buddha sitting in the Mahavira Hall slowly stood up, and the smooth marble floor under his feet immediately cracked and sank. His whole body glowed with layers of Buddha's light, and a halo appeared behind his head, making him look majestic. The statues and golden arhats in the surroundings all began to move as well. Immediately, it was like a kingdom of Buddhism had descended. What the Chan monastery of Devanaga possessed, Chioshan Temple obviously possessed as well, and they would only be stronger, not weaker. The Buddha had condensed the power of belief over 10 millennia, so his strength far surpassed regular great cultivators. He had once put little and in danger. If it were not for Li Qingshan's assistance in the nick of time, he would basically be in danger of dying. The heritage of a major Buddhist sect could not be trifled with. You've come at the perfect time. I'll use the formation to trap you here, and then I'll destroy you with the Buddha. Enemy of the Buddha, I'd like to see where you run off to now. As the abbot pondered, the Buddha suddenly paused. He could vaguely hear the sound of something shattering, which made him feel deeply uneasy. On the back of the Buddha slaying sword stabbed deeply into the golden body. The pale white hand gripped the shiny hilt, slowly turning the blade. Cracks rapidly spread out. In the blink of an eye, cracks crawled up the Buddha's plump face, covering the entire golden body. The Buddha's light dimmed and subsided, and he became a regular statue again. He slowly collapsed, scattering across the ground in the Hall of Great Strength. The abbot's shocked and furious eyes met a pair of ethereal eyes. They flickered with Buddhist light as well as some comprehension. Slay the enemy of Buddha. The abbot bellowed furiously, and the bell rang out again, nullifying each other. Several dozen golden arhats and bodhisattvas lunged towards her together. Every single one of them possessed the strength of a great cultivator. She had already scattered all of the skeleton demons, and the Blood Sea banner was useless too. Even with the Buddha slaying Abandonment's twin swords, she struggled to fend off such a combined attack. Boom! The Hall of Great Strength shook violently, and the shattered golden body of the Buddha shot through the air. A streak of light made a turn and flew over the abbot's head, leaving the Hall of Great Strength and heading towards another hill. The abbot could tell with a single glance that it was the forest of pagodas in the temple. He could not help but become enraged. How dare you, enemy of Buddha! The golden arhats and bodhisattvas both burst through the walls in pursuit. The Hall of Great Strength trembled even more. Drifting Astronomy. Chapter 1275. The moonlight was like water, and the shadows of the trees danced. Little and stood in the forest of pagodas. To her, this was the largest treasury in the entire Yongzhou. Though the return of the head abbot Chioshan had caused some trouble, it was still within their expectations. It was better to say that it was a good thing. In the words of the Green Mountain, it was revenge. Of course, she did not have such feelings at all. She did not even feel the slightest bit of hatred towards the left advisor who had ambushed her. Everything was as it should be. Nothing had ever been as it should be. There was no need to be conflicted between Buddhism and the demonic, nor was there a need to consider what was right or wrong. In the words of the Path of White Bone and Great Beauty, it was a vow of endless worries. But did this mean that there were no more troubles? Whoosh! A large golden sword slashed towards her from behind, but she did not even turn her head as she swung the Buddha slaying sword. Clang! The blades crossed, and the Buddha slaying sword cut deeply into the golden sword. The bodhisattva statue holding the sword immediately lost its luster and collapsed to the ground. Even the weapon in its hand could not withstand the Buddha slaying sword. At this time, more than 10 golden statues surrounded him again. The sword light flashed and drew a zigzag trajectory in the air. 3 heads flew into the air. She became one with her sword and broke out of the encirclement. She conveniently cut open a stupa and took out the relic within. Holding it in her palm, it immediately ignited and turned into the samadhi flame of white bone. Boom! The stupa in front of her was smashed into pieces. An enraged tiger subduing golden body Luohan reached out its arms to grab her. Behind her, a gust of wind rose again, attacking her from both front and back. She threw herself into the arms of the golden body of the crouching tiger Arhat, the Buddha slaying sword in her left hand slightly retracted. The golden body of tiger subduing Luohan had a sword mark on its palm. It immediately stopped. She smashed the tiger vanquishing Arhat golden body into pieces. She threw out the abandoned immortal sword with her right hand. The sword light was like a wandering evil dragon. It flew around her body and pierced through the golden statues. Kill Buddha and defend. Immortal abandons attack. The 2 swords performed the Sword of Heaven and Earth Hidden Sword spell, which was extremely similar, but also completely different. They interweaved into a sword net, and none of the golden statues could block her sword, and none of the golden statues could even touch the corner of her clothes. Boom, 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 boom. She shuttled through the pagoda forest, and the golden statue followed closely behind. The pagodas collapsed one after another. She casually took out several sarairas. Fusing with the white bones, it became faster and stronger. Finally, the entire forest of towers collapsed. The sarairas of all the eminent monks in the past 10,000 years had all been collected by her. In her originally empty eyes. At this moment, it was burning with raging flames. Looking back, there were still more than a dozen golden statues chasing after him. He turned around and faced the attack. His nimble sword light danced like flowing lights. It disappeared in a flash in the darkness. Returning to his original position, the dozen or so golden statues behind him all stood motionless and slowly collapsed. Invincible Buddha. Seeing the pagoda forest destroyed, Abbot Xiao Shan's eyes widened in anger, but he could not leave the Hall of Great Strength. After losing the forest of pagodas, the formation of the Heavenly King's devastation shook even more. Countless roars and howls rang out from beneath his feet, as if a group of ghosts from hell were slamming against the gates of hell. Once they lost the suppression, the demon folk would return to the world. Fellow Taoists, Mound Hill Temple is in trouble. Please come and rescue us. At this moment, a few streaks of light leapt over the horizon. Reinforcements had arrived. However, Shaoan did not care at all. She took out the blood sea banner and swung it gently. It swelled up with the wind, and a sea of blood surged out. The thick blood drowned out the temples on the hills, desecrating the statues of the gods and Buddhas. Cries of alarm and misery rose and fell in the mountains. As soon as the monks fell into the sea of blood, countless skeletons grabbed them firmly and tore at them, reducing them to pools of blood in the blink of an eye. Only a single skeleton remained, hunting down the people who had fallen into the sea with the other skeletons. There were also many who leapt into the air due to their extraordinary cultivation, but a great, dark red wave surged over and swept them into the sea of blood. There were even flashes of light that turned and shot out, beheading all the monks who had flown high enough. Whether they had undergone the first or second heavenly tribulation, how could they withstand the sharpness of the forsaken immortal sword? A while later, the sea of blood had swallowed up all the hills, leaving only the Hall of Great Strength where the abbot resided as a lone island. Although the blood sea banner was so damaged that it could not be used in an open battle, it was still quite useful for attacking. After swallowing all the monks in the temple, the hole in the blood sea banner gradually closed up again, becoming even redder. The Buddhist light dimmed, and the formation collapsed. The figure of the Dhritarashtra vanished. Boom! The Hall of Great Strength was thrown into the air. Demon chi surged out violently as countless demon folk of various sizes crawled out from the demon cavern. The abbot stood in the surging demon chi. He was rather dazed, as if he had just experienced a nightmare. He struggled to believe it. The Mount Hill temple that had stood for over 10,000 years had just been destroyed by his hands like this? Tears rolled down his cheeks as thousands of demon folk swallowed him up. Roar! A hysterical, furious roar killed thousands of demon folk and dispersed the surging demon chi. The abbot formed the inner and outer lion seal with his hands and used his entire cultivation. He turned into a frenzied, golden lion and lunged towards Little and looked over. His bearing was calm and peaceful. He even seemed rather benevolent. He extended a finger, and a huge wave over 300 meters tall rose up from the surging sea of blood, rushing into the clouds. It was like a great wall, separating them and falling towards the abbot. Bang! Blood splashed everywhere as countless skeletons shattered. The golden lion rushed out of the sea of blood. Enemy of the Buddha, I'll take you down with me. However, the place where Little and stood just now was now completely empty. He immediately felt empty inside. Only then did he hear the bell ring. He felt his chest ache. Lowering his head, he saw a skeleton that he had not smashed to pieces. It held a sword in its hand, plunging it deeply into his chest. The golden lion vanished, only leaving Abbot Qiushan behind. He wanted to blow himself up and take down the enemy of the Buddha with him, but he was unable to do so. He was filled with resentment and reluctance. How can the orthodox Dharma of Buddhism be so restrained? How can it be so restrained? If it were not for the Buddha's slaying sword, the great Buddha would have been able to force her into submission. If it were not for the Blood Sea banner, the formation of the Heavenly King covers the earth would not have collapsed so quickly. The skeleton demon, who did not directly participate in the battle, also distracted the attention of the king of Yong province. The abandoned immortal sword played an even greater role. It first broke through the protective formation, then broke through the seal of the demon's lair, and killed the golden statues as if they were dogs. She unleashed the power of each transcendent artifact to the extreme. She took advantage of the weakness and struck a fatal blow. Little and did not reply. He pulled out the Buddha's slaying sword. A ball of samadhi flames of white bone surged into his body, and Abbot Qiushan's resentful and unwilling face disappeared. At this point, she had completely recovered from the injuries she had suffered in the battle at the Ghost Tower. Her cultivation had even improved. She turned back to look at the rescuers. Abbot Qiushan. The Shangqing great cultivators were all dumbfounded. The famous Qiushan Temple of Yong Province had been destroyed in a single night. How was this possible? Enemy of the Buddha. There was a flash of golden light. An old monk rushed down without any regard for anything. He was also a monk king who had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations. Little and held both swords in his hands. He stepped on the sea of blood and flew up to meet the old monk. As the bell rang, their figures crossed each other. The old monk was defeated. The Shangqing great cultivators were shocked and quickly retreated. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 1276. Yong Province wasn't big. The Shangqing cultivators all arrived, but none of them dared to approach. It wasn't just because of the sea of blood, but also because of the demonic aura. Pitch-black devil chi was so thick that it was almost liquid, and it kept gushing out of the devil cave, piercing through heaven and earth. They spread out in the night sky and turned into demonic clouds that covered the stars and the moon. The area within a radius of 100 miles was dyed into demonic soil, and it was still expanding. Once cultivators entered this demonic land, they would be suppressed. Even their magic treasures would be contaminated by demonic chi. She was an exception. Since there was no such thing as life and death, the hungry ghost realm and the 9 regions could be equated. Similarly, there was no such thing as good or evil, so the demon realm was nothing. Why would a person who was neither dead nor alive be afraid of being contaminated by demonic chi? The thick and deep sea of blood was even more filthy and evil than the devil chi. The Black Dragon King tore through the night sky and stopped outside the demonic earth. The governor of Yongzhou could hardly believe that this was the Mound Hill Temple of the past. A few Shangqing cultivators reported to him what they had seen just now. Your Majesty, the enemy of Buddha is too powerful. It's hard to kill him anywhere else. If we enter Mount Hill Temple recklessly, we might suffer casualties. The governor of Yong Province gritted his teeth. Just you wait. I refuse to believe she can remain in this demon cavern forever. The demon folk will never thank her for opening the demon cavern. The howls of demon folk filled the surroundings. The black demon chi flickered with light that was as dense as the stars. These were the eyes of the demon folk filled with lust and evil. They all gathered on Little and, dressed in white, she stood above the surging sea of blood and the surging demon chi, like a white lotus flower. Before the demon folk could attack, she struck. The blood sea banner was raised. The torrential sea of blood immediately poured into the devil's den, and the pairs of eyes were instantly filled with fear. The sea of blood was boundless, and there was no shore to turn back to. A few demon commanders did not hesitate to demonize, turning into hideous monsters. They abandoned their blood-corroded limbs and charged into the sky. As soon as the chaotic soul bell rang, they were like birds that had been shot by arrows, plunging headfirst into the sea of blood. Whether it be demon folk or monks, there was no difference. Cross the river in one go. Only when the Devil King appeared would she need to personally make a move. She would either kill the Buddha or abandon the immortal to kill him with a single sword strike. The surging sea of blood became even more viscous. The thick smell of blood could be smelled even from 100 miles away. More and more skeletons appeared in the sea of blood. Some of them were as strong as demon kings. All of them looked ferocious and had strange bones. They were all transformed from fallen demon kings. Crystalline demon hearts were deeply embedded in the white bones, and they even retained some of their original intelligence and techniques. However, they had already become slaves of the Sea of Blood, massacring demon folk. The great cultivators of the Harmony Province watched this feast of slaughter with their mouths agape. Only now did they understand that she had not opened the demon cavern to lure demon folk in. Instead, she wanted to feed on these demon folk. Every time a demon king fell, the great cultivators would feel a chill in their hearts. They believed that they were not stronger than these demon kings. If he were to attack recklessly, he would be suppressed by the demonic chi, and his outcome would be even worse. From the ancient times until now, the demon folk invasions that had brought great calamities to the 9 provinces had actually been stopped by her alone, and she grew stronger the more she fought. In the end, she didn't even need to do anything herself. More and more powerful skeletal blood slaves appeared in the Sea of Blood. Although she could not command them as freely as she could command the skeleton demons, she could still command them with the Blood Sea Banner. She wielded the Blood Sea Banner and stood above the Sea of Blood, like the commander of an army, slaughtering the endless army of demon folk. A 3-headed, 6-armed demon king fought his way out of the encirclement. He was already missing 2 heads, and only 3 arms remained. He stared at her above the sea of blood in fear. What kind of monster are you? It was truly laughable for a demon king to ask a question like that, but no one could laugh. A strange, twisted sword landed in the demon king's hand. Before he could even respond, sword intent rushed into his sea of consciousness. His eyes rolled back and his entire body convulsed. The demon king suddenly let out a strange, deranged smile. "Master, let me play too." Little and nodded. Ever since she had tossed the forsaken immortal sword into the Blood Sea Banner, the sword soul had become much more obedient. Her relationship with the sword had already shifted. She was currently becoming the true master of the forsaken immortal step by step, branding her will deeply into the forsaken immortal sword soul. This was not because of a difference in strength. Only a mysterious existence like the 5 Absolutes Immortal would struggle to subdue the Forsaken Immortal with a cultivation of the 3rd Heavenly Tribulation. Instead, the Forsaken Immortal Sword Soul had already admitted defeat in the clash between the will of the human and the sword. The fact that it refused to devour her at a critical moment was already proof of fear. And when she began to implement the will of the White-Bone Bodhisattva in the path of White-Bone and Great Beauty, it was without a doubt the one that experienced it the most. Its twisted madness suddenly seemed as laughable as a clown. From a regular perspective, the Forsaken Immortal Sword was a deranged sword. It could not be compared to a deranged bodhisattva at all. Even a sliver of the will's legacy was enough to subdue it, turning it into a true servant. The forsaken immortal sword soul forcefully devoured the Demon King's power, and the Demon King's colossal body rapidly shrank. Bones squeezed out from his flesh and blood, piercing through his skin and shooting out. They hovered vertically above the sea of blood and actually began to flash with light. Little and immediately understood what the forsaken immortal sword soul was trying to do. The Demon King said, "Sword formation of heaven and earth." With the forsaken immortal sword as the core and several hundred bones as support, a sword formation of heaven and earth was formed. The sea of blood descended and minced the demon folk furiously. Only the Demon King managed to fend it off, but he was unable to escape death. The great cultivators of the upper class were all dumbfounded. This sword, someone knew about the forsaken immortal sword. This sword is called the Forsaken Immortal. Legend has it that it was the Five Absolutes immortal sword, which was sealed in a sword tomb. Afterwards, it was obtained by the Sword Collection Palace, which is the renowned sword collection peak of the Green Province. Afterwards, it devoured Elder Tian and destroyed the entire Sword Collection Palace. Then it breached the Chan Monastery of Devanaga and fought 3 people alone against Chulai King, the Dragon King of the Sea, and the Demon King of the North Moon, Li Qingshan. Afterwards, it was no match for them, so it opened the Demon Cavern. In the end, it was subdued by Li Qingshan. This is probably the most powerful weapon in the 9 provinces. Among us, there aren't many that are its opponent. This startling accomplishment made the great cultivators feel even more despair. They said in sorrow, "Let alone the invincible Buddha, even this sword is difficult to deal with." Is the Harmony Province really going to be doomed? It's not just the Harmony Province, but the entire world. However, during the battle on Great Buddha Mountain, the Forsaken Immortal Sword had not actually unleashed its full power. A weapon needed a person to wield it. It was impossible for a masterless sword to unleash its full power. Most importantly, it did not have a source of power. It could not unleash its full power, even if it possessed a supreme path of the sword. This was also the greatest reason for its failure in the past. Afterwards, although Little and became the master of the Forsaken Immortal Sword, not only did the Forsaken Immortal Sword not put in any effort, but it even constantly tried to devour him. Under these circumstances, Little and obviously could not give it too much power. She had to maintain its weakened state, so the power that the Forsaken Immortal Sword could unleash was not even as great as when it had no master. But now, as the soul of the Forsaken Immortal Sword gradually submitted, Little and began to give it even more support. The culprit that had once destroyed the 2 great sects of the Green Province was gradually unleashing its true power. Little and waved the Blood Sea banner, and the Sea of Blood delivered thousands of skeletons before her. She unleashed the Samadhi flames of white bone, refining all the skeletons into 364 tiny white bone swords that were as thin as a cicada's wings. Although they did not have any special power, they were sharp, tough, and comparable to magic treasures. What was even rarer was that they formed a set of their own. She waved her hand, and the tiny white bone swords pierced through the air. They all pierced into the body of the Demon King that was suffering from the backlash, gradually soaking it in demonic blood. Good sword. The soul of the Forsaken Immortal Sword immediately abandoned the large bone swords and turned to control the tiny white bone swords to form the Heaven and Earth Sword formation. In an instant, the lethality of the sword formation skyrocketed. Even if the Demon King was sucked into the sword formation, it would immediately be minced into meat paste without the slightest ability to resist. This was the first time they had worked together. Now, they did not even need the Buddha-slaying sword, the Blood Sea banner, the chaotic soul bell, or anything else. Just one person and one sword were enough to sweep through the 9 provinces and kill Demon Kings like dogs. Your Majesty, what should we do? The Shengqing great cultivators looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Not to mention the fact that the odds of victory were extremely small. Even if they were lucky enough to kill the enemy of Buddha, how many of them would be able to survive? The governor of Yong Province used the Foresight Chi technique and looked in all directions. The life force everywhere was weakening. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Fellow Taoists, let's return to our sects and defend them. How could cultivators risk their lives for mortals? Not to mention the other Shangqing great cultivators, even he, the governor of Yong province, was unwilling to do so. Suddenly, he remembered that the Mound Mountain Temple was already in such a state. The other great sects might not be able to defend themselves either. Gather your disciples and follow me back to the Duke's residence. Chapter 1277. The slaughter lasted for an entire night until not a single demon folk dared to step out of the demon cavern anymore. At this time, it was the darkest time before dawn. Demonic chi filled the sky, making the darkness seem even darker. Little and waved the blood sea banner, and the surging sea of blood reversed and returned. It had expanded more than 10 times its original size, and it had also accumulated many powerful skeletal blood slaves. In the future, it would not only be used to trap enemies, but also to kill them. The sea of blood receded, and the numerous palaces and pavilions appeared once more. They actually hadn't suffered any serious damage, and the numerous stone Buddha statues were still standing there solemnly. However, they'd been corroded to the point of being mottled, and the Buddha light and spirituality contained within them had completely vanished. The sea of blood had been desecrated and the demonic aura had been polluted. This place would no longer be Bikuni Mountain. She quietly walked past the temples. This was the first time in her life that she had personally destroyed a Jialan. Although the battle at the Great Buddha Mountain had caused a lot of destruction, it had been forced upon them. Moreover, the destruction of the Great Buddha Mountain was the result of the demon domain's invasion. He then recalled the 2 vows of the White-Bone Bodhisattva, the infinite Buddhist vow to destroy, and the supreme Buddhist vow to end. Finally, he gathered the 4 great vows into one body. He had many comprehensions in his heart. Comprehensions were just as important as resources. In many cases, comprehensions were even harder to come by. She suddenly stood in front of a stone Buddha statue, put her palms together, closed her eyes, and chanted the Diamond Sutra. Everything that exists is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow, like dew or like lightning. This is how one should view it. Everything is impermanent. All techniques have no self, impermanence has no self, life and death are the same, Buddha and demon are the same. Her body emitted a faint Buddhist light. It exuded warmth in the darkness, illuminating the stone Buddha in front of him. The Buddha's face flowed in the light. He seemed to lower his head to look at her. The divine nun of the South Sea's stern face appeared in his mind again, gradually fading away. The Tao that she wanted to walk on was no longer something that could be restrained by mere rules. He had thought that balancing the Buddha and the demon was a different way, but it turned out that he was just being presumptuous. Just like a river changing its course, it still had to flow east into the sea. Even if it dried up halfway, seeped into the earth, and evaporated into the sky. They were all just a part of the world's water system. This was the great Tao created by a bodhisattva. How could it be so easily surpassed or distorted? Even if he wanted to go berserk, he couldn't do it. That was why there were no problems with her path of white bone and great beauty. That experience seemed to only be for her to walk further. The path of white bone and great beauty was different from the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. What it pursued was not a balance between the demonic and divine, a world of its own. Instead, it was the origin of emptiness, nirvana into destruction. After understanding this, the light of Buddha melted into the white bones. Her face became even more peaceful and tranquil. She silently faced the stone Buddha. Anyone who saw her would think that she was the most devout believer. Was the Tao of the White-Bone Bodhisattva just one of the infinite Buddhist Dharma and the supreme Buddhist Tao? Perhaps becoming a demon was just an illusion. She had no idea that he had completely mastered the first 3 layers of the path of white bone and great beauty in an instant. At this moment, she already had the qualifications to ascend. Not only could she ascend to the next level, she could obtain the Sutua Creek fruit. He could even cast aside the threat of the hungry ghost realm. However, she made the same choice as Li Qingshan, who was thousands of miles away. She gave up on ascending and continued to condense her power. Suddenly, the sword chi was awe-inspiring and murderous. The Forsaken Immortal Sword's 364 small white bone swords assembled into the sword formation of heaven and earth. They revolved rapidly and shot towards her. The halls and halls along the way were all reduced to smithereens. The bluish-white monk robes were lifted up by the murderous aura. She did not move at all, as if she was completely submerged in cultivation. She did not dodge, nor did she resist. The Forsaken Immortal Sword approached within a meter of her before suddenly slowing down. The edge of the sword trembled gently, slicing through the air and leaving behind black slashes that conjured a myriad of sword forms. The 364 small white bone swords revolved around her. By devouring the Demon King and killing the Demofolk, it had gathered unprecedented power. Now was the perfect time for a backlash. It was also her last chance. Clang! The 365 swords thrummed together and rapidly shrank. A strand of her hair was severed by the edge of the sword, drifting to the ground slowly. This was the first time she had been injured since the Battle of the Ghost Tower. She opened her eyes slightly and gazed at the Forsaken Immortal Sword that was only inches away. In that moment, the world seemed to lose all color, turning pale. The soul of the Forsaken Immortal Sword felt like everything had lost its meaning. Even its consciousness had become empty in this pale world. It could not forget this feeling anymore. It thought blankly, she's only at the third heavenly tribulation, so how can she possess such willpower? Don't tell me she's a reincarnated immortal like the Wujua ghosts? When she extended her hand, the Forsaken Immortal Sword turned around, allowing her to grasp the hilt. In that moment, the balance was completely broken. The imprint had already been imprinted. Master and servant were now separated. From now onwards, the Forsaken Immortal Sword no longer had the opportunity for a backlash. Even when she was heavily injured and unconscious, she could only protect her master wholeheartedly. The Forsaken Immortal Sword was enveloped in the samadhi flames of white bone. She gripped the hilt tightly, which was coated with a pattern of hollow white bone, vaguely forming a skeleton. The shape was actually not important. What mattered was that she had completely refined the Forsaken Immortal Sword. As if nothing had happened at all, the soul of the Forsaken Immortal Sword grumbled, "Master, these swords aren't very useful." "Yeah." Little and communicated with the soul of the Forsaken Immortal Sword. He reforged all of the small white bone swords according to the soul's wishes. The artifact forging section could be considered the most important section of the path of white bone and great beauty. It was not just an external object, but an extension of her body. It was equivalent to a sword cultivator's life-bound sword, or even more so. Over the years, she had basically never stopped forging various white bone artifacts. Even her white bone and great beauty could be viewed as another form of artifact. Her artifact forging methods were extremely brilliant. As long as white bone was used as the raw material, even if it was not an artifact recorded in the path of white bone and great beauty, she could still forge it. Within the blazing flames, the small white bone swords gradually melted and reformed. All of them became strangely twisted. Some of them were curved like blades, some were at right angles, and some only had half of them. Not a single one of them looked like a sword. In the end, even the number changed. Originally, there were 364 of them, which made up 365 with the Forsaken Immortal Sword, but now, there were only 139 of them. Not only was the number much smaller, but they were also completely unbalanced, giving off the feeling that they were twisted and incomplete. There were many sets of artifacts in the world. None of them would use such a meaningless number. However, the soul of the Forsaken Immortal Sword was overjoyed. It said in a flattering manner, "This is great. This is exactly what I wanted. This way, it'll be even easier to kill. Master, you treat me much better than that old fiend." This was not completely false. To the fiend immortal, the path of the sword was only one of the 5 absolutes. Even though it was the most important path of killing, the problem was that there was no one in the 9 provinces who was his opponent. Moreover, the Forsaken Immortal Sword was not a good sword to him. He would have to give it up sooner or later, so why would he waste the effort to forge such a twisted sword formation? It was not as interesting as playing the zither or painting. for little, and there were many threats in front of her. The most direct threat was the great cultivators of the various provinces, as well as the demons from the demonic domain. Yongzhou and Mountain Temple were just the beginning. The biggest threat was the Hungry Ghost Realm and the Great Xia Dynasty, which she did not know what they were up to. This was her war alone, and the enemy was the entire world. At least for a long time, the destructive power of the Forsaken Immortal Sword would be worth using. The soul of the sword could also save her a lot of effort to use other methods. Thus, she continued to forge artifacts. One by one, the skull prayer beads rolled out of the Samadhi white bone fire and turned into skeleton demons. They bowed to her and flew off in all directions. When she had forged 33 skull prayer beads, all the white bone artifacts that she had lost in the battle at the Ghost Tower were finally restored. She did not stop there. She forged another 3 skull prayer beads, making up a total of 36 beads. In an instant, every skeleton demon scattered throughout Yongzhou became even more powerful and ferocious. Their strength surpassed that of ordinary demon kings and great cultivators, reaching the middle stage of the third heavenly tribulation. Although there were only 3 additional skull prayer beads, it made the entire string of skull prayer beads reach a higher level. The 36 skull prayer beads symbolized the 36 types of troubles. There were 6 of them, each representing the 3 types of suffering, joy, loss, good and evil, and peace. They combined to form 36 types of troubles. This was a transitional stage for the skull prayer beads to advance from low grade to middle grade. 27 skull prayer beads were only low grade. Only when there were 54 skull prayer beads would it be considered middle grade. Little and did not continue to forge skull prayer beads. It was still a little difficult for her to forge 54 skull prayer beads. Even if she was short of 1, it would only be a quantitative change. A dozen more skeleton demons would not make much of a difference. Thus, she continued to forge the Chaos Soul Bell. This was the latest white bone artifact that she had forged. However, she had not had the time to forge it further, so its power was much weaker. Now was the time to put it to use. To be continued. Chapter 1278. A mountain of clouds passed through the blue sky. Li Fengyuan stood on the surging clouds, gazing down at the ground sternly. After receiving her news, he had rushed to the Harmony province as soon as possible, but what he saw was this. The sun scorched the ground. It should have been the season for vegetation to grow, but there was only endless, yellowish-brown barren land as far as the eye could see. There were no birds in the air, and there were no fish in the water. Even the deserts of the Scarlet Province and the tundra of the Frost Province should not be so deathly still. A feathered person said, "My king, I heard that she's even opened the largest demon cavern in the Harmony Province." Right now, demon chi surges into the sky from the north, polluting the region of 500 kilometers. Even demon folk struggle to compare to such evil deeds. Even if that's the case, are you still going to help her? Li Fengyuan looked away and gazed at the sky. She no longer needs my help, nor does she need anyone else's help. Let's return to the Cloud Province. No, let's directly go to the East Sea and leave this place of trouble. The feathered people all said, "My king is wise." Li Fengyuan suddenly turned around. He could vaguely hear the strange sound of a bell. The feathered people sensed nothing. They asked curiously, "My king, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Let's go." The mountain of clouds flew off, leaving behind a long trail as it headed east, vanishing into the horizon. Ding! Clang! The sound of the bell swept through the plains with little and landing gracefully in a city. She stood on the tallest building in the city barefoot before taking off high into the air again. The chaotic soul bell on her waist rang. In the busy, sweaty streets, in the restaurants where people toasted each other. Wherever the sound of the bell passed by, the souls were thrown into disarray. Suddenly, it turned into a ball of pale white flames, rushing into the sky strand by strand, chasing after her. She seemed to wander through the world aimlessly, followed by millions of streaks of pale white flames. She crossed mountains and valleys, passed through day and night, the Dragon Province. Thousands of mountains surged towards the center like waves, clustered around a tall mountain. It was like a huge dragon in the ocean had raised its head, ready to soar off. This was the greatest ley line in the world, Dragon Head Mountain. It was said that the mountain was transformed from the corpse of a true dragon, but that was a matter from 1,000,000 years ago. The dragons had already left this world a long time ago. Many legends could no longer be verified. At the peak of the mountain, there was a great hall that was over 1,000 feet tall. It left the sea of clouds at its feet and was almost connected to the sky. It had the power to dominate the 9 prefectures. Under the sunlight, once again, it was filled with extraordinary splendor. Changes swirled. It was as if it was shrouded in neon lights, extremely magnificent and glorious. It didn't seem like it was made by humans, much less by humans. And that was indeed the case. This was the Senate built by the gods in the Divine Kingdom era. All the deity races would send representatives to hold a meeting here. The original elders of the 7 god clans were responsible for coordinating the disputes between the various races, discussing strategies to fend off the demon folk, and suppressing the riots of the slaves. Other than the giant lumbermen, most of the gods' figures were similar to that of humans. It was said that they were influenced by the dragon clan, and that was why this hall was so huge. In order to celebrate the arrival of a new era and increase the authority of their own race, the various races had done their best to build this grand hall. There should not have been such a tall mountain in the world. It was the clay people who had uplifted Dragon's Head Mountain to such an unbelievable height, and the merfolk who had changed the flow of several hundred rivers to form a natural formation. The master architects of the Night Roamers had balanced the styles of the various races and designed the original shape of the hall. The Featherfolk were known for their elegance, but they were used to interacting with the clouds, so all they could do was lower themselves and do some lowly work, transporting materials from afar or even from the sea to add to the structure of the hall. It was said that the Featherfolk had once designed a cloud ladder that wrapped around Dragon's Head Mountain all year round, reaching straight to the top. Afterwards, it was destroyed in the flames of war, just like the giant lumbermen's meticulously designed floating gardens. However, the huge rocks forged by the fire-devouring folk and the metal ornaments personally embedded by the metal demons could not be destroyed so easily. Even after thousands of years, they remained firm and shiny. That was probably the only time the gods' people had worked together for something. Afterwards, even when demon folk invaded, it was filled with schemes and schemes, both open and covert. They were even tempted to destroy the opposing races. The lowly slaves were the best cannon fodder, especially the humans who could become demon folk at any time. Instead, the demons that could serve as mounts seemed a little more amiable. However, by then, the humans already possessed their own sects, schools, and even beliefs. Generation after generation of cultivators overcame the obstacles, using more and more profound cultivation methods to close the distance between them and the gods' people. After a long period of accumulation, the demon race produced demon kings. Every single one of them possessed powerful abilities and untamed personalities. Finally, one day, both the god and the demon were heavily injured. The slaves obtained freedom, and the mounts broke free from their reins. By the time the young man traversed the 9 provinces with the hawk and wolf and ascended Dragon's Head Mountain, the gods' people had become other folk, and the hall had gone from the council of elders to the imperial court, continuing to rule over the 9 provinces. At this moment, the emperor of the Great Xia currently sat on the golden throne. His face beneath the crown was filled with dignity. The civil and military officials, the 3 ducal ministers and 9 ministers, stood to the 2 sides with ceremonial tablets in their hands. In such a colossal hall, it was unavoidable for the humans to seem insignificant. However, the aura they gave off was like that of giants, and that was the result of them purposefully concealing it. Otherwise, the aura of any one of them would be able to fill the entire hall. A stern voice echoed in the hall. According to the report of the governor of Yong Province, the foe of Buddha has wreaked havoc in Yong Province, and not a single living being has survived. Other than the capital, Great Liang City, and the place where the Banyan Tree King is entrenched, the cultivation sects in other places have all been destroyed. Many cultivators have retreated into Great Liang City. The demons of Yong Province have received a warning from the Banyan Tree King. They either hide deep underground, gather around the Banyan Tree King, or simply flee Yong Province. The protector hawk god paused and concluded, Yong Province is finished. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The danger of the foe of Buddha was beyond everyone's expectations. They all looked at where the three ducal ministers were. Grand Preceptor Dong was long gone, and the expressions of the remaining two grew increasingly gloomy. Originally, when they reached their positions, all they had to consider was ascension. The threat of death no longer existed, but now they deeply felt it once more. Grand Preceptor Dong's death was completely meaningless. It was basically like he had been slaughtered in passing, as lowly as a mortal. Back then, he had already been treated as a challenge to the entire Great Xia. But looking at it now, perhaps he did not take the Great Xia seriously at all. The Emperor of the Great Xia asked, "Where is she right now?" "I can't lock onto her. She might come to the Dragon Province." There was a series of whispers in the hall. What if the foe of Buddha came to the Dragon Province? Was she going to be like the governor of Yong Province, hiding on Dragon Head Mountain? Their sects and dwellings were scattered across the Dragon Province. If they retreated, it would be a great humiliation. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 1279. Silence. Si Qing shouted. He wore the gilded dragon robe of the crown prince and stood beside the throne, in charge of maintaining order in the hall. This job sounded quite authoritative, but it was just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. If there were eunuchs in this world, this would be the work of a eunuch. He was extremely annoyed, but he did not dare to show it on his face. After all, he was the weakest among the crown princes. Even Si Bao, who went through the tribulation later than him, was stronger than him. This was because his physical body was destroyed by Li Qingshan and his strength was greatly reduced. The hatred in his heart had never subsided and was growing with each passing day. The hall immediately quieted down. The emperor said, "Our Great Xia, with all the officials and generals in the court, can't think of a way to deal with a mere person?" The head of the 9 ministers, Zhong Zai, said, "I have something to say. If it's just to deal with the enemy of Buddha, there are many ways. It's not impossible to kill her, but we need to use the power of the whole country. Now is the crucial moment of worship to the heavens. After the worship succeeds, the enemy of Buddha is just a small problem. If the worship fails, even if we kill the enemy of Buddha, the 9 regions will not escape the fate of being swallowed by the hungry ghost realm." The left imperial advisor said, "It's not difficult to force the hungry ghost realm to retreat, but this time, the hungry ghost realm is here for the enemy of Buddha, and they're determined to get it at all costs." The emperor frowned. "The enemy of Buddha again." Zhongzai said, "The left imperial advisor is right. The problem is not just the hungry ghost realm. The enemy of Buddha has already opened dozens of demon dens. If this continues, there will be an unprecedented demon disaster soon. Although it is indeed the enemy of Buddha that caused the situation. However, our enemy is not just one person, but 2 worlds." The emperor suddenly stood up. He said angrily, "Is this enemy of Buddha sent by the heavens to go against us? Are you going to let us watch her run amok without doing anything?" In an instant, the wind and clouds outside the hall surged and thunder rumbled. Zhongzai said, "A little impatience will spoil the great plan. Your Majesty, please prioritize the worship to the heavens." All the ministers said, "Your Majesty, please prioritize the worship to the heavens." The Great Xia Emperor slowly sat down again. "Forget it. When the worship to the heavens is completed, a mere enemy of Buddha will be easily captured." "Eagle King, have you found the reincarnated celestial?" The protector Eagle God replied, "Not yet. The various prefectures have prepared a list of names, and there are some people with extraordinary talents among them. He might have been a cultivator in his previous life. But it's not the celestial we're looking for. Most of them just happen to retain some memories of their past lives. They didn't even know what cultivation was in their past lives, so they couldn't be considered as reincarnations of deities. Perhaps the celestial being's memory hadn't recovered, and he hadn't remembered his mission. Otherwise, he would definitely come to the Dragon Province." The reincarnation of a deva was actually a vague concept. All living beings revolved in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Any random person he grabbed could be considered a reincarnation. Only he was a cultivator in his previous life and had some memories of his previous life. Only then could he be called the reincarnation of a celestial being. The problem was that 9 regions spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, and the population at its peak was more than 10 billion. There were too many talented people. On the other hand, there was truly no way to verify the memories of one's previous lifetime. Even if one did exist, it would mostly be blurry and incomplete, and one could only rely on one's comprehension ability and speed of cultivation. Even if some people refused to admit it themselves, others would still believe they were the reincarnations of a celestial being, such as Little N. As a result, there were just far too many people in the world who claimed to be reincarnations of a celestial being. However, the imperial court of Great Xia only wanted to find a single person. Over all these years, they had ordered the Hawk Wolf Guard to search the various places silently, but they had never found anything. Many years ago, there was someone like that in the Clear River Prefecture called Chu Tian. Back then, Gu Yenying was still the White Hawk commander of the Rui Commandery, but whether it was intentional or not, she did not cooperate with her father's work at all. Afterwards, Chu Tian died young, and the reincarnation of a celestial being became a joke. As for the celestial the imperial court of Great Xia was looking for, he never appeared. Under the hazy moonlight, the night mist enveloped the tiny islands in the lake. It was as if they had not been affected by the upheaval of the world at all. It was as tranquil as a painting. A man and a woman strolled along the shore. The man was handsome and elegant, while the woman was beautiful and enchanting. They seemed to be a pair of immortal companions who had grown tired of conflict and returned to seclusion hand in hand. "Why are you so special to me?" The woman was rather confused, but she was also rather eager. A sliver of surprise flashed through the man's eyes, as if he had never expected someone as clever as her to ask such a stupid question. He said with complete sincerity, "Because you've always been very special." "Heh, you must be especially bad." The woman lowered her eyes and smiled in a self-deprecating manner. "Yeah, not only are you especially bad, but you're also very cruel." The man smiled. "Yeah, I've always thought I hid it very well." The woman smiled as well. "It's useless. I've always experienced it deeply, but it seems like the past White Hawk commanders of the Rui Commandery have all been like that." The man smiled bitterly as if he was helpless. The woman grumbled, "Oi, if you're talking about me, then so be it, but do you have to talk about my master too?" The man was mildly surprised. He had never seen her behave like this before. It was actually surprisingly enchanting. Suddenly, he remembered that she had practiced arts of charm in the past, but the sliver of affection was not fake. He smiled. "Just like the saying, like master, like disciple. Senior Gu obviously has her reasons for accepting you as her disciple. Any observant person can see how special you are. Perhaps she just finds me particularly annoying, so she specially accepted me as her disciple so that she can torture me." The woman said half jokingly, half seriously. "I've never heard of something like that. Accepting someone as your disciple just because you hate them." The man laughed aloud. His clear laughter alarmed a flock of egrets. "There have always been many strange things in the world. Isn't there one of the 8 sufferings of Buddhism called the Society of Resentment?" The woman turned her head to the side and looked at the man. The man looked back at her. "Yeah, I don't think much about that. I feel like the greatest sufferings of life are not being able to get what you want." The woman shifted her gaze. "What do you want?" The man suddenly changed the topic. "The playboy who was the primary disciple of the School of Legalism was infatuated with your master. Unfortunately, he's already left the Rui Commandery, or I'd definitely invite him for a drink so that I can ask him for guidance on how to free myself from the pain of not being able to get what I want." The woman fell silent for a while before saying, "Do you know? The person I hate the most is my master." The man asked curiously, "Why?" The woman stopped and stared at the drifting moonlight in the lake. "I haven't told you about my past, have I?" "No." The man shook his head. Her past had always been a mystery. "Do you want to hear it?" "That's exactly what I want." The man could sense the woman's heart opening up to him. His efforts over the years had finally paid off. Joy surged through his heart. Wasn't what he had done everything he could to obtain that sincerity? Only by obtaining that sincerity could he personally shatter it and take back everything that belonged to him. Qian Rongji, this is my, Chu Tian's, revenge. To be continued. P.S. I'm going to my aunt's tomorrow, and then I'll take a bus home, so I'm taking a day off. Yep, that's it. Chapter 1280. Did you know? My surname was originally Shangguan. Qian Rongji stared at the rippling moonlight in the lake in a daze. It was as if her soul had already passed through time and returned to a very, very long time ago. All that remained here was an empty shell. Lin Xian smiled. Shangguan Rongji sounds better. However, when she spat out the matters of the past that she had buried deeply, Lin Xian gradually stopped smiling. Lin Xian couldn't laugh anymore. He didn't know what to say. Even though he had lived 2 lives and experienced numerous dangers, so much so that he had become indifferent to all sorts of slaughter and death. However, the pain in the depths of people's hearts, the unforgettable and unspeakable humiliation, even he felt bitter when the person involved personally mentioned it. He could not help but think back to his 2 lives. Compared to what she had gone through, it could be described as smooth sailing. The greatest setback he had suffered was when he had yet to recover his memories and was called Chu Tian. However, even Chu Tian had spent most of his life being arrogant, complacent, and heartless. Qian Rongji's voice was extraordinarily indifferent, as if she was talking about someone else. Lin Xian could not help but feel a hint of sympathy, but he immediately dismissed that thought. He recovered his pride as a celestial. There are plenty of pitiful people in the world. Just how many of them will become demonesses like her? Since there's so much pain in life, why don't you just die earlier? Why do you have to trouble others? How dare you ruin my mission, preventing me from reporting back to the Dragon Province? You deserve to die. Qian Rongji, oh Qian Rongji, if I don't toy with you like a dog and then torture you to death, I won't be able to dispel my hatred. However, sorrow and pity appeared on his handsome face. He interrupted her, unable to bear it any longer. Rongji, don't say any more. Qian Rongji's shoulders trembled. She slowly turned around and said sorrowfully, Lin Xian, I've never mentioned this to anyone before. Please listen to me, all right? I want you to know about my true past, but if you're sick of hearing it, you can leave. You can pretend like nothing has happened. All right, go ahead. Lin Xian said helplessly. After changing his attitude, he no longer felt pity for her. Instead, it was filled with cruel pleasure. Tearing open her old scars and making her bleed, this could also be considered a part of revenge. Until Qian Rongji finished speaking in one breath. His face was already covered in tears. Am I a monster? He asked in a daze. Yes, you're a monster, a twisted and insane monster. You can even say those details. How shameless, Lin Xian thought. He took a step forward and said passionately, No, none of this was your fault. It's the Qian clan's people who deserve to die. But since you've already taken revenge, why don't you let it go? Your master isn't torturing you. He's trying to make you turn back. Can we really turn back? Qian Rongji was at a loss. She looked at her hands and her eyes became firm again. No, there's no turning back. If I turn back, I'll have nothing left. I can only continue like this. Sometimes I think I'm doomed to suffer all my life. If that's the case, how can I escape the arrangement of fate? You don't have nothing. You still have me. I'll always be with you. Qian Rongji's expression changed. Really? Listen to what I've said. It's true. I, Lin Xian, swear to the heavens that I'll be with you forever. The boundless will of the 9 provinces obviously did not pay attention to her frivolous words. However, just like any woman intoxicated in love, she became emotionally moved and could not help but throw herself at her lover. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, but he still opened his arms firmly. This was a godsend opportunity. Even a weak child could kill an unguarded adult, not to mention that the difference in strength between them was not that great. He could not delay the matter of the heaven-climbing vine any longer. The Dragon Province was currently searching for him. If he wanted to enter the royal court of the Dragon Province gloriously, he had to take action. When they embraced each other tightly, Lin Xian felt a wave of pain. However, with his willpower, he could endure it. Qian Rongji's hoarse, apologetic voice rang out by his ear. "Sorry, I've already done my best to restrain myself." Lin Xian said sincerely, "You've already given me the best. What's a little pain worth?" He considered how he could capture her without killing her immediately. "Really? I'll give you more, much more," Qian Rongji murmured. She kissed Lin Xian's neck with her red lips, gently licking and kissing it. A cloud just happened to block out the moonlight. The atmosphere of darkness permeated the air. Lin Xian thought about the past she spoke of and felt disgust. However, this disgust turned into shock very soon. Pain that was hundreds of times greater than what he was just now suddenly surged into his soul. His eyes suddenly widened, and he let out a meaningless gurgling sound from his mouth. Even a reincarnated celestial would not be able to ignore the pain of hell. Not to mention her almost insane method of cultivation. She possessed thousands of hell snakes instead of just borrowing the power of hell. She could be described as a living hell. "This is the best thing I have. Do you like it? Don't worry, I'll satisfy you completely." Before he knew it, Qian Rongji's eyes had turned into the cold eyes of a snake before he knew it. Hell snakes crawled all over her face. Even her red lips and tongue were entangled with venomous snakes, hissing and flicking their tongues. Lin Xian's face darkened as his veins bulged. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, "Rongji." He still struggled to believe that his identity had been exposed. He was confident that his disguise was perfect. From Chu Tian to Lin Xian, he had indeed become a completely different person. No matter how careful Qian Rongji was, it was impossible for her to discover any traces of him. Just what had gone wrong, or was she still testing him? Chu Tian. Qian Rongji's voice was extremely excited. She hugged him firmly, as if her arms wanted to squeeze into his body. Hell snakes wormed their way into his body, gnawing at his soul. "Did you know? I hate it when others pity me the most. Am I that pitiful? I'll make them 100 times, 1,000 times more pitiful than me. Fortunately, I'm not that cruel. At the very least, I won't pity them. All right, I've already given you so much. It's about time you pay me back." A vine extended, stabbing into Chu Tian's dantian. Chu Tian did his best to concentrate. "Let me go, or I'll take you down with me." "All right. I can't wait anymore." Qian Rongji wrapped herself even tighter, like a huge python that had swallowed an elephant. Even if she was about to choke to death, she would not let go of the prey in her mouth. "You madman." Chu Tian was filled with regret. He should not have cared about the dignity of celestials. He should have asked for reinforcements from the imperial court earlier. At this moment, the heaven-climbing vine pierced his dantian. It was empty, without the existence of a golden core. A purple light lit up on his forehead. A small purple person that looked like a nascent soul turned into a purple light and flew away. He cultivated the purple mansion, heavenly book of the 10,000 heavenly book. He opened up the purple mansion instead of forming a golden core. He had the power of a nascent soul cultivator during the second heavenly tribulation. Most of it was to deal with Qian Rongji, but he did not expect that he would use an escape technique similar to the nascent soul projection at the beginning. Qian Rongji let go of Chu Tian's body that had been sucked dry by the heaven-climbing vine. She chuckled. "Coward." Chapter 1281. The purple dwarf crashed into a colorful barrier and bounced back violently. The colorful barrier squirmed continuously. It was actually formed by countless venomous snakes. It was her venomous snake hell. Legalism was best at imprisonment. Hell was equivalent to a prison, suppressing the evil spirits and ghosts of the 6 realms of reincarnation and the trichiliocosm. Impossible. Only a true legalist cultivator can form a domain like this. She's only at the second heavenly tribulation. The tiny purple person finally revealed a look of fear. After he escaped from his purple mansion, even ordinary formations could not stop him. He did not expect to be trapped by her. If it were an ordinary second heavenly tribulation legalist disciple, they naturally would not be able to do anything to him. There were many legalists in the world, but most of them only borrowed the aura of hell. They were equivalent to prison guards standing outside the prison, inflicting pain on others. If they really had a taste of what it was like to invite someone into the urn, they would change their expressions and desperately refuse. However, there were very few who would directly attract the hot winds of hell and be possessed by venomous snakes like the master and disciple. Although this could temper the soul, greatly benefit cultivation, and give one powerful compatibility, what was the point of living if one had to endure such pain day and night? It would even greatly damage one's mind. Furthermore, once one was possessed, it would be difficult to escape for the rest of their lives. Many legalists who dared to take the step ended up becoming lunatics or committing suicide. It was said that even after death, one would be dragged into the corresponding hell, never to be reincarnated. The illustrations of Naraka became a taboo among legalists, and not many cultivated it. However, Gu Yenying had an extraordinary background. She had more means to increase her strength. She had always been hoping for the Kuanpeng feather, so she was not too eager for quick success. She would consider her tolerance and slowly attract the hot winds, then adjust and adapt to ensure that it would not affect her mind. It took her many years to reach this stage. Qian Rongji was different. Whether it be her background, insight, ability to comprehend, or talent, she was nowhere close to Gu Yenying's. She drew over as many hell snakes as she could in a method that was close to self-destruction. She did not consider the so-called limits at all. She turned herself into a snake cave, unable to accommodate even one venomous snake. She should have gone crazy long ago, but this behavior was no different from madness. She should have died long ago. This was no different from seeking death. However, the deeper the pain, the stronger the resentment. Cursing everything in hell. Therefore, every time she went deep into cultivation, such a miniature venomous snake hell would appear. It formed its own domain and trapped him. Qian Rongji advised calmly, Lin Xian, just explode yourself. While there is still a chance, let's perish together. Suddenly, he laughed. Others might think that we are dying for love. Chu Tian wanted to use self-detonation as a threat, but he was instantly speechless. This crazy woman. Once he self-detonated, his soul would be destroyed. He was the reincarnation of a dignified celestial, and he still had a boundless future ahead of him. How could he die together with such a crazy woman? As a result, she calmed down. Rongji, I think we can still talk. Whether it's Chu Tian or Lin Xian, neither of them have done anything to let you down, so why must they both suffer like this? I've lost this round, so the sky-climbing vine is yours. I can also give you a very good cultivation technique to completely relieve your pain. I will leave Qingzhou forever, and from then on, we will mind our own business. Qian Rongji said furiously, You're lying. These venomous snakes have penetrated deep into my soul, so how can I relieve them? Hope rose up in Chu Tian's heart. No, there's nothing impossible. There's a heavenly text in the heavenly tome of all called. Qian Rongji listened patiently. She seemed rather tempted. Chu Tian said, Let me go, and I'll give you this heavenly text. Qian Rongji frowned. What if you go back on your word if I let you go? After another round of negotiation, they finally reached a compromise. Chu Tian threatened, If you still don't agree, I'll blow up my violet palace immediately. Suddenly, he felt a strange weight, and his consciousness blurred slightly. A strand of black chi surged from the forehead of the purple person. What did you do? Since it's a viper hell, it's obviously poisonous. However, it's just far too slow. Qian Rongji smiled. The venom of the hellish snakes could harm the body at all, but it could corrode and numb the soul. Chu Tian cultivated the Violet Palace heavenly tome, so his soul was extraordinarily powerful. That was why he could last until now. Chu Tian discovered that she had been stalling for time the entire time. He said firmly, I want to go with you. Before he had even finished speaking, Qian Rongji suddenly opened the viper hell and retreated. Chu Tian was caught between a rock and a hard place. If he chased after her right now, would Qian Rongji really die with the speed of his Violet Palace? With a thought, he turned into a streak of violet light and flew towards the east. As long as there was a chance of survival, who would just let it go? Coward! Qianrongji turned into a streak of multicolored light and dove underground. She twisted and turned, heading north. On the border between the Green Province and the Dragon Province was the former Ice Sword Cliff, now the Thousand Blade Glacier. So many years had passed, and the blazing sun had scorched it countless times in the summer, but it still hadn't melted much. Instead, it would become even more solid and huge in every winter. A streak of violet light landed on the glacier and turned back into a small purple figure. However, its original clear face had blurred, and it was enveloped in a layer of black mist. The venom had completely taken effect, and he was filled with reluctance. I'm a genius of the human path, the first senior brother of the Myriad Phenomenon sect. I carry an important mission, so how can I die here? It's all that woman's fault. That damned woman. He sat down with his legs crossed and did his best to gather his will to purge the venom. With the wonders of the Violet Palace heavenly tome, it was no problem for him to suppress the venom and rush to the imperial court of the Dragon Province. Qianrongji suddenly walked out from behind a glacier. You've come! Chu Tian was filled with shock. With his speed, he should have shaken her off a long time ago. Moreover, he had clearly gone east. Don't forget that I'm the White Hawk commander. The Celestial the Imperial Court is looking for is you, right? Qianrongji walked up to him and crouched down. She extended her hand, and a small snake slithered out from her violet palace and returned to her hand. The snake was thinner than a strand of hair, able to burrow into his pores. Lin Xian, why didn't you die with me? You originally had a chance. Chu Tian was already speechless. His consciousness was a blur, and he was basically unable to maintain his human form. Her voice seemed to ring out from extremely far away. The fury in his heart made him try to focus and detonate his violet palace. A vine wrapped around him gently and sucked him dry. It flashed with purple light and flowed into Qianrongji's body through the vine. She closed her eyes and raised her head, letting out a moan of extreme pleasure. Countless shattered consciousnesses flew through her sea of consciousness. Most of them were Lin Xian and Chu Tian's memories. There were also some distant and blurry memory fragments that she could not clearly identify. They must have come from her past life. However, one of the memories was extremely clear. It was even clearer than the memories of her current life, as if it had been branded into her soul. Qianrongji opened her eyes. So that's what it was. She said sorrowfully, "Don't worry. I'll complete your final wish." Then she smiled. "From today onwards, I'm you." She stood up and crossed over the layers of glaciers, making her way towards the Dragon Province. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 1282. Hungry Ghost Gate. The hungry ghost's mouth was completely torn apart, and no one could stop it anymore. Under the gazes of countless ghouls, the white bone tower that looked like sharp fangs and horns soared into the sky, piercing into the depths of the astral winds until it connected with the sky. Boom! The whole world seemed to tremble, like a lamb whose throat had been pierced by a wolf's teeth, trembling on the brink of death. The color of the sky changed. The color of death replaced the deep blue and slowly spread out. It wasn't fast, but it was unstoppable. It wouldn't stop until the sky was completely dyed. In the gray sky, pairs of eyes overlooked the land of the 9 prefectures. All living beings looked up, crying out in fear and fleeing in panic. Like an ant's nest that had been dug open, they crawled all over the ground in a mess. Even the most powerful ants were shocked. This was a great calamity that the 9 states had never seen before. Compared to this, the repeated invasions of demon folk basically seemed like child's play. The demon folk's invasion would only lead to world wars. At the very least, they could still struggle and resist, or even defeat, their enemies. At this moment, there was only despair. The Banyan Tree King was also in despair. Not to mention the fact that he wasn't a world god. Even if he became a true world god and became the chief butler of this world, he would only be able to catch a few thieves who had snuck into the manor. At most, he would be able to deal with a few bandits. But now, he was facing the pressure of an army. Resistance would be a massacre, and surrender would also be a massacre. The sea of trees to the north of the Mist province seemed to have entered harsh winter. Under the gray sky, they began to wilt and wither. A butterfly fluttering in the air suddenly floated down without any warning, accompanied by the endless rustling of fallen leaves. The rats and rabbits in the forest ran wildly, and the wild beasts were rampaging. As if they felt that a great disaster was about to befall them, millions of forest birds screamed and flew into the sky, trying to migrate to the south. Their wings covered the sky, but after a moment, they all landed on the ground. In a barbarian tribe, all the barbarians knelt down and prayed to the totem pole, knocking their heads heavily on the withered ground. Only the witch priest wore a cloak made of colorful bird feathers. They danced around the totem pole. He was mumbling something as if he was singing an ancient ballad. The old men were the first to fall without a sound. The middle-aged man became an old man. The shallow wrinkles were deeply etched, just like the passage of time. He was merciless as tears streamed down his face. The young man turned into a middle-aged man, and they looked at each other in horror. They looked at each other's faces rapidly aging. Before the child could even grow up, he began to age, quickly exhausting his life. In the end, only the shaman priest was left. His throat was dry and hoarse, and his movements were slow and stiff. He danced among the corpses like a weird puppet show. Suddenly, his strings were cut off, and he fell to the ground dead. The tribe was silent. The shaman suddenly stood up and lowered his head to see a body draped in bird feathers. He then realized that it was him. Before he could think further, an uncontrollable feeling filled his soul. He recalled the famine many years ago where there was no food for several days, and he thought that he was going to starve to death. The feeling he had now was 100 times worse than that. The corpses on the ground rose to their feet and turned into ghouls. Without a single second of hesitation, the corpse ghosts began to kill and devour each other. It didn't matter if they were father and son or brothers, they only cared about satisfying their hunger. This was a curse that the hungry ghost realm had bestowed upon all corpse ghouls. Low-level corpse ghouls had no way of resisting this instinct. There were countless such situations. The banyan tree king felt aggrieved. It would have been better if he had been devoured by her samadhi flames of white bone. At least it wouldn't have been so painful. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, the hungry ghost realm was an evil path second only to the hell realm. As long as one experienced it, they would understand that hunger was a form of torture. Finally, the shaman priest was the only person left in the ancient tribe. His strength had even increased, but the hunger didn't vanish. He flew into the withered forest in search of new food. However, turning into a corpse ghost did not mean that there was a chance for them to survive. Through the process of elimination like goo refinement, even if they turned into corpse ghosts, none of them would survive. The rest would become food. And when the 9 regions were completely devoured by the hungry ghost realm, the powerful corpse ghosts would surge in. Even if the living beings of the 9 regions turned into corpse ghosts, they would not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. Only humans, demons, and mutants who were originally powerful cultivators would have a chance to survive. The Banyan Tree King could not be bothered with the other provinces. He gathered all of his strength in Towering City. His leaves all shone with resplendent, green light, protecting all living beings within a range of 5,000 kilometers from the corrosion of death. In the imperial court of the Dragon Province, Dragon Chi rushed into the air and turned into the form of a true dragon. It coiled up on Dragon's Head Mountain and watched as the gray sky drew closer. They only guarded the imperial court and did not care about the outside world. Apart from these 2 places, only the kings of the various provinces could contend with it. The formations of regular sects could only protect themselves. Cultivators would not be corroded so easily, but it was only a matter of time. The foundation they relied on for survival was about to cease to exist. Apart from turning into corpse ghosts, there was no other path. Suddenly, the Banyan Tree King discovered that the most crucial force to stop the hungry ghost realm's devouring was actually the demon caverns. Thousands of strands of demon chi were like beacons and smoke, stopping the gray in the sky from spreading. The demon domain was not one of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but in terms of world level, it was no worse than the hungry ghost realm. No matter how vicious the demon folk were, they were still living beings. When the laws of the 2 worlds clashed, the hungry ghost realm's devouring and expansion would slow down until the demon caverns were cleared. This was no longer a simple seal, but stealing food from the jaws of a tiger. It had completely severed the connection between the 9 provinces and the demon domain. The demon caverns were like the sharp, messy spines of a fish. They needed to be picked out carefully, or the 9 provinces would truly become the underbelly of the fish. Don't tell me this step was also within her expectations? The banyan tree king thought to himself. Over the past few months, she had rampaged through the world, unleashing a massacre across the various provinces and basically opening up most of the demon caverns in the world. Not only could they stop the hungry ghost realm's devouring, but they were also the best path of retreat. Otherwise, even if she ascended right now, she would probably only ascend to the hungry ghost realm. It was not that he could not predict the step, but he would never think like that. As his goal was to become a god of the world, he could not even seal up the demon caverns in time. How could he allow the demofolk to invade? Right now, he could not afford to care too much. He immediately opened up all the demon caverns of various sizes in the Mist province, using his surging demon chi to fend off the gray haze of deathly chi that constantly spread. He could not help but sigh inside. Perhaps only by being emotionless and desireless can she reach the limits of intelligence. But if she really is emotionless, she should leave this world right now. On the grasslands of the Liang province, the northern wind ruffled her white monk's robes. Suddenly, she looked back. In the distant sky, countless eyes passed through the barrier between realms and gathered on her. This feeling was like a child observing a tiny insect in a glass container. Contempt, curiosity, playfulness, of course. And caution. That was because she was not a regular insect, but a venomous insect that was rumored to destroy the hungry ghost realm. These gazes were only cautious, not fearful. They were existences that had the right to gather around this glass container. If it were not for the glass container, any one of them would have been able to sweep through the 9 provinces. As a matter of fact, just their gaze alone could make a person's will collapse. However, she was unfazed. She only understood. The ghost tower was still built in the end. Master, let's go to the demon domain. It'll be too late once the hungry ghost realm completely devours the 9 provinces. The pairs of eyes made the forsaken immortal sword soul shiver. It even felt fear. It could not turn to another sword master. If it became enemies with these opponents, it would definitely be destroyed. There were many demon caves in the Liang province, and any one of them could lead to the demon domain. As long as she reached the demon domain, the hungry ghost realm could do nothing to her. They could not even send ghouls to kill her. However, she shook her head. Take me to the 5 ultimate graves. The 5 ultimate immortal had left behind 5 graves. They all called themselves realms and floated in the 9 provinces. The soul of the painting tomb was not the dragon king of the sea. The soul of the sword tomb abandoned the sword for the immortal. Now, only the zither tomb, the book tomb, and the chest tomb were left. The forsaken immortal sword soul said, "That is just a waste of time. The cultivators of this world are too weak to find the 5 graves. There are even many ghost immortals and corpse immortals in the hungry ghost realm. The 5 graves are connected to the 9 provinces. When this world is completely devoured, there will be nowhere for us to escape. I have made up my mind. There is no need to say more." A grave was a grave. Hiding in a grave was really an inauspicious sign. However, before he returned, she would not leave, even if she was buried in a grave. Fine. She and the sword became one, twisting and turning and piercing through the void. Under the sky-reaching ghost tower, the hungry ghost suddenly spat out a black coffin. It flew into the sky and crashed to the ground. The coffin was engraved with complex and mysterious runes. Suddenly, a small gap opened. There wasn't the slightest corpse chi or ghost chi coming out. There was only a pale hand that gently grabbed the edge of the coffin and completely pushed open the coffin lid. A young man tried to step out of the black coffin, His feet landed on the barren land and he smiled. It worked. Two fangs were revealed at the corner of his mouth. Other than that, he looked no different from a human. He wore white clothes and black armor, and a long saber hung from his waist. He looked like a heroic warrior, not at all like the ferocious and terrifying ghouls. He looked back and saw that all the corpse kings and ghost kings bowed their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. He was shocked. Zombies. If there was a so-called god race in the chaotic hungry ghost realm, it would be the zombie race. Unlike their ferocious and twisted brethren, zombies looked almost no different from living people. They even had body temperature and heartbeat. They were not tortured by hunger, nor did they devour other ghouls. But their power was far above normal ghouls. They were the true favorites of the hungry ghost realm, almost equivalent to the Luoho clan of the Azura realm. However, the Luoho clan was born. Zombies could not reproduce. Apart from their ancestor, Goddess Nuba, the rest were acquired. Only the extremely powerful zombies could pass on their descendants, and they had to consume their original power. They chose the peerless geniuses of the 3,000 worlds. Kwang Tianyu was such a zombie. He asked, "Why don't you find some living people to eat? What are you doing here?" This is the order of Emperor Li, Lord Zombie. It is said that the enemy is in the north. Once she left the hungry ghost gate, even if the corpse kings and ghost kings attacked together, they would not be a match for her. I have the guidance of the stars. I don't need your nonsense. Kwang Tianyu looked at the sky. Pairs of eyes, big and small, were like stars, gathered somewhere in the north. At this time, there were also many eyes gathered on him. He bowed to a pair of eyes and waved his hand. Since I'm here, I don't need to care about Emperor Li. Let's make a big mess. Ha ha ha, when I destroy the Whitebone Inheritor, I will be the emperor of this region. To be continued. P.S. I've been home for the new year these few days. There are a lot of things to do. The updates are not good. Please forgive me. Chapter 1283. Boom. 100 jong deep pit appeared on the ground. Amidst his wild laughter, Kwang Tianyu shot up into the sky, piercing through the layers of clouds until he reached the end of the horizon. The surging astral wind slashed at his body, but it actually didn't leave a single wound on him. He looked down at the 9 regions. Under the gaze of countless eyes in the sky, he did not have the slightest fear and said to himself, "This is my territory." Regardless of whether it was the Banyan Tree King in the south or the Great Xia Royal Court in the north, he did not place any of them in his eyes. Even the biggest target of this trip, the Whitebone successor, could be destroyed with a flip of his hand. This was not arrogance, but absolute confidence. He had already gone through 4 heavenly tribulations. According to the common ghouls, he would be the corpse emperor. However, he didn't think that this was an honorific for a real zombie. The strongest cultivator in the Jojo world was only at the peak of the 3rd heavenly tribulation. The difference of one major realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, there was a huge gap in power between the 3rd and 4th heavenly tribulations. It wasn't without reason that the Buddhists called cultivators who had overcome 4 heavenly tribulations advanced fruit. On the path to becoming an immortal and a god, those who hadn't overcome 4 heavenly tribulations were simply unqualified. Even if there were thousands of great cultivators working together, they would still be no match for him. Just find a powerful corpse emperor in the hungry ghost realm, and this mission would not be too difficult. His only opponent was this world. However, the corpse gods and ghost immortals who ruled over the hungry ghost realm were determined to win this battle. Even if the risk was minuscule, they had to nip it in the bud. They did not even wait for the hungry ghost realm to completely devour the 9 provinces. They directly sent a zombie that had survived 4 heavenly tribulations into the 9 provinces, even if he borrowed the power of the hungry ghost realm. In order to create this deceptive black coffin, he had paid a huge price. It could be said that he was determined to obtain it. Kwang Tianyu took a deep breath and bared his fangs. His aura continued to rise, pushing aside the immeasurable astral winds. For a moment, the weather changed, as if a peerless demon had descended. His eyes shone with a faint golden light, carrying a divine aura. "What's that?" The Banyan Tree King also sensed something. He had never felt such a terrifying aura in the 9 states. That was definitely not something a corpse king or ghost king could possess. He changed his mind. The invisible laws of heaven and earth were like a huge net entangling towards the source of the aura. However, the moment he got close, the laws of heaven and earth lost their effect, as if it was a blind spot. Kwang Tianyu immediately noticed. He glanced towards the south. He's not even a world god. You still dare to deal with me? How reckless. Anger flashed across his face. The backlash of the world was not a joke. If he was not careful, his soul would be destroyed. Even if a true god or true immortal descended, it was also impossible for them to directly fight against a world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent him down. However, his mood immediately became better. Now that even the laws of the world could not do anything to him, what was there to be afraid of? This trip down was simply an outing, and he even picked up a domain for free. His lips parted as he said soundlessly, "Wait until I kill the white bone heir. If your will hasn't been devoured by the hungry ghost realm, then I'll come and kill you." These words were like thunder exploding above towering Sky City, and the pressure contained within them caused the demon kings to tremble. The waves of the forest rose and fell. The Banyan Tree King sighed in his heart. Fusing himself with the world seemed to be a huge mistake. He would have been better off ascending earlier. Once the hungry ghost realm completely devoured the 9 provinces, the others might still be able to turn into ghouls and struggle at death's door, but he would definitely die. His enemy was the will of the entire hungry ghost realm, and he could already feel his consciousness being corroded. Kwang Tianyu broke through the layers of astral winds, actually moving faster than light. He flew past the Green Province in the blink of an eye and entered the Dragon Province, directly flying over Dragon Head Mountain. He glanced at the golden dragon entrenched on the mountain, but only smiled in disdain. This is probably the toughest bone to chew in this world, but a bone is still a bone in the end. Once I complete my mission, I'll come back and slowly clean it up. I'll broaden the horizons of these natives and let them see what a true emperor is like. In the blink of an eye, he passed the Dragon Province and arrived at the Liang Province. In the sky, where the pairs of eyes converged, was an empty grassland. Kwang Tianyu understood after a moment's thought. So it was a domain attached to this world, similar to a grotto heaven. For a world like this to have such methods, it's quite surprising. However, if they think they can stop me with this little trick, then they're overestimating themselves. As he spoke, he drew the long saber at his waist. Within the palace, there were layers of curtains. A woman dressed in dark green court robes sat and played the zither. Her slender fingers plucked the strings leisurely, and the sound of the zither spiraled up like the sounds of nature. The face behind the curtains was blurry, but there was no doubt that it was a great beauty. Suddenly, her brows furrowed slightly, and the sound of the zither changed. It was as cold as ice, and the chimes carried the aura of blades. Who goes there? A flash of sword light tore through the layers of curtains. Little and stood barefoot on the cold white marble railings outside the palace, but he did not look at the woman playing the zither. He only looked at the dark green zither in her hands, understanding that it was her true form. "You're Gwilly." The woman in court robes had originally asked Little but she suddenly noticed the sword in his hand. Her expression changed, and she called out the abandoned immortal sword's true name, Gwilly. Both of them had once been treasures of the 5 absolutes immortal, so they could not be more familiar with each other. She picked up the zither and turned to leave. With a wave of her hand, the zither strings crisscrossed. The zither strings were sharp and sensitive, and thousands of chimes were waiting to be released. Without waiting for Little to speak, the abandoned immortal sword leaped out, turned, and shot out, cutting countless zither strings. Immediately after, it transformed into a human form and blocked the woman's path. "Lu Yi, long time no see." One of his eyes was wide open, and the other was slightly squinted. His left shoulder was high, and his right shoulder drooped. His face was like that of a youth. He could not be considered ugly, but his entire body was filled with strange contortions. Even the clothes on his body did not fit. These words coming from his mouth were filled with the aura of a hooligan. As for the woman named Lu Yi, it was as if she was being teased by a hooligan. Her face was filled with panic, and it was obvious that she was very afraid of him. The abandoned immortal sword pointed at Little and said, "This is my new master. You should quickly acknowledge him as your master. If you dare to disobey, I will immediately cut off your broken zither." As he spoke, he even pursed his lips. "I have long wanted to do this." Without waiting for Lu Yi to reply, he waved his sword and gestured at the zither. "Don't," the woman cried out, her voice exceptionally moving. Little and did not speak. The core of this zither tomb was clearly this green rippling zither. If he could subdue it, it would be greatly beneficial. Before she could think of what to say, green rippling zither's soul yielded. With a face filled with hidden bitterness, the abandoned immortal sword pulled its sleeves over and offered the zither with both hands. It called out unwillingly, "Master." The abandoned immortal sword's face was filled with pride and disappointment, as if it regretted not being able to cut off the zither. These were the 5 treasures that the 5 absolutes immortal cherished. The abandoned immortal sword's destructive power was without a doubt number 1. Compared to the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, only the sword was a weapon of war. Even if it was strange and ugly, as long as it could kill the enemy, it was a treasured sword. It was clear that the abandoned immortal sword had threatened its companions many times in the past. It had accumulated its power for a long time. If it was anyone else, even if they had extraordinary power, if they could not obtain the approval of green rippling zither soul, it would be difficult to subdue it. If they forced it, it would probably be better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. However, facing an old friend, like the abandoned immortal sword, green rippling zither's soul did not dare to do so. She had a heart of the zither and understood that there was no need to reason with a lunatic. It was better to save the pride of, better to die in glory than to live in dishonor, at a time like this. However, it could not help but ask Little and, "Do you know how to play the zither?" It did not understand how she was able to subdue the obedient sword. Even the 5 absolutes immortal could not make the obedient sword so obedient. Of course, the 5 absolutes immortal did not care about the sword that was destined to give up, so he did not restrain it. "I don't." Little and placed her hand on the zither and the samadhi flames of white bone surged. "Fine." Green rippling zither's soul reluctantly accepted this result. As soon as Shaoan refined the green ripple guqin, a tall gate tower outside the palace was cut in half by a saber strike. If not for the abandoned immortal sword leading the way, the main gate of the zither mound would have been there. The saber light whistled through the air, breaking through dozens of palaces. Just now, it stopped. The wind blew Little Anne's sleeves and she looked back. Kwang Tianyu stood on the ruins of the gap and looked at her from afar. The successor of Whitebone is indeed a beauty. What a pity! She took a step forward, then suddenly stopped. A zither string caught her foot. Unknowingly, the entire space was filled with zither strings. Little Anne pressed her hands on the green rippling zither and strummed it with all her might. She did not care about any zither techniques. With just one move, she pushed the destructive power of the zither mound to the limit. She also understood that she only had this one chance. All the zither strings rang together, and the music was dazzling. The zither strings wrapped around Quang Trenyo's body layer by layer, as if to weave a thick cocoon. The saber light shot out, thousands of palaces turned to dust, and billions of zither strings snapped at once. The palace that Little Anne stood on was the first to bear the brunt of the attack and was turned into a white ground. A ravine was left on the ground, and the scenery of the 9 states could be seen in the ravine. Just now, that saber strike was only the aftermath of breaking through this domain. Little Anne disappeared. Kwang Tianyu said, "How sly. Trying to waste my strength to buy time." Even though he could hide from the laws of heaven and earth, he could not get any spiritual qi from the 9 states to replenish himself unless he returned to the gate of hungry ghosts. With his speed, he could return in a moment, but with so many eyes in the sky watching him, he would not embarrass himself. "Let's see where else you can hide after leaving this domain." But after leaving the zither mound, following the direction of the eyes in the sky, he came to an empty place. There's more? In the thatched cottage, a bearded scholar was holding a brush and writing a couplet. A sword light flashed in front of him, and the brush in his hand trembled. He cried out in shock, "Goodly? Call me Grandpa Goodly." The forsaken immortal sword soul grabbed his beard. A moment later, Shaoan refined another brush and twirled it around his fingertip. He lowered his head and saw the couplet written on it, "Smooth sailing and good luck every year. Everything goes according to plan, and you will ascend step by step." There was also a horizontal note, "Lucky stars shine." However, the last point of the word shine was dragged out. With a loud boom, the book mound broke. With a wave of the brush, all the calligraphy works in the book mound, including the couplet on the table, surged toward the gap. In an instant, a figure broke through all the horizontal and vertical strokes and charged into the thatched cottage. There was no one in the cottage. Kwang Tianyu raised his eyebrows in anger. He did not expect such a small matter to take so much effort. The entire chess mound was a huge chessboard. Black and white pieces were scattered all over, forming endgame after endgame. Every game was like a formation, constantly changing. The chess soul, who was as beautiful as a woman and wore a tall black hat and a long white robe, was waiting for a master, a genius chess player who could solve all of its endgame. However, it had already paled in submission to the forsaken immortal sword's blade. The forsaken immortal sword soul said, "These three fellows are easy to deal with, but if it was that fake dragon, I would have to kill it." Perhaps this was due to its innate nature. The zither, chess, calligraphy, and sword all had to be used by someone. Apart from the crazy and rebellious forsaken immortal sword, the zither, chess, and brush souls were all waiting for a suitable master, which made it easier for them to recognize a master. Paintings were different. They could only be admired, not used, so they formed their own style. Moreover, the five absolutes immortal had painted a dragon, so he would not be threatened by the forsaken immortal sword. If we lose again, we will have no way out. Little and silently inserted the Blood Sea banner into the chessboard and set up the skeleton demon formation. He had the forsaken immortal sword soul lead the sword formation. The zither and brush were placed beside him, so he had to do his part. Yes, there was no way out. His chances of survival were extremely slim, but there was no fear, only a deep sense of guilt. "Qingshan, I'm sorry. I won't be able to keep my promise. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you beyond the 9 heavens." The chessboard trembled. The chess tomb had been destroyed. Kwang Tianyu frowned as his eyes shone brightly. The entire starry sky was a chessboard, and the twinkling stars were the chess pieces. However, he could only slowly crack the game. He preferred to crush his opponents with absolute strength. He cleaved through the starry sky with his saber, but he switched to another game. In the blink of an eye, he had cracked dozens of games. He grew increasingly impatient as he shouted, "White Bone Successor, stop struggling at death's door. Come out and accept your death." The chess soul shouted, "I'm almost out of games. Master, what kind of opponent is this? Why is he so powerful?" Little and did not answer as he gripped the Buddha-slaying sword tightly. Kwang Tianyu broke through the final, starry sky and suddenly landed on a huge chessboard. The black and white sides were fighting on the chessboard. It was like an ancient battlefield with thousands of soldiers and horses. He had fallen into the array. The zither music was dazzling, and there were ambushes on all sides. It was accompanied by a faint bell chime, but it was even more disorienting. A torrential sea of blood surged as 1,000,000 skeletons rode the rolling waves and charged at him. 36 prayer beads spun as they descended from the sky. 139 bone swords crisscrossed each other. Endless slaughter. Billions of lives were all for this battle. Kwang Tianyu finally revealed a cautious expression. He did not want to fail miserably. Golden light flashed in his eyes as he calmed his heart and soul. He stomped hard, causing the chessboard to tremble and the chess pieces to scatter. He allowed the white bone sword to slash at his body, producing clanging sounds. The sword array that could kill a demon king could not injure him at all. With a slash, the sea of blood parted. Suddenly, his neck tightened. The skull prayer beads wrapped tightly, transforming into tiny skulls that bit him and pulled him into the sky. A sword beam flashed as the forsaken immortal sword tore through the void and slashed down. He grabbed the prayer beads with his left hand and pulled them away. He brandished his saber with his right hand and parried the forsaken immortal sword. At that moment, a white figure silently emerged from the sea of blood and arrived behind him. The blade of the sword flew. Layers of ambushes and array formations were all for a single strike. Buddha slaying sword. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1284. The blade pierced through the black armor and white clothes, touching his skin. Kwang Trenyo's hair stood on end. He felt the terror of death, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Having inherited the bloodline of the sea god, his body was so strong that even the astral wind could not hurt him at all. What was even more powerful was his recovery. Even if he was dismembered and beheaded, he would not die. He was even mistakenly called an immortal existence. The word death was too unfamiliar to him. As he thought about it, his reaction was not slow at all. He grabbed the blade with a backhand. Looking back, golden light shot out in all directions and met a pair of ghostly eyes. He sneered. "Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. Blood gushed out and dyed the Buddha-slaying sword red. In an instant, it turned into flames and spread along the torn wound. "Get out of my way." Kwang Tianyu waved his hand and sent Little and flying. He saw that his right hand and wrist were all on fire. In the blink of an eye, the fire had reached his elbow. He made up his mind and cut off his wrist. His entire right arm cracked and turned into a ball of fire in midair. Little and felt a little regretful. If this sword had hit a vital point, he would have been very confident that he could have killed him. No matter how strong his body was or how fast his recovery was, he would not have been able to escape death. Even if it had only pierced his torso, it would have been enough to severely injure him. Although he had cut off one of his arms, there would not be a second chance. That slim chance of survival had been cut off. "How dare you hurt me?" Kwang Tenyo's teeth protruded. His face was ferocious as he roared. That sword had not only cut off one of his arms, but it had also injured his spiritual soul. And his dignity. This feeling was like a human teasing an ant and suddenly being bitten. The pain was one thing, but the ant was poisonous, forcing him to amputate his limbs to save his life. It was a sad joke. His embarrassment turned into anger. A violent aura rampaged, and the chest mound shook violently. Even the surging sea of blood that got close to him. It dried up immediately. Little and grasped the abandoned fairy sword. He became one with the sword and flew out of the chest mound, heading south. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, she knew that there was no chance of survival. But she would not be disturbed by her emotions and wait for death. It was unexpected. The corpse emperor did not immediately chase after him. This made her feel a little strange. Could it be that the sword had heavily injured him? In the chest mound, Kwang Tianyu knelt on the ground with blue veins bulging on his forehead. He gathered all his strength on his right shoulder, and a granule grew out. There were 5 forks at the top of the granule, and it vaguely looked like a small hand. He was confident that he could kill the white bone successor with one hand, but he did not want to run out with a broken arm in front of everyone. That would be a great humiliation, and he would definitely become a laughingstock in the hungry ghost realm. Furthermore, many of those eyes belonged to his master. Originally, such a small injury could be healed with just a thought. At most, it would consume some energy. But now, he realized that it was not that simple. The sword wound on the body of the Banyan Tree King of Towering City was already very small, but it still existed. How could an injury inflicted by the Buddha-slaying sword be so easily healed? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I will definitely kill you. Little and made her way south and arrived in the Dragon Province. She stopped at the foot of Dragon Head Mountain. The golden dragon condensed from Dragon Chi roared at her. The roar was like an alarm, echoing through the imperial court. The emperor of the Great Xia, the 3 ministers, and the 9 ministers all arrived at the top of the mountain. Through the clouds beneath their feet, they looked at the white figure. It's the foe. What is she trying to do? Qianrongji was among them as well. She had clearly not undergone the third heavenly tribulation yet, but she seemed to be treated with great respect. She was even on par with the emperor of the Great Xia. She seemed rather pleased with herself, but her eyes were clouded over right now. She had already understood little Anne's intentions. None of the people present were stupid. They all understood as well. The left advisor said furiously, "The foe wants to lure the corpse emperor into the imperial court." To her, the 9 provinces were vast, but there was no way out. She needed to use all the power she could. She could only use the forsaken immortal sword to break through the formation of the imperial court and enter. However, she needed to grasp the opportunity well. Only then could she divert the trouble, or there would be trouble both internally and externally. The imperial court of the Great Xia also viewed her as a mortal enemy. Dragon Head Mountain was also a dangerous place. Unless she had no other choice, she would never take the risk. The left advisor suggested, "Your Majesty, why don't we use this opportunity to kill the foe of Buddha? No matter when or where, the foe of Buddha would always be the primary enemy of Buddhism. As for the demon folk and corpses, they would have to wait." With a sneer, everyone looked at Qianrongji. The left advisor frowned. "Why are you laughing, fellow?" Qianrongji said, "I'm laughing because you don't know your priorities, imperial advisor. We'll fight the foe of Buddha first. Do you think the corpse emperor will thank us when he arrives? Will he just sit back and watch us offer sacrifices to the heavens? If the sacrifices fail, we'll all perish together. The best outcome is just turning into corpses." The left advisor's expression changed, but when he thought of her background and the 3 ducal ministers and 9 ministers beside him, he could not help but hold back. The emperor of the Great Xia asked, "What do you think, fellow?" Qianrongji said, "If she wants to come in, let her come in. Don't attack her. Let go of your hatred for now and work with her against the corpse emperor." The emperor of the Great Xia said, "We probably can't. That's definitely not a regular corpse emperor. We can stall for as long as we can. We'll begin the sacrifices immediately." The Minister of Rites said, "But we're not ready yet." Qianrongji said, "We can't worry about that. Once this world is completely devoured by the hungry ghost realm, we'll have to sacrifice ghosts." The Emperor of the Great Xia glanced at the sky and suddenly discovered that a blue star had appeared among the countless pairs of eyes. It was extremely tiny and dim, but it definitely was not an eye. It vanished in the blink of an eye. He could not afford to think too much about it. He had already made up his mind and ordered, "Begin the sacrifices." The group immediately arrived at a tall altar in the center of the imperial court. The tall altar had 2 sides, round on the outside and square on the inside. It was taller in the north and lower in the south. The beautifully carved white jade railings clearly differed from the style of other folk buildings. It must have been built by humans. It could not be considered huge, but it was simple and imposing. It was known as the Heaven Altar. Qianrongji walked up to the Heaven Altar alone. Just as she was about to plant the sky-climbing vine in the center of the Heaven Altar, she suddenly raised her head and saw a dark blue star that was abnormally dazzling. Everyone followed her line of sight and saw that the star had disappeared again. This time, it did not take long before the star appeared again. It was like a blue moon, bright and dazzling, illuminating the entire 9 provinces. From the merfolk of the Southern Sea to the herdsmen of Shuang Province, everyone looked into the distance and asked, "What is that?" Little and looked up and suddenly felt his own heartbeat. That fake mass of flesh seemed to have really become the pillar of life, pulsating with every twinkle of the star. This feeling was abnormally intimate and abnormally familiar. When the blue moon flashed again, it broke through the sky that was filled with malice. Dragging a long tail behind it, it flew towards the Dragon Head Mountain like an incomparably huge meteor. Everyone in the imperial court turned pale with fright. If such a meteor were to crash into the Dragon Head Mountain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Little and looked up at the meteor in a daze, like a young girl making a wish to the meteor. The meteor landed at the foot of the mountain and melted into the void like a burst soap bubble, disappearing without a trace. Before Little and could come back to his senses, he was tightly held in an embrace. His voice rang in his ears. I miss you so much. The world seemed to tremble. All the feelings since they parted suddenly surged into his heart. The longing, pain, grievance, and guilt turned the tranquil lake into a surging ocean and then calmed down in his arms. All his wishes had been fulfilled. Qingshan. Floating Heaven Literature. P.S. Let Qingshan and Little and have a New Year reunion. I wish everyone's wishes can be fulfilled. Chapter 1285. The world was vast, the stars were staring, the mountains were towering, and the dragons were coiled. At this moment, everything became insignificant. Only the one in his arms was irreplaceable. It was an opportunity that could only be achieved by persevering and crossing the void. Thus, they met once again. Li Qingshan deeply inhaled the faint sandalwood fragrance in her hair. An indescribable joy filled his chest, filling the invisible hole, and he felt a sense of peace. Suddenly, he frowned, feeling many broken bones under her warm and soft skin. He asked, "Are you hurt?" Little and came to a sudden realization, thinking of the current situation. Just now, the wave of the corpse emperor had hurt her. She attached herself to Li Qingshan's ear and briefly explained the invasion of the hungry ghost realm, the corpse emperor who was hunting her, and her own plan. Her expression suddenly became somewhat vexed. As soon as he came back, he had to face an almost invincible enemy because of her. Li Qingshan understood what she was thinking and smiled. What, I'm not welcome back? Welcome. Little and smiled. She would never say something stupid like, let him go first. Live and die together had long been a matter of course for them. Li Qingshan looked up at the sky, meeting all the eyes full of malice. It seems that the 9 provinces have changed a lot while I was away. But fortunately, I've also been changing. Let me save this world. Little and wanted to say something but stopped. She was a little worried about how he would react if he knew what she had done. But now is not the time to talk about this. On Dragon Head Mountain, the Emperor of Great Xia said, "That's Li Qingshan." He had never seen Li Qingshan with his own eyes, but Crown Prince Si Qing had many dealings with Li Qingshan. He glanced at Si Qing, only to see him looking at Li Qingshan's figure with resentment. Then, there was clearly fear hidden in that resentment. He was clearly looking down from the peak of the mountain, but it seemed like he was looking at an unscalable peak. The left imperial advisor said, "It's that evildoer." The Great Xia Emperor said, "Wasn't he exiled by Baichen?" Just now, what is that blue meteor? No one could answer this question. They had to admit that the situation had already gone beyond their control. Any grand plan or grand strategy had to be based on power. It wasn't something that could be hidden in the dark and muttered a few words, pretending to be the mastermind. Sister. Si Bao, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, waved at Gu Yenying with all her might. She was now one of the Xia Kingdom's princes. Gu Yenying was looking at Li Qingshan and little and thoughtfully. She turned around and smiled. In the blink of an eye, she met the gaze of a pair of eagle eyes. The guardian eagle god was also looking at her. Gu Yenying bowed from afar as if admitting defeat. In other words, there was no need to fight or seek recognition. Many of the complicated and tangled emotions from the past vanished with this bow. She had already flown even higher, seeing a sky that even the eagle god had never seen before. His father was still his father, and his father was only his father. That seems to be the altar of heaven. Gu Yenying thought of something before hugging Si Bao as well. Basically, all the great cultivators of the Dragon Province had gathered around the altar of heaven. The 3 ministers and 9 ministers was only a general description. There were also the left and right imperial advisors, the princes, the ministers of the 6 ministries, and so on. There were several dozen of them, but not a single one of them saw how she had passed through the formation and arrived at the top of the mountain. Sister, you're so powerful. Si Bao was surprised. Gu Yenying was still only at the 3rd heavenly tribulation. She had not even reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly tribulation. It was obviously the Kunpeng's feather that bestowed her with such power. It was all thanks to Li Qingshan's new mount that the Kunpeng's feather retained some of its power. Although this power did not truly belong to her, decreasing with every use and recovering extremely slowly, it had already opened up a path for her. The guardian eagle god immediately understood that she had obtained the feather and inherited the legacy within it. Moreover, her comprehension was deeper, and she had progressed further than Bai Qin in the past. If she had not succeeded, he definitely would not have cared about their relationship as father and daughter. He would even go as far as to fight her. Now, his gaze instead softened. He gazed at Gu Yannying's face silently. The old face in his memories became young again, extremely similar to Gu Yannying's. As a result, he closed his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. The little eagle he had pushed off the cliff had already found its own sky. It had even left him in the dust. "My good disciple, what are you doing here?" Gu Yannying's gaze suddenly landed on Qian Rongji on the altar of heaven again. She had some guesses. Just as she was about to go over and ask, the Emperor of Great Xia blocked her way and looked at her cautiously. Celestial was directly related to the success of the sacrificial ceremony, and the sacrificial ceremony was the life-saving straw for the entire Great Xia Empire. It could not be lost. Gu Yannying stopped in her tracks and sighed. "Your Majesty, you will regret this. My disciple, forget it. After all, we are master and disciple." Qian Rongji did not look at Gu Yannying. Only when Gu Yannying ascended to Dragon Head Mountain did she glance at her indifferently. That was the attitude of a true celestial. Moreover, she was still a little worried about Little N. The corpse emperor would not let this matter rest. As expected, a violent aura rose from the northern sky. The wind and clouds changed color as it locked onto Little N. A figure broke through the air. A face that was no different from a human's had become extremely hideous at this moment. Kuang Tianyu tried for a long time in the chess mound and found that it was impossible to recover his severed arm in a short period of time. Killing the white bone heir was his only mission on this trip. The entire Hungry Ghost realm was paying attention to this matter. He could not keep hiding. He could only endure the humiliation and rush out of the chess mound. The eyes in the sky seemed to be looking at his severed arm. They became more and more furious. "Go to hell." Kuang Tianyu roared and slashed down with his blade. There were no tricks, no brilliance, just unparalleled power. The zombie did not cultivate spells and only fought with its body. Wherever the blade passed, a black crack was left. It seemed that even the world could not withstand this blade. When the blade was no longer suppressed by the Qin mound and the chess mound, it was as fierce as a natural disaster. It continued to accumulate power, as if it was going to cut Dragon Head Mountain in half. He did not take Li Qingshan, who was beside Little and seriously at all. Such trash could be crushed with just the aftermath. Qingshan? Little and saw that Li Qingshan had no intention of retreating into the Xia Imperial Court. Even if he retreated now, it would be difficult to block this blade. "Don't worry, I'm here." Li Qingshan rubbed her head and stepped forward, blocking in front of her. He looked at Kuang Tianyu and said, "Idiot from the Hungry Ghost realm, don't think that I won't beat you up just because you're a cripple. Come, I'll fight you with one hand." His left arm suddenly shrank, and his right arm began to lengthen, becoming abnormally thick. It was covered in black hair, like the arm of an ape. Naturally, he was talking nonsense. This was the second magical power of the ape demon arms. R1152. Chapter 1286. Waving his huge ape arm, Li Qingshan's entire body became much thinner. The ape demon arms didn't have any particularly cool effects. It just focused all the power on one arm, but it was quite simple and practical. Because almost all the magic of the ape demon transformation was focused on one arm, it was equivalent to increasing the power of the entire ape demon transformation. The other magic transformations, as long as they were activated by this ape demon arm, would also increase in power. But magic such as the wings of the divine wind and the ox demon forging its hide would be greatly reduced in power and could not even be used. Whether it was speed or defense, they would all be greatly affected. And if he wanted to win, this magic alone was definitely not enough. A cripple. The veins on Kuang Trenyou's forehead bulged. Looking at the way Li Qingshan was dragging his arm, his face looked like it had been slapped. Even the descendant of the White Bone who cut off one of his arms would not make him hate him so much. He turned his blade, and the fierce momentum of the blade poured out towards Li Qingshan. Kill him first. If Li Qingshan, as a human, also had a natural magic, it would be called the Great Taunt Technique. Provoking others was as easy as eating cabbage, and he liked to do it. At this time, he still had a look of contempt on his face, but his heart was full of caution. His opponent was a corpse emperor who had gone through 4 heavenly tribulations, a whole level higher than him. And it didn't look like an ordinary corpse emperor. Even in terms of bloodline and physique, he didn't have much of an advantage. This was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Even Qiangqi back then was essentially just an incarnation, restricted by the laws of the 9 states. It was only at the peak of 3 heavenly tribulations. And his current state was far from his best. He had already comprehended the ape demon transformation to the 3rd level, in order to maintain the peace of the small world inside him. The other transformations were also at the 3rd level. In terms of cultivation level, he was much weaker than when he left the 9 states. But the fighting spirit in his chest was burning. His feet sank into the ground, and his body was connected with the earth. Endless power poured into his body. He was the son of the earth, the divine power of the earth. His fingers stretched out, and sharp claws popped out. His arms suddenly became a lot thicker. It set off a fierce wind, as if there was a tiger roaring, the tiger demon rage. Li Qingshan's eyes were as calm as the deep sea. He deduced and understood all the changes of the saber momentum. If it was in the past, it would have been impossible to use these 2 methods at the same time. But now, there was no obstruction. He slowly waved his arm like a taut bowstring. He was ready to strike. Kuang Tenyo's heart suddenly surged with a trace of uneasiness. This man who suddenly appeared was no longer a weakling that could be easily destroyed. He had become a vicious beast that could threaten her. Especially that single arm, it was a ferocious beast spawn. Maybe I shouldn't fight him head-on. I just need to avoid him. He suddenly came to his senses and realized that his mind was actually intimidated by the other party's fighting spirit. He became even more embarrassed and annoyed. Bastard, you lost an arm. This was already a great humiliation. With so many old fellows watching, if I can't even crush a puny demon king head-on, I'll be a disgrace to the zombie clan. How will I face Master when I return to the Hungry Ghost Realm? When he looked at Li Qingshan again, his eyes were filled with disdain. With your cultivation, you're not like the White Bone successor who looks for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Instead, you choose to face me head-on. What the stupidest decision. Watch how I crush you into powder. Break. Li Qingshan ignored it and punched out. His arm seemed to be dragging something heavy. It was abnormally slow, as if it had to stop for every inch it moved forward. Kuang Tianyu became more and more contemptuous. He was sure that he couldn't control this power at all. Die. When the blade hit the fist, time seemed to freeze for a moment. Li Qingshan didn't move and looked at Kuang Tianyu with a sinister smile. Kuang Tianyu was stunned. His eyes were round and full of disbelief. Crack! A crack climbed up the blade and instantly spread to the entire saber. With a clang, it shattered and scattered. The iron fist slammed into Kuang Tianyu's incredulous face, and the shock power that had been accumulating for a long time poured out. Bang! The void shattered like a mirror. Cracks covered Kuang Tianyu's entire body. When he was blasted away, he was already in thousands of pieces of flesh. All the cultivators on Dragon Head Mountain were dumbfounded. Even the great Xia Emperor couldn't maintain his composure and opened his mouth wide. The powerful corpse emperor was killed by a mere monster king with a punch? The stars in the sky also lit up, full of surprise and confusion. After Li Qingshan smashed Kuang Tianyu with a punch, he didn't follow up with another attack. He maintained the posture of waving his fist and stood motionless like an eternal statue. Boom! The ground under Li Qingshan's feet shattered and collapsed. Rumble! Like a huge earthquake, Dragon Head Mountain was also shaking as if it would collapse at any time. A crack even climbed up to Dragon Head Mountain. All of a sudden, his ape arm exploded like a punctured balloon, and his entire body exploded along with it. Taking this attack head-on had already exceeded the limit of his body. Even though he tried his best to guide the saber-chi to the ground under his feet, when the saber-chi entered his body, it still tore his body apart and shattered his tiger bones. An ordinary piece of soil fell down. Few people in the world of the 9 provinces recognized it, but cries of surprise sounded in the hungry ghost realm. Living soil of the 9 heavens. This piece of living soil of the 9 heavens had always been held in Li Qingshan's fist. It was a divine item that ordinary worlds didn't have the qualifications to possess. It had strengthened the ox demon's power and magical abilities to the extreme, allowing it to shatter Quang Tianyou's zombie divine body. This change was even more shocking. In just a single collision, the two had been smashed to pieces, and in the end, they had actually perished together. Sibao murmured, "No, it's not perishing together. Both of them didn't die." How powerful! The moment Li Qingshan's body was shattered, a phoenix cry soared into the sky. Blazing flames, the phoenix's nirvana. The pieces of Quang Tianyou's scattered corpse began to gather in midair. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Both of them needed only an instant to recover their battle prowess. At this time, whoever was faster would have the upper hand. However, this was not a one-on-one battle. When Li Qingshan shattered Quang Tianyou, a white figure flashed out from behind him. Wielding the Buddha-slaying sword, it stabbed at the thousands of pieces of the corpse. The tip of the sword stabbed at a piece of flesh that looked like an ankle. Then, it immediately pulled back and stabbed again, repeating this simple action. 100 sword lights seemed to stab out at the same time, like a flower in full bloom. Even though many years had passed, their cooperation was still incomparably tacit, exquisite to the extreme. The pieces of the corpse that were stabbed all began to burn. In the blink of an eye, Quang Tianyou had gathered all the pieces of the corpse together. However, he appeared exceptionally horrifying and miserable. A third of his head was missing, his calf was gone, and there was a large hole in his chest. His body was mutilated everywhere, and half of his face was filled with shock and anger. The living soil of the 9 heavens was just about to fall to the ground when it suddenly flew up again. It turned around and tossed up and down in a large hand. Li Qingshan smiled. His condition was even better than when he had first descended. Rising from the ashes, he grew stronger the more he fought. No, why did I fight him head-on? There were clearly thousands of ways to defeat him, and I felt danger from the start. Could it be that this world has deceived my mind and twisted my will? The boundless heavens was not so easy to deceive. Quang Tianyou's mind cleared, and he immediately felt the danger of death. His heart trembled, and he pushed off with one leg, charging straight into the sky. He fled toward the gate of hungry ghosts, disregarding everything else. You want to leave after offending little N? Come back. Li Qingshan gripped the living soil of the 9 heavens tightly, fully activating the great earth force field. He grabbed at Quang Tianyou from afar. Quang Tianyou's figure paused as he was pulled back by an invisible force. His heart was filled with indignation. What kind of fucking demon king is this? Why didn't anyone tell me that the white-bone successor had such an existence by his side? After pulling Quang Tianyou close, Li Qingshan punched out again. Boom! The void shattered, and corpse pieces flew everywhere. Little and attacked, stabbing randomly. He tried to flee again, but he was caught again. Boom! 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 Quang Tianyou could still retaliate at first, but his resistance grew weaker and weaker. More than half of his body was destroyed, and the remaining half of his face was filled with despair. Li Qingshan asked Little and, "Are you tired?" No. Little and shook his head, a blissful expression on his face. The stars in the sky flickered violently. Dragon Head Mountain was deathly silent. The great cultivators of the Great Xia Emperor watched helplessly as the powerful corpse emperor, who had come to sweep across the 9 provinces, was tortured and killed bit by bit. Gu Yenying sighed, "What a cruel combination." Chapter 1287. Quang Tianyou was like a moth trapped in a spider's web. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the earth force field. The more he struggled, the weaker he became. He roared with unwillingness. If it wasn't for this damned world where spells and treasures cannot be used, how could you, a mere monster king, force me to this step? Faced with imminent danger, his mind instead became extremely clear. He understood that this world had obscured his senses and disturbed his mind unknowingly. Not only did he end up clashing head-on with Li Qingshan for some reason, but even the sneak attack from the White-Bone successor left him rather confused. Otherwise, with his cultivation, how could he be so easily ambushed, and he would not be obsessed with repairing his severed arm? He should have known that it was impossible if he tried a little. Heaven's will was in the cycle. Li Qingshan also understood why the strongest enemy he had met in his life was so poor and did not even have a decent ultimate move. He could not help but think back to the time when he fell into the small world. He could not use any power, and he could not get any spiritual energy to replenish himself. He was as weak as a mortal and had terrible luck. Although he did not know how this guy sneaked into the 9 states and escaped the suppression of the world's will, he was still heavily restricted and could not do whatever he wanted like in the hungry ghost realm. This was the saying, when the time comes, the heaven and earth will lend us their strength, but when the time comes, the hero will not be free. All living beings must have a suitable world in order to run freely. Otherwise, they would be shackled by all kinds of tangible and intangible shackles. Li Qingshan punched again and smashed Kuang Tianyu into pieces. He smiled and said, "If this was not the 9 states. I have gone through 4 heavenly tribulations. You were killed by me with 1 punch. How can you still talk nonsense with me?" Kuang Tianyu refused to believe it, but he had to believe it. As a monster king, he was already so terrifying, let alone as a monster emperor. But how could there be such a powerful monster king in the world? This thought echoed in everyone's mind. Li Qingshan smashed Kuang Tianyu dozens of times. Kuang Tianyu only had half of his head left in his hand. When I was still glaring at him, Li Qingshan could not help but laugh and say, "Heh, this guy's physique is really strong." He then asked Little, "And why didn't you kill him?" No matter how strong one's physique was, it would be greatly reduced in front of the Buddha slaying sword. The fact that this fellow was able to survive until now was clearly because Little and had been holding back and had not found the right opportunity to kill him in 1 strike. Instead, he controlled the might of the Buddha slaying sword, weakening him bit by bit. Little and told him about the battle at the ghost tower. The Dark Queen had fallen into the trap of the hungry ghost realm in her place. Li Qingshan sighed. What a good mother. He showed Little and Kuang Tianyu's twisted and hideous head. This guy looks like a character. Let's go. Let's exchange him for your mother. Kuang Tianyu's expression changed, and he gradually calmed down. Originally, he thought that he was dead for sure, but he didn't expect that there was still a chance of survival. He asked, "What's your name?" Li Qingshan smiled and said, "What? Do you want to take revenge on me?" Kuang Tianyu said, "Are you afraid?" Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He raised his head and said to all the eyes in the sky, "I'm Li Qingshan." His voice was not particularly loud, nor was it heroic at all. It was like he was stating a simple fact. "You're in big trouble now." The corner of Kuang Tianyu's eye twitched. He understood that Li Qingshan was looking down on him. The humiliation filled his eyes with hatred, but for some reason, he had a feeling that he might never be able to get his revenge. Li Qingshan lowered his head and said to Kuang Tianyu, "I hope you really are that important. Let's go, Little N." "Wait, Qingshan, your master has been captured too." After listening to what had happened, Li Qingshan frowned. "What a Lingua temple!" He bellowed, "Minister of the Left, get your ass out here." The bellow was like a clap of thunder. Ripples spread across the protective formation, and a fortress on the Dragon Head Mountain was smashed into pieces. The officials of Great Xia looked at each other in shock. The Dragon Assembly Formation was the #1 formation in the world. Not only was it where the spirit veins of the 9 prefectures converged, but it was also favored by the will of all living beings. Although it was not activated, it did not completely block the bellow. Although the corpse emperor was gone, an even more ruthless one came. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream to complete the worship under such circumstances. Prince Siqing's face was pale. He hid behind the crowd and did not dare to show his face. Although it was not only out of fear, there was no difference in his expression. He clenched his fists and loosened them. Impossible. How could he become so strong in such a short time? Amitabha. The minister of the left stepped out from the crowd and looked down at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, you're a layman disciple of Buddhism. Why can't you tell right from wrong? Li Qingshan laughed sinisterly. I can't tell right from wrong? The minister of the left pointed at Little and, do you know what the enemy of Buddha beside you has done? Shaoan lowered her head. Li Qingshan was taken aback. He glanced at Shaoan in a strange manner. Then he said, I only know that when she was attacking the hungry ghost realm with her full strength, you despicable and shameless bald ass launched a sneak attack. All right, then let me tell you. She opened up half of the demonic dens in the world, causing the demonic aura in the various prefectures to soar into the sky. She destroyed trillions of living beings in the 4 prefectures. Such monstrous sins are too numerous to be recorded. She is even more evil and terrifying than the hungry ghost realm. The minister of the left spoke righteously. He stood on the peak of the high mountain, his body glowing with golden light. He was like the king of hell, judging evil spirits and sending them to the 18th level of hell, never to be reincarnated. What nonsense are you talking about? Little and won't. Li Qingshan retorted disapprovingly. He felt that this kind of accusation was too ridiculous. He put his hand on Little An's shoulder, but felt that her body was trembling slightly. If you don't believe me, then let your master confront me. The imperial advisor of the left took out the wooden fish with a wave of his hand. The wooden fish opened its mouth, and the unraging monk tumbled out. All of his cultivation had been sealed up, but he still did not seem to care at all. He patted off the dust and stood up. When he saw Li Qingshan, he beamed with joy, but when he saw Little and beside him, he could not help but sigh. He became compassionate and closed his eyes silently. He was not completely clueless about the world. The left advisor purposely told him about Little An's actions in order to torture him with remorse. He even began to waver as he wondered if he had made the wrong decision. He wondered if he should have helped the left imperial preceptor kill Little An that day. If your master hadn't interfered that day, I would have died. I've already slain the enemy of Buddha. Even 10,000 deaths cannot atone for my sins. I'm about to carry out my punishment on another day. You better watch the consequences of aiding the enemy of Buddha. The left advisor raised the wooden fish mallet high into the air, about to swing it down on the unraging monk's head. Li Qingshan bellowed furiously, stop. The left advisor felt a gust of fierce wind. The formation of dragons had already been activated, but it was unable to completely block Li Qingshan's power. However, the corner of his lips curled into a smile. I can let your master go if you want, but you need to atone for his sins. Li Qingshan said coldly, how do you want me to atone for my sins? The left advisor's eyes suddenly widened. Golden light radiated in all directions. Slay the enemy of Buddha immediately. The stars in the sky lit up. They did not seem to have expected this either. Li Qingshan laughed from extreme anger. You're dreaming. However, his rebuttal was not as forceful as it was just now. He had killed countless people in his life, but he was rather chivalrous. It was not for self-preservation. It was for revenge. Even when he was in a fierce battle. Unless he had no other choice, he did not want to implicate the innocent. He had never regarded all living beings as ants and all living things as dogs. Now, the person closest to him had killed so many innocent people. Yet he killed so many innocent people. How many babies and young children were among them? How many honest and kind people? All of them perished together. Looking around, regardless of whether it was the heavens or the earth, good or evil, or the hungry ghosts of Buddhism, they all wanted to kill her. She seemed to have committed a great sin that could not be redeemed and had to die. Little An was silent and did not say a word. He was like a prisoner who had accepted his fate and was awaiting trial. He did not struggle or defend himself. However, there was only one person in the heavens or the earth who had the right to judge him. Qingshan, I'm sorry. I didn't listen to you. Li Qingshan's heart softened. No, this is not your fault. I'm even glad that you did that. If she did not have enough power, she would have died in the hands of the corpse emperor sent by the hungry ghost realm. They would not be able to see each other anymore. Shaun smiled and threw herself into his arms. She was no longer worried at all. The left advisor's plan failed. He could not help but say angrily, "Evildoer, you really are an evildoer. Don't be angry. Look at the good disciple you have taught. You really can't tell right from wrong. You have committed a great sin. This is all my sin." When Li Qingshan said this, he suddenly felt like a mountain was pressing down on his chest. He only raised his head even higher, like a towering mountain that was about to hold up the sky. He did not plan to hide it, did not plan to quibble, and did not plan to suddenly take out the so-called heaven and earth are not benevolent. All living beings are ants, to change his original thoughts. Humans were humans, not ants. This did not mean there was anything noble about humans, just like how dogs were dogs, not cats. They were obviously two completely different things. Whether it was for survival, to fend off the hungry ghost realm, or even to sacrifice a portion of people to save everyone in the world, it was all a form of explanation. However, sin was sin and innocence was innocence. The surroundings fell silent. The unraging monk suddenly opened his eyes and looked at his first disciple. He seemed to be in thought. Luoho Xiaoming gazed at Li Qingshan's back and felt some admiration. The left advisor bellowed, "Evildoer, since it's your sin, why don't you go die? Bald donkey, come and kill me." Li Qingshan was stern. If he continued down this path, he might commit even greater sins and drag down even more innocent people. However, as long as he still had a breath left, he would continue down this path until he reached beyond the 9 heavens. "Qingshan, you're so greedy. I was clearly the one who killed them all, so I should take half of it at the very least." Li Qingshan shook his head and stroked her cheek gently. "I still don't want you to kill the innocent for the sake of cultivation, but if you think it's necessary, then go ahead and kill. Whether it's right or wrong, I'll take responsibility for it all." "All right, all right, all right. You're truly guilty and obstinate. I'll kill your master first." The left advisor swung the wooden fish mallet and swung it down viciously. The unraging monk was about to die from having his head splattered. Li Qingshan did not move at all. He said coldly, "Bald donkey, if you dare to touch a single hair on him, I'll slaughter the entire imperial court of Great Xia." The wooden fish mallet suddenly stopped above the unraging monk's head. He let out a bitter sigh. "Wretched disciple, oh wretched disciple." The left advisor's expression changed, but he was afraid to do anything. He had only wanted to threaten Li Qingshan in the first place, so how could he really turn it into a situation where he had to fight to the death? Or perhaps, if he really wanted to do that, the others would stop him too. Li Qingshan smiled. "Master, I forgot you don't have any hair on your head. Don't worry, I'll definitely save you. If I really can't save you, I'll avenge you. Little N, let's go." "To where?" Chapter 1288. The imperial advisor of the left's expression changed drastically. He pointed at Li Qingshan. "Wretched demon, don't you dare." The unraging monk said, "You mustn't, you wretched disciple." Li Qingshan completely ignored him. He tossed half of Quang Tunyo's head to Little and unfurled his wings of wind, leaping over the mountains. Little and followed closely behind, vanishing into the horizon together. The mountains of the Dragon Province rose and fell. There was basically no flatland. Basically every single mountain had a spiritual vein running through it. The spiritual chi of any random mountain surpassed the Qingxiao dwelling in the Chain Mountains. Then he remembered how the old donkey had destroyed the dwelling, which made him even more furious. On top of Dragon's Head Mountain, Gu Yenying said, "Your Majesty, this world is about to be devoured by the hungry ghost realm. We're all people of the 9 provinces, so if we continue fighting like this, the hungry ghost realm will laugh at us. Why don't we just keep the peace and release this unraging master? That way, you can continue your worship." The Emperor of Great Xia frowned. How did you know? Gu Yenying smiled. It's only a guess. If you're willing to make peace, I can mediate. Normally speaking, that wretched demon is still reasonable. Before the Emperor of Great Xia could reply, the imperial advisor of the left sneered. Our Lingua Temple isn't a place that just anyone can take down. It won't be too late to talk once the wretched demon runs out of options and returns here. The Emperor of Great Xia said in thought, You're right, imperial advisor. With the strength that Li Qingshan has demonstrated just now, he'll be a great help to me if I can use him. There was an even deeper reason that could not be put into words. As the Emperor of Great Xia, he possessed supreme authority. How could he easily accept a wretched demon who had appeared out of nowhere to be on equal footing with him? If he's willing to submit, I can confer him the title of 10 Demon King. He'll be able to watch over an entire province. Gu Yenying bowed slightly. I wish you all the best, Your Majesty. However, he shook his head in his heart. Now that things have come to this, why would Li Qingshan care about being the 10 Demon King? It's already good enough that I don't kick you off this Dragon Head Mountain and become the emperor. The Dragon Province was not particularly large. A while later, Li Qingshan saw a Buddhist holy land shrouded in golden light and shrouded in mist among the mountains. It was the greatest temple in the world, the Lingua Temple. There were thousands of pagodas and halls in the temple. It was resplendent and dazzling as if it was one with the mountain. It was as if it was made of a whole piece of gold. At this moment, the temple's alarm bell rang. A ray of Buddhist light soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Another 8 spots of golden light rose and hovered above the Lingua Temple. The left imperial preceptor had already sent a message, ordering the 8 monk kings stationed in the temple to rely on the formation. They guarded the Lingua Temple. The 7 treasure monk monarch was one of them. Looking at the demonic aura that was sweeping over like a black cloud, their emotions were rather complicated. In his message, the left advisor told them about the battle at the foot of Dragon Head Mountain. The conclusion was, the wretched demon is vicious. You must not leave the formation and fight him in the open. Even the mighty left advisor was afraid of leaving Dragon Head Mountain right now to assist the Lingua Temple, afraid that Li Qingshan would intercept him halfway. Boom! Li Qingshan landed at the entrance of the temple and stowed away his wings of wind, gazing at the golden mountain. He did not plan on directly attacking the Lingua Temple. That would take far too much time and effort. Just the nameless protective formation completely surpassed the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the past. Who knew how many tricks this holy land of Buddhism was hiding? Even if he was not afraid, it would still be troublesome. Wretched demon, how bold of you! How dare you protect the enemy of Buddhism and invade our Lingua Temple? The 7 treasure monk monarch bellowed. All the bells in the temple rang out with tremendous might, drowning out Li Qingshan's aura. Li Qingshan said sternly, You bald donkeys are the bold ones. How dare you destroy my dwelling? Destroy your dwelling? The 7 treasure monk monarch had almost forgotten about the tiny cave in the Chain Mountains. Only now did he remember it. Are you talking about that barren mountain in the Chain Mountains? Probably no one in the world believed that a tiny mountain with thin spiritual chi could be mentioned in the same breath as the Lingua Temple. Desolation my ass. There were clearly trees on that mountain. Li Qingshan flew into a rage. He took a step forward, and the ground shook. His body swelled up, and his skin turned a deep green. His feet turned into hooves, and his 2 ox horns stabbed towards the sky. His surging demon chi became even deeper and more restrained. Moo! An ox's cry seemed to rise up from the depths of the earth. In the blink of an eye, he had already turned into a great demon over 300 meters tall. He had ox horns, ox hooves, an ox head, and an ox tail. His eyes stared at the Lingua Temple covetously. If it were not for the fact that his body and arms still resembled those of a human, he basically seemed like a huge ox standing there. The ox demon transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine abandoned his other transformation abilities and pushed the ox demon transformation to the limit. After shattering his demon core and reforging his world, his figure was no longer as exaggerated as before, easily reaching several thousand meters in height. Instead, it was even more condensed and refined. The 8 monk monarchs communicated telepathically. Be careful. That demon is coming. I have ordered all the monks to chant in the Hall of Great Strength. Even the demon monarch can forget about breaking through the formation. Let's see how a demon monarch like him is going to break through the Lingua Temple. The so-called formation was originally used to make use of the right time, place, and people to defeat the strong. Moreover, the Lingua Temple was a holy land of Buddhism. It also gathered the wishes of all the arhats in the world. A single cultivator would not be able to do anything to it. Even if one had extraordinary strength, he would not be able to afford it. Little and said, "Qingshan, I will go in and destroy the formation." That is suicide. The abandoned fairy sword spirit shrieked. The hill temple was not the Lingua Temple, and a frontal attack was different from a sneak attack at night. There is no need for that. Just stand on my shoulder and watch. A simple and honest smile appeared on Li Qingshan's face. His muscles bulged as he slowly bent over and half-knelt on the ground. One of the monk monarchs mocked, "Demon, it is not too late to kneel and beg for mercy." Li Qingshan did not make a sound. His back was arched like a mountain, like a volcano that was about to erupt. His arms that seemed to be made of mixed iron swung up high and hammered the ground. Boom! The mountains shook. The monk monarchs looked at each other, not knowing what he was going to do. Boom! The ground cracked. Boom! 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 Li Qingshan struck the ground again and again. The thousands of pagodas and halls of the Lingua Temple trembled and swayed, but under the protection of the protective formation, not a single one of them collapsed. At most, a few tiles fell off. If one looked from above, they would see 2 cracks on the ground moving around the mountain, spreading rapidly until they connected at the back of the mountain, forming a circle. The spirit chi of the Lingua Temple immediately weakened. Oh no, he is going to sever the underground spirit vein. Don't panic. This demon is wasting his energy. Does he think he can sever the spirit vein by creating some cracks? Even without the spirit vein, the formation is enough to maintain it. Let's see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Li Qingshan straightened his body. He was not trying to sever the underground spirit vein, but to banish the entire Lingua Temple to the outside world. He pointed at the Lingua Temple. Rise. Rumble. The huge mountain peak actually rose with his words and finger. It slowly rose. Thousands of tons of earth and rocks collapsed. The pagoda forest collapsed and the main hall collapsed. The grand hall was stable, but the monks chanting inside could not react in time. They rolled on the ground. The monk monarchs were shocked and in disbelief. What kind of power was that? Half of Quang Tenyo's face was filled with shock. The power to uproot a mountain? Even if he was in the hungry ghost realm and at his peak, he would not be able to uproot such a mountain. Even if he transcended another heavenly tribulation, he would not be able to do such a thing. He immediately felt that his loss was not unjust. He even suspected if Li Qingshan had held back when he fought him. Li Qingshan obviously could not achieve this with his own strength. Even if he transformed into a minotaur, he would not be able to do it. Back then, he had uprooted a small mountain and placed a Buddha head on Great Buddha Mountain. It had already taken him a great deal of effort, yet he still had to do it personally. Right now, it was equivalent to uprooting the entire Great Buddha Mountain with his earth force field. The crux of everything was the life soil of the 9 heavens in his possession. With this earth force field, dealing with the earth and rocks was as easy as a father handling his son. Of course, if it were someone else, even if they were more powerful than Li Qingshan, they would not be able to use the power of the life soil of the 9 heavens like this. The ox demon's power had already touched on the power of the origin. As the mountain was uprooted, a huge pit was left behind. There was a black hole at the bottom of the pit. Immediately, demon chi surged into the sky, obscuring the stars and making the sky dim. A colossal demon cavern that had never been seen before was suppressed beneath the Lingua Temple. Countless demon folk crawled out from the demon cavern. There were even a few demon kings among them. Now that they had regained their freedom, they roared out and demonified, about to cause a great disturbance. A hoof stomped down, and the demon cavern shattered. The roars immediately vanished. The space where the demon cavern resided had always been extraordinarily fragile. Now that it had been crushed by Li Qingshan's stomp, all of the demon folk were ripped to pieces. Even demon kings could not endure something like that. And in this shattered space, it was impossible for them to mend their bodies. Only death awaited them. 100,000 demon folk and several demon kings had been stomped to death. The monk kings were just about to rush out of the Lingua temple and throw their lives at Li Qingshan, but when they saw this, they gulped and dismissed this thought. Even if humans opened up an ant nest and wanted to stomp all the ants to death, it would not be so easy. They were not afraid of death, but they did not want to be stomped to death like this. Li Qingshan did not even glance at the demon cavern. His ox head was held high, and his sturdy body was filled with a primitive, vigorous aura. He held the Lingua temple in one hand as he stood between the sky and the earth. He was like a savage fiend god. Suddenly, he strode off and rushed towards Dragon Head Mountain. Boom, 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 boom. He trampled through rivers and leapt over 1,000 mountains, leaving behind a string of deep hoof prints. There were many cultivation sects in the mountains along the way. The cultivators all stared at the figure that held up the mountains as he charged forward in shock. They were unable to return to their senses, even after a very long time. Li Qingshan said to Little N, "We'll have hostages now. Several tens of thousands of bald donkeys for one bald donkey. That bald donkey boss has made a killing." On Dragon Head Mountain, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works flew extremely high into the air as a Grand Master of Moism. He took out an arcane treasure that resembled a telescope and gazed in the direction of the Lingua temple with one eye. "Do you see it? Has that wretched demon managed to breach the Lingua temple?" The minister of the left panicked. Just now, his connection with the Lingua temple had suddenly been severed as if it had vanished into thin air. The Minister of Works widened his eyes and furrowed his brows as if he was rather in disbelief. He blinked repeatedly before opening his mouth. The Minister of the Left pressed for more details. The minister lowered his head. He was still rather stunned. "He's back, with the Lingua temple." With the Lingua temple? All the cultivators below were baffled. What did he mean by with the Lingua temple? Could the Lingua temple be stuffed into his pocket? The Minister of Works had always been obsessed with the research of puppets and machinery. He was a little crazy, so no one paid him any mind. However, when a sturdy figure crossed over a huge mountain and strode towards them from Dragon Head Mountain, everyone was stunned. Their gazes were focused on the golden mountain that he was holding in his right hand. Chapter 1289. The Dragon's Head Mountain fell deathly silent. Before absolute power like this, all influence and schemes were child's play. They still struggled to understand. He was clearly just a demon king, so how could he possess such power? The living soil of the 9 heavens was extraordinarily precious, yet it did not seem particularly surprising either. Clearly, it was not something these bumpkins could understand. They had not even heard of it before. Even Quang Tianyu from the Hungry Ghost Realm had probably only heard of its name. Even with the countless pairs of eyes in the sky, only an extremely small number of people could recognize the true name of the piece of dirt with a single glance, which left them even more perplexed. They had never heard of the living soil of the 9 heavens having such an effect. When Li Qingshan stood before the Dragon's Head Mountain again, his human form turned into that of an ox demon. "Release them, or I'll slaughter these bald donkeys first before slaughtering you bastards." It was like a kidnapper confronting the police with a hostage situation. The police did not speak, nor did they negotiate. They directly kidnapped the kidnapper's entire family, including the dog they had raised for a decade. If they did not release them, they would kill them one by one. Of course, Li Qingshan was not a police officer, nor was he a hero. Even a benevolent Buddhist like you is bold enough to lower yourself to me. If you want to try something like this, I'll play you to the end. He had already shouldered countless sins, so he did not mind adding a few more souls to the mix. Why, you? The minister of the left pointed at Li Qingshan as he trembled in anger. The fellow cultivators around him all looked at the wooden fish mallet in his hand nervously, afraid that he would slaughter the unraging monk out of anger. If that happened, there would be no way to clean up the situation. Li Qingshan would probably directly smash the Lingua temple over. Just like the minister of the left, the emperor of Great Xia was originally rather confident in the great formation of dragons. He believed that stopping Li Qingshan would not be a big issue. He just did not want to be disturbed from the sacrificial ceremony. However, as he gazed at the mountain hovering in the air right now, his confidence immediately vanished into thin air. There was no need for Li Qingshan to put himself in danger and crash into the protective formation of the imperial court. All he had to do was uproot the mountains and smash them over. All they could do was resist, and they would definitely lose the altar. There was no need to even think about the grand sacrificial ceremony. Gu Yenying said, "Your Majesty, it looks like Li Qingshan isn't satisfied with just being a 10 Directions demon king." The Grand Sa Emperor frowned. Only then did he realize how ridiculous his words just now were. He said coldly, "I'm afraid the current you isn't satisfied with this." "I've never been satisfied." The left master said, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. You've really taught a good disciple." The Chan monastery of Devanaga first produced an enemy of the Buddha, and then they produced a wretched demon like this who wants to destroy our Lingua temple. What a great place. The unraging monk straightened himself up. He sighed and said, "Qingshan, stop it. I'm just a monk who drinks and eats meat. I'm not worth it. From today onwards, I will expel you from the sect. You and I will have nothing to do with each other anymore. I am a Buddhist disciple. We're willing to be punished by the Buddhist precepts. Please let our fellow disciples of the Lingua Temple go." In order to save him, they had to gamble the lives of several tens of thousands of monks. He never wanted to see something like that. Li Qingshan frowned before smiling again. "Since we have nothing to do with each other anymore, why should I listen to you? Whether you want to live or die, that's up to you. But even if you kill yourself right now, I'll send the entire Lingua Temple down with you." The unraging monk was rendered speechless. He let out a long sigh. This wretched disciple's wings had already become as tough as steel, so how could he still be affected by him? Or perhaps he had never been affected by him in the first place. "I'll count to 10. Li Qingshan powered the force field of earth and lifted the Lingua Temple into the air. When he counted to 5, the Lingua Temple had already reached the same height as Dragon Head Mountain, about to enter the atmospheric wind layer. Even the feathered people's city amongst the clouds could not float in the atmospheric wind layer for long, let alone the Lingua Temple that had not been designed for this. Once the formation fell, just how many monks could withstand the atmospheric wind? There was no need for Li Qingshan to risk his life to destroy the formation. Borrowing the power of the world was enough. When he counted to 3, thousands of atmospheric winds had already slammed into the protective formation of the Lingua Temple, surging with golden light. Before the imperial advisor of the left could say anything, the emperor of Great Xia could no longer hold himself back. "Imperial advisor, I think the enemy of Buddha is very obedient to Li Qingshan. He won't slaughter wantonly anymore. The dead are already dead. They cannot be revived. We need their strength to fend off the hungry ghost realm right now." The officials all tried to persuade him as well. Apart from the Buddhist disciples, no one else had much of a concept of the enemy of Buddha. Even though Little N's actions were heinous, he had not targeted their own sect. Since they did not possess sufficient strength, it was best if they did not go looking for trouble. Cultivation was for longevity, not for upholding justice. Even with the might of the gods and Buddhas, they had yet to destroy the demon domain. There would always be someone who had to consider the bigger picture, and by bigger picture, it had never been world peace or human justice, but the strong. The strong often did not refer to a single individual. When a group of mediocre people gathered together, they could judge a genius as a madman just because there were so many of them. If they did not want to endure the reputation of being a madman, then they had to restrain themselves and consider the bigger picture. But now, Li Qingshan relied on himself to control the bigger picture. He bellowed out, "1. Stop." The imperial advisor of the left waved his hand and removed the restraints on the unraging monk. He sucked in a deep breath. "Unraging, you can go. You're no longer a Buddhist disciple." The unraging monk stood up. He showed no joy or anger on his face. He bowed. "You can beat me or kill me, imperial advisor, but you can't strip me of my identity as a Buddhist disciple." All living beings are disciples of Buddhism as long as they have Buddha in their hearts, even if they're the enemy of Buddha. All living beings were equal, and they could all become Buddhas. This was the principle of the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma. However, just like all the major principles of the world, if anyone really followed these principles, they would definitely end up badly battered and bleeding. They might even be rejected by their own kind. The imperial advisor of the left bellowed, "You, piss off." As soon as the unraging monk left the Dragon's Head Mountain, an ugly monk flew over from afar and called out, "Master." The unraging monk was surprised. Duoj. He was the little demon folk Li Qingshan had met in the Demon Suppression Hall, as well as his second junior brother. Duoj had rushed to the vicinity of the Lingwa Temple after learning the unraging monk had been captured, but he had no idea how to save him. He did not even know the unraging monk had been brought to the imperial court by the imperial advisor of the left. Only when Li Qingshan came to uproot the Lingwa Temple did he follow, only to see the unraging monk being released immediately. He could not help but praise, "First senior brother, you really are a great evil after all." The corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitched. Only then did Duoj realize he had misspoken. He smiled dryly. However, it was not because his demon-folk instincts had relapsed. Instead, Li Qingshan's method of saving him was simply too vicious. The unraging monk saw Duoj and could not help but smile. Even if he had gone to all the trouble and only managed to redeem a measly demon folk, it would still be worth it. However, just how many people in the world believed the lofty, righteous monk king to be equal to a lowly demon folk with twisted wills? The imperial advisor of the left saw how the atmospheric winds were about to rip through the formation. He called out, "Li Qingshan, release the Lingwa Temple." Li Qingshan smiled. "All right, I'll do as you say, imperial advisor." As a result, he pulled back the force field of Earth. Seeing Li Qingshan smile, the imperial advisor of the left's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that the Lingwa Temple was falling straight down. The imperial advisor of the left paled in fright. "Wretched demon, stop." "I've already stopped." Li Qingshan yawned and waved his hand. A mountain weighed more than 100 million tons. Apart from Li Qingshan, who wielded the life soil of the 9 heavens, there was no one in the world who could lift it up, nor could anyone stop its fall. Boom! With an earth-shattering rumble, the mountain plunged into the embrace of the earth viciously. A cloud of dust swept into the surroundings. Even if it was smashed to pieces, it would only return to its original appearance. The thousands of pagodas, halls, and statues on the mountain were no different. What holy land of Buddhism, bodhisattvas, or arhats? All of them were dust to dust, dust to dust. The Lingwa Temple was destroyed. Spurt! The imperial advisor of the left coughed up a mouthful of blood. He glared at Li Qingshan as if his eyes were about to spit fire. "You've gone back on your word. I remember what I promised you was just the lives of the monks in the temple. Look, aren't they still alive and well?" Li Qingshan pointed at the sky. The time it took for the Lingwa Temple to fall was enough for the monk kings to save the monks. Other than a few chi practitioners, the others didn't even need help as they could hover in the air with their own strength. "You destroyed my cave abode, and I destroyed your temple. Let's get back at each other. However, you ambushed little and with such despicable means. We'll settle this later. I don't want much, just one punch from me will do." The imperial advisor of the left said, "Monster, you will die a horrible death. I only regret that I didn't kill the foe of Buddha that day. I've caused the world to suffer." Li Qingshan shouted angrily, "Foe of Buddha? Foe of Buddha? When she was fighting the hungry ghost realm, where were you, you bald donkey?" "He will find a way to pay for my sins. There's no need for a bald donkey like you to stand on the moral high ground and talk nonsense. I don't have time for you today. Prepare to die. Yenying, come with me." Li Qingshan left his back to the people on the Dragon Head Mountain and strode towards the south. That was the direction of the Tong Tian Ghost Tower. "What are you doing?" "Saving the world." Chapter 1290. While Li Qingshan was the imperial advisor of the left of the 3 Qi, Little and searched through the ruins of the Lingua temple and fished out the sarairas left behind by past eminent monks. It truly was the greatest holy land of Buddhism in the world. The quantity and quality of the sarairas completely surpassed the Chan monastery of Devanaga and Mount Hill temple, which made her stash even more plentiful. Even after undergoing the fourth heavenly tribulation, it was still enough to supply her with cultivation for a very long time. She found a few more great Buddhas riddled with cracks. They all gathered dense power of belief and Buddhist light. Even when they fell from such a great height, they were not damaged at all. Little and drifted over and dealt a few more blows, completely wiping out the Buddhist nature within. The Buddhas immediately collapsed. There was a flash of golden light, and the Buddha's slaying sword revealed its sharpness before gradually receding again. Its power had increased by another level. Only then did she return to Li Qingshan's shoulder in satisfaction. The imperial advisor of the left was utterly furious. He had not activated the great Buddhas in the Lingua temple because he wanted to preserve the seed of hope for the Lingua temple, but he never thought they would still not be spared in the end. Just the act of destroying the Buddhas before all the monks was already a heinous crime, not to mention the fact that he had destroyed the precious Buddhas in the Lingua temple. Not to mention the fact that it was a precious Buddha statue that had gathered the power of wishes for 10,000 years. This was unforgivable. The monk kings were basically about to lunge over regardless of the consequences. Even the unraging monk could not help but try to stop them. However, the tall ox demon that stood like a mountain and faced off against the imperial court made everyone dismiss this thought. Faced with such unimaginably great power, any resistance or struggle would be overestimating themselves and asking to be humiliated. Utterly furious, the imperial advisor of the left instead calmed down. He stared at Li Qingshan's back coldly and said to the Emperor of Great Xia, "Your Majesty, please begin the ritual as soon as possible." Ritual as soon as possible? Ritual as soon as possible? Li Qingshan asked Gu Yenying, "What's a ritual as soon as possible?" That's the greatest secret of the imperial court of Great Xia. I've only heard some rumors. I think it's related to the human realm and the founding emperor. Interesting. No wonder these guys were so calm when we attacked the ghost tower. Do they want to use the power of the human realm to fend off the hungry ghost realm? Li Qingshan slowed down his footsteps, the divine power of the earth surging endlessly into his body, expelling his fatigue. Just now, he threw the Lingua temple down from the sky not only to take revenge for the destruction of Qingzhao's cave abode, but also because he couldn't hold on any longer. Although the Nine Heavens living soil was a divine artifact, it was a divine artifact. But it was only a lever. The thing that could greatly increase the power of the ox demon divine art was still his own strength. Gu Yenying asked, "Aren't you going to stop them?" Li Qingshan shook his head. "Our top priority is still the hungry ghost realm. Those guys in the sky are the real enemies of Little and me." Gu Yenying couldn't help but look at Little and looked at her expressionlessly. Gu Yenying nodded slightly. Little and turned around. He focused on repairing the white bone scars. That's right, the human realm and the hungry ghost realm are different in nature. They don't have the instinct to devour worlds. Even if he had designs on the 9 states, it would only be a small scheme of some sect. It wouldn't be as threatening as those guys in the sky. Luoho Xiaoming was a god of the Azura realm. His understanding of the 6 paths of reincarnation was unparalleled in the 9 states. "What are you doing here instead of finding a place to cultivate?" "To help you save the world," Luoho Xiaoming said calmly, his eyes flashing. "I can somewhat understand how you feel now. Once I defeat the hungry ghost realm, I'll help you find a few Azura fields and settle the scores in the 9 states. Then, let's ascend together." Li Qingshan smiled. After causing a ruckus in the dragon state, he felt that the ape demon transformation was beginning to stir again. It was about to break through to the 4th tier. The ape demon transformation was just too compatible with his temperament. Cultivating it was like playing, and he was in a good mood. At that moment, a cold wind blew, carrying the scent of death. Leaden clouds covered the sky, obscuring the eyes peeking from the sky. Before they knew it, there was no longer any signs of life on the ground. Li Qingshan frowned. This was only the border between the Green Province and the Dragon Province. As he advanced through the barren land, the scent of death grew heavier and heavier. He felt like he had left the 9 states and entered the hungry ghost realm. When the sky-reaching ghost tower appeared on the horizon, Luo Ho Xiaoming frowned. "Stop. What's wrong?" There was a flash of black light at the top of the sky-reaching ghost tower. A streak of black light pierced through thousands of kilometers, brushing past Li Qingshan's right shoulder. That was where Little En stood. From beginning to end, it was completely silent. Little En. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He was actually unable to react at all. His shoulder rapidly withered and cracked, spreading to most of his body in the blink of an eye, extinguishing all of his life force. Turning around, he saw Gu Yenying unfurl her Kunping wings and pick up Little En. At that critical moment, she used the Kunpeng's speed to save Little En. Li Qingshan calmed down and immediately fell backwards. With a boom, the Kunpeng broke into pieces. Blazing flames rose as the phoenix underwent nirvana. However, Li Qingshan still felt extremely weak. He did not feel the usual comfort of reviving on the spot at all. He punched the ground, and a mountain rose from the ground, blocking them. Only then did he feel a sense of lingering fear. If that strike had struck Little En, he would definitely have died. Just by brushing past his body, it had forced him to be reborn. Furthermore, he had not received any warning from the spirit turtle. Unless the heavenly secret senses had been messed up, even if the target was not him, it would not have been so slow. Only now did he truly realize just how terrifying of an existence he was facing. The hungry ghost realm of the 6 realms of Sasra. Little En broke free from Gu Yenying's embrace. Li Qingshan smiled. "Thank goodness you're here." Gu Yenying smiled. "I probably wouldn't have been able to react in time even if it was 1,500 kilometers away." Furthermore, they were still far from the sky-reaching ghost tower. There was a thin crack in space that did not close up even after a very long time, proving the power of the strike. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "It's the death ray from the fang of the hungry ghost. They've been charging up for us the entire time. These ghouls sure are cunning. A part of this world of yours has already been devoured and assimilated by the hungry ghost realm. Breaking this fang won't be easy." Just now, if that strike had brushed past him in the slightest, he would be dead for sure. He would only be able to revive in the Azura realm and face his cruel mother. However, despite the danger, his expression remained the same. He did not panic at all. "Quang Tianyu said, you're dreaming if you want to destroy the fang of the hungry ghost. Just watch as this world is devoured." However, to his dismay, no one paid any attention to his threat. Luo Ho Xiaoming asked, "How's little Fatty?" "He's still adapting to the laws of this world, but he's much more active here. Let's exchange hostages first." Li Qingshan obviously would not attack the sky-reaching ghost tower recklessly. He still had an important trump card that he had yet to reveal, which was the space-devouring divine beast, Deep Blue Little Fatty. Unlike the space-devouring divine beasts, the world of the 9 provinces already possessed complete laws of the world, which restrained all outsiders. As a result, Deep Blue Little Fatty vanished soon after entering the 9 provinces. Now, she was hiding in the space beside Li Qingshan, ready to feast at any time. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1291. Li Qingshan raised the head high into the air. "Give me back the person I want, and I'll toss this guy back to the hungry ghost realm." Although the sky was obscured by the dark clouds, and although they were separated by 2 worlds, he believed the people of the hungry ghost realm could see and hear him. The wind sighed. After a moment of silence, a voice rang out from the ghost tower. "Release him first, and I'll return the woman to you." Little En could tell it was the voice of Emperor Li. He could not help but become rather worried. If he could allow a corpse emperor to rampage through the 9 states, then the ghost tower might be guarded by him. He had the advantage of time and place, so it was impossible for him to defeat him. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "Do you think I'm stupid? I trust you, bunch of dead ghosts. If you don't release her, I'll kill her and we'll part ways." Emperor Li said, "Then we'll exchange hostages at the same time, or we'll part ways." The hungry ghost realm can still afford to lose a corpse emperor, but unfortunately, there's only one mother. She'll probably have to suffer a little. Li Qingshan said, I refuse. If you don't release her first, don't even think about me releasing this guy. If you break your promise, wouldn't I be an idiot? You can keep that head of yours. Kwang Tianyu cursed emperorly inside, but he said nothing on the surface. In the end, he just closed his eyes and resigned himself to fate. They fell into a stalemate for a moment. Li Qingshan frowned. He was not familiar with the Dark Queen, but just the fact that she had saved Little and made him want to save her regardless of the price, even if she was a stranger. However, the so-called exchange of hostages at the same time was a colossal trap. After the surprise attack just now, he had already deeply recognized the difference between them. It was impossible for them to compete on equal footing. Not only would the slightest mistake fail to save the Dark Queen, but they might even lose their lives. However, if this stalemate continued, they would only be able to watch the hungry ghost realm devour this world bit by bit, which was extremely disadvantageous to them. Gu Yenying said, Why don't I try? Little Anne's expression changed slightly. Why? Just now, saving her was just a matter of convenience. If he personally went to exchange the hostage, he would be taking a huge risk. Gu Yenying smiled and said, We're in the same boat. Little Anne said in a low voice, Thank you. Let Qingshan make the decision. Li Qingshan looked at Little and then at Gu Yenying, feeling a headache coming on. At this moment, Luo Ho and Little Ming had already figured out the cause and effect. Don't worry, this guy is a zombie. The hungry ghost realm will definitely save him. Kwang Tianyu opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Luo Ho Xiaoming. He was astonished. Where did this kid come from? The zombie clan was extremely rare. Someone outside the hungry ghost realm actually knows about it. Li Qingshan asked curiously, What's so great about zombies? I've even made a hole in a zombie. Luo Ho Xiaoming said disdainfully, It's just the same name. You're just someone who hasn't seen the world. There are still demon kings above the 9th heaven. How could the demon kings of your world compare to them? The real zombies all have the bloodline of the great goddess Nuba. They're also very rare in the hungry ghost realm. They're a powerful force. Otherwise, such a good thing as killing the descendants of White Bones would not have fallen to him. Li Qingshan was amused and said to Kwang Tianyu, I couldn't tell, but you're actually quite important. Kwang Tianyu's expression changed slightly and asked Luo Ho Xiaoming, Who are you? Luo Ho Xiaoming said, You don't deserve to know. Qingshan, count 10 more. If the other side doesn't release him after the count, kill him. All right. Li Qingshan said loudly, I'll count 10 more. If you still don't release him, I'll first crush this half of his head, and then break your ghost tower. 10. Emperor Li didn't respond at all. Li Qingshan had always been decisive. No matter how much he struggled, once he made up his mind, he would put aside all his worries and continue counting, not caring if the other side responded. 9. 8. 7. Kwang Tianyu's eyes widened as he looked at Li Qingshan's expression, hoping to find that he was just bluffing, that he wouldn't dare to kill him even if he counted 10,000 times, but he was disappointed. He's serious. He really wants to kill me. Damn Emperor Li. Master will never give up on me. When Li Qingshan counted to 4, Kwang Tianyu sneered, Do you think the hungry ghost realm is full of good people who would be threatened like this? If you kill me, you'll only let that woman suffer. 3. Li Qingshan's eyes were firm and unmoved. If he had to bear it, then he would bear it. If he had to give it up, then he would give it up. No matter how painful or regretful the process was, this was the path he had chosen. Little Anne drew her sword and pointed it at half of Kwang Tianyu's face. She wouldn't hold back this time. When she said that she would leave it to Li Qingshan to decide, she wasn't just saying it. She trusted him unreservedly and supported his decision. 1. Li Qingshan lowered his head and gave Little Anne an apologetic look. Little Anne nodded slightly and thrust her sword down. Stop. Emperor Li's voice suddenly sounded at the moment when the blade was about to pierce through Kwang Tianyu's head, full of resentment and resentment. Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief and gave Luo Ho Xiaoming a thumbs up. Well, you win. Emperor Li said coldly. He didn't care about Quang Tenyo's life or death at all. On the contrary, he would rather this guy who stole the credit die a horrible death. However, this wasn't something he could decide. From the moment Li Qingshan began to count, an order came. There were only two simple words: replace him. But the owner of this order was absolutely not someone he dared to disobey. It went without saying who was more important, a zombie corpse emperor or a regular ghost king. As for Li Qingshan, he clearly could have slaughtered the Linghui temple and exacted his revenge even more thoroughly, but he never killed a single person in the end. This was also an important reason. He had already proven his trustworthiness. The Dark Queen drifted out from the deep, vast mouth of the hungry ghost. Her face was particularly pale, but she was not injured at all. She had just completely turned into a ghost king. This was not the emperor's doing. Instead, the hungry ghost realm could not tolerate the living. However, she was a disciple of the umbral insect in the first place, so the transformation did not affect her at all. Li Qingshan then said, "You better not try anything, or don't blame me for not keeping my word." Emperor Li was just thinking about whether he should do something to the Dark Queen or not. He could do it after exchanging hostages, but after hearing what Li Qingshan had said, he finally gave up on it. Killing a ghost king was completely meaningless. Quang Tianyu could not die because of him, or the zombies would never spare him. Mother. Xianwei. The mother and daughter were happy to see each other. Shaon also smiled, which was rare for him. After Li Qingshan's return, she seemed to sense something again. "Your Highness, please don't move. Relax your mind. Let me examine you." Li Qingshan's eyes were as tranquil as the sea. He extended his hand towards the Dark Queen. The Dark Queen frowned, but she did not turn him down. She allowed Li Qingshan to place his hand on the top of her head and inspect her body closely. The spirit turtle did not sense anything wrong. Only then did she stop. "Quang Tianyu said, 'Release me.'" Li Qingshan sneered viciously. Murderousness surged. "You better go die." A pair of eyes suddenly lit up in the sky, piercing through the clouds. Quang Trenyo's face changed drastically. "How dare you?" The incoming murderousness suddenly vanished. Quang Tianyu was taken aback, only to hear Li Qingshan laugh. "I was just joking. Look at how scared you've become. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. That's because I know people like you always like to court death. You'll definitely come knocking on my door to die in the future, so I'll spare you for a few days." With a farewell, he tossed half of Quang Trenyo's head towards the ghost tower like he was throwing a shot put. Quang Tianyu began to recover in the air. His head became a hole, and his body slowly grew out too. The closer he got to the ghost tower, the less he was bound by the laws of the 9 provinces. Originally, he was tempted to stay below the ghost tower and fight against Li Qingshan again, but his feelings were rather mixed right now. If what he said really came true, then wouldn't that be the greatest joke in the world? Whatever, I'd better return to the hungry ghost realm first and completely recover from my wounds. That sword sure is vicious. He might as well just throw himself into the mouth of the hungry ghost. There was a thought that he refused to admit. Not only had he been directly defeated, but his resolve for revenge had been crushed too. And his opponent was clearly weaker than him, yet he seemed extremely powerful. Just what kind of man was this? "I've already given him to you. Are you ready to destroy the ghost tower? Come, I can't wait to refine you into a corpse puppet." Emperor Li provoked while activating the tooth of the hungry ghost, silently accumulating power, ready to fire the death ray at any time. Even if there was a mountain in the way, this distance was enough to kill the heir of the White Bone, or that Li Qingshan. It was just a pity that the woman was there. "Well, I'm coming." Li Qingshan suddenly asked a question. "Are you in the tower?" "I'm here. Do you dare to come?" A dark shadow shuttled up and down the ghost tower, sometimes condensing into a human form, and sometimes merging into the ghost tower. It was Emperor Li himself. The ghost tower was almost a part of the hungry ghost realm, but before the hungry ghost realm completely devoured the world, it was impossible to completely eliminate the influence of the laws of the world, so he could not leave the ghost tower, and his strength was greatly affected. But he was still a ghost emperor who had gone through 5 heavenly tribulations. And now he controlled the power of the tooth of the hungry ghost, which was much greater than his own strength. Hearing Li Qingshan's question, he felt a little uneasy, but he quickly put it to the back of his mind. Unless Li Qingshan went through 2 heavenly tribulations at once, he would be courting death if he came. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "As long as I'm here." But he did not intend to go over, and only waved his hand and said, "Devour. Little fatty." Crack! On the indestructible ghost tower, a huge semicircular gap appeared out of nowhere. Emperor Li happened to merge into the ghost tower, and a small part of his body disappeared. He was shocked and angry, and even more confused. "What did you do?" A strange dark blue tadpole-shaped creature appeared in the void, but its body was more than 10,000 times larger than a tadpole, and it almost bit the ghost tower in half with one bite. It was the great hero who helped Li Qingshan cross the void, Deep Blue Little Fatty. Originally, it was suppressed by the laws of the world, and could only hide in the void, unable to do anything. But the location of the ghost tower was where the 2 worlds intersected, and the laws of the world were chaotic, so it was immediately released, and it could eat. Emperor Li was not the only one who could not understand. Even the eyes in the sky were stunned, and frantically communicated. "What is that thing? It looks like a void-swallowing beast. Why would a void-swallowing beast attack a world that is not destroyed? He tamed a void-swallowing beast? That's impossible. Void-swallowing beasts have no so-called feelings, and they will never be threatened." All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and Emperor Li did not even have time to identify what it was before he activated the Fang of the hungry ghost and attacked Deep Blue Little Fatty with all his might. Beams of death light bombarded its body. But the void-swallowing beast was an extraordinary creature, and it was not so easy to kill. Ripples appeared on its body, but it was not damaged at all, as if even the death light had been devoured. Then, it opened its mouth and took another bite of the ghost tower. Crack! The ghost tower broke in half, and Emperor Li let out a terrible scream, and was also seriously injured. The dark clouds in the sky shrank, and all the eyes in the sky disappeared, unable to peep into this world from the hungry ghost realm. The hungry ghost realm was the only world in the 6 paths of reincarnation that had the instinct to devour other worlds, and the ghost tower was its fang that pierced into its prey. But this time, the big glutton had met the small glutton, and its teeth had been bitten off. This was not to say that Deep Blue Little Fatty's ability to devour was stronger than that of the hungry ghost realm. If Deep Blue Little Fatty had entered the hungry ghost realm, it would probably have been devoured very quickly. But this was the 9 states, not the hungry ghost realm, and the ghost tower was a creation of the ghouls. Crack! 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 The top half of the ghost tower fell, disappearing piece by piece in the air, devoured by Deep Blue Little Fatty. Then the bottom half of the tower was also devoured piece by piece, leaving only the base. Little and also opened his eyes wide. That simple. Deep Blue Little Fatty swam around the mouth of the hungry ghost, but refused to go closer, as if instinctively feeling threatened. "Here's my chance." Li Qingshan leaped out from behind the mountain, spreading his wings of wind, and rushed towards the mouth of the hungry ghost. A shadow was still swimming in the mouth of the hungry ghost, but it was becoming more and more inhuman, like a puddle of asphalt. Suddenly, a hand formed and pointed at Li Qingshan, and a ray of death light pierced through the void, but it began to dim and disperse in the air. Even if Emperor Li was seriously injured, he was not afraid of Li Qingshan, but the ghost tower was destroyed, and the laws of heaven and earth in this world immediately gained the upper hand, fiercely suppressing him in the mouth of the hungry ghost. And his spells were also greatly affected. Li Qingshan still felt greatly threatened and shouted, "Last radiance of the setting sun." As soon as the light blue screen appeared, it immediately shattered, but the ray of death was reflected back and the hand was destroyed. Emperor Li roared, "Li Qingshan." What responded to him was an iron fist. Boom! The void shattered, and the ghost tower was completely disintegrated, the cracks cutting the shadow into pieces. Even though Emperor Li was very unwilling, he could only retreat to the hungry ghost realm. All the shadows gathered and formed, not daring to stay in the 9 states any longer. Little and followed closely, using the samadhi flames of white bone to ignite the broken base of the ghost tower, turning it into rolling flames, shining in the void that was broken like a mirror. They converged into a fire, shooting straight into the sky. The laws of death shrank, and deep blue little fatty appeared and disappeared. Li Qingshan said, "Hey, saving the world. It's that simple." Chapter 1292. Li Qingshan thought that he was lucky. If not for the deep blue fatty, all the cultivators of the world would not have been able to destroy this towering ghost tower, even if they joined forces. Emperor Li alone, even if he could not come out of the tower, was not someone that any demon king or great cultivator could defeat. Sensing deep blue fatty's condition, he could not help but feel a little regretful. Although the world was formed by the deep blue fatty, the two were still different. Deep blue fatty could eat as much as she wanted in the great swallowing beast's body, but in the 9 states, she was restricted by the laws of heaven and earth and could not do as she pleased like in the void. Otherwise, she would be a great help even if she went to the demonic domain to fight against demon god Qiongqi. External forces could not be relied on, even the living soil of the 9 heavens was the same. Everything depended on one's own strength. So powerful. Little and offered her most sincere admiration without reservation. "It's a piece of cake." Li Qingshan laughed and kissed her face. Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming looked at each other, but there was not much joy on their faces. "Kid, this world is finished. Fortunately, it is no longer anchored. Let's get ready to ascend." Luo Ho Xiaoming let out a sigh, singing a completely different tune. Li Qingshan was surprised. "We worked so hard and finally broke this ghost tower. Why are you saying it's finished?" Gu Yenying smiled. "What do you mean by countless hardships? Who said saving the world was that easy?" She pointed to the gate of hungry ghosts below. "Qingshan, don't be too happy. Look carefully." Li Qingshan looked in the direction of her finger and saw that the gate of hungry ghosts had not shrunk at all. Instead, it was getting bigger. It was like a huge hole in a painting. It was bottomless and dark, and everything was falling into this hole. And the aura of death was still gushing out from the mouths of the hungry ghosts, eroding the entire painting. Li Qingshan's heart sank. The gate of hungry ghosts was the Xianin sect's last resort to drag the entire world down with them. Once opened, it was difficult to close. Even if the sky-reaching ghost tower was destroyed, such a huge gate of hungry ghosts could not be easily sealed. The 9 states were still slowly being devoured by the hungry ghost realm. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "The hungry ghost realm has the instinct to devour." He seemed to be very interested in this white bone successor. Perhaps it was the white bone bodhisattva from back then. "You left too deep an impression on it." Li Qingshan frowned. If he left the mouths of the hungry ghosts alone, the ghouls could return at any time. Building another sky-reaching ghost tower would not be difficult. Was saving the world just an empty promise? He was somewhat unwilling. There must be a way. Then, he summoned Deep Blue Fatty. He opened his mouth and swallowed. For a moment, the weather changed. The sky was filled with dark haze and roiling death energy that surged into Indigo Little Fatty's mouth. It immediately inflated like a balloon. To the void-devouring beast. This was clearly not very nutritious food, but it was not picky at all. As long as Li Qingshan dared to order it, it dared to eat. This caused the small world to change again. Many buried corpses climbed out of their graves under the influence of the death energy. Souls filled with obsession and resentment turned into ghosts in the cold wind. An undead calamity began. Countless people would die in battle and turn into ghosts, but countless people would become famous and heroes. This caused the already unstable small world to become even more turbulent. A forbidden land called Skeleton Island was formed. Many years later, the world's #1 demonic sect was built, the Undying Sect. It brought about many more killings and battles. Li Qingshan felt a little emotional. Although he did not view mortals as ants, when the difference in strength reached a certain level, Every word and action could cause a great impact. In order to save the lives of the 9 provinces, he let Deep Blue Fatty devour the death energy. It was an act of kindness, but who knew how many innocent lives had died? Even if he did not mention this, back then, he let Deep Blue Fatty devour the world remains in the void. It turned into a meteor shower in the small world, causing countless earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. How could there not be lives that died? This was not out of malice, but a good thing that was beneficial to many lives. Back then, he did not even feel the slightest bit sorry, because it was too far away, too insignificant. He did not even know if he could save his own life, so how could he care about the lives of others? These emotions were just emotions. Li Qingshan had never regretted anything he did, and he could not be bothered to think about such complicated things. Sealing the gate of hungry ghosts was the most important thing right now. Although he did not have a way, there was someone who definitely had a way. Little Ming, you have to recover your cultivation as soon as possible. Yenying, help Little Ming collect Azura fields. Little and go. All right, stay by my side. We'll go ask the Banyan Tree King for a plan. Whether we succeed or not, we won't be staying in this world for too long. Gu Yenying said nothing more. She grabbed Luo Ho Xiaoming and left. Li Qingshan conjured another mirror clone and guarded the gate of hungry ghosts, commanding Deep Blue Fatty to prevent the hungry ghost realm from playing any more tricks. Afterwards, he flew back to the Mist Province with Little and Qingshan. Welcome back. As soon as Li Qingshan entered the Mist Province, the Banyan Tree King's voice echoed through the surroundings. The sea of trees rippled, and all the living beings in the sea of trees raised their heads. Yulubo walked out of the Shadow Palace and said to the infant in her arms proudly, "Listen, that's your father's name. Look at how impressive he is." The infant was still very young, but his pitch-black eyes shone brightly. He said clearly with his tender voice, "Daddy, Qingshan." In the Mist Capital, the King of Southern Yu had received news of Li Qingshan's return a long time ago. He even knew everything about him defeating the Corpse Emperor and destroying the Linghua Temple. At this realm of cultivation, information actually spread very quickly. When he heard the Banyan Tree King's welcome, he immediately took off into the air and hurried off to Towering City. The Green Province, the Cloud Province, the Harmony Province. His voice echoed through all the places where the Banyan Tree King had become a god, basically ringing through the entire 9 provinces. Everyone muttered this name inside. It would become a new legend. Li Qingshan passed through the dense canopy and landed in Towering City. The Banyan Tree King turned into a human and smiled. "Although I've never underestimated you, your performance has always exceeded my expectations." Li Qingshan smiled. "You've already said that many times." The King of Southern Yu studied him. "Just how did you? How? The key is the heart." "Fine then." The King of Southern Yu accepted this explanation helplessly, even though he had no idea what he wanted to ask about. How did he return from space? How did he defeat the Corpse Emperor? Or how did he topple the Ghost Tower? Perhaps legends had always been slightly inconceivable and incomprehensible. Li Qingshan said, "If it weren't for the urgent matter, I'd definitely drink with the 2 of you. May I ask, Tree King, how do you seal the mouth of a hungry ghost?" The Banyan Tree King said, "That's the wound of the entire world. No cultivator can do anything about it. All they can do is borrow the power of the world." Li Qingshan said, "I understand." "You understand? I've already become a god of the world once." The will of the world was powerful, but it was blurry. Everything operated on instinct, so it was unable to use its full power. If they had a smart and powerful butler, then it would be completely different. At the very least, they would not allow a Corpse Emperor to sneak in. They could directly use heavenly lightning to attack or even kill it. The Banyan Tree King was astounded. "You've become a god?" Li Qingshan said, "I'll pass on all my experience and knowledge to you right now." "Haha, I never thought there would be a time when I'd be teaching you." The Banyan Tree King smiled bitterly. "It was only a matter of time before your knowledge surpassed mine. I'll go get the remaining cauldrons." Little and suddenly said. Even though he was extremely reluctant, he still wanted to lend him a hand. After a moment of hesitation, he added, "Don't ever see me again." Li Qingshan said, "I won't." I'll definitely wait for your return. The Frost Province Cauldron is already gone. I'll go get the Dragon Province Cauldron. I'll leave the rest to you. The Banyan Tree King had already become the god of the 5 provinces. All that remained were the 2 cauldrons. The King of Southern, you said? I'll be a lobbyist as well. It'll be for the best if we don't use force. This is for the sake of the entire 9 provinces. I'm sure the 2 fellows can consider the bigger picture. Li Qingshan smiled. I don't think there's any need for me to pay them a visit in person. They split up again. Li Qingshan entered the heart of the tree through the opening in the tree trunk. The experience regarding the world god was far too profound and vast. If he had to pass it on through words, who knew how much time and effort it would take? Hollow, jade-green aerial roots extended out, directly connecting to Li Qingshan's head. The Banyan Tree King already knew how to imbue wisdom, but he was just doing the exact opposite now. Li Qingshan closed his eyes, and the relevant information appeared in his sea of consciousness. He followed the aerial roots and surged towards the Banyan Tree King. The information was so vast and complicated. It contained the profound changes of the laws of the world, as well as the indifference and loftiness of the world god. If it were any other demon king, they would probably lose their minds and experience a drastic change in personality, even falling into madness. Fortunately, the Banyan Tree King was half a world god, so he could adapt to this influence. Countless branches were spread all over the world, possessing extremely powerful digesting and deduction abilities. Every banyan tree, regardless of their size, was receiving and verifying the information. Millions of banyan trees formed a complex system that was like a neural network, working together. Rings of green light swept past the sea of trees, and all the banyan leaves trembled slightly. The Banyan Tree King was shocked and delighted. This knowledge was too important to him. Originally, when he heard Li Qingshan say that the Frost Prefecture Cauldron was gone, he was somewhat worried. Now, he had no more worries. Even without the Frost Prefecture Cauldron, he was confident that he could become the god of the Frost Prefecture in a short time. In order to seize the time and let the Banyan Tree King become a god as soon as possible, Li Qingshan only transmitted the purest knowledge. The Banyan Tree King couldn't imagine what kind of adventure he had experienced in the void to obtain such a huge harvest. At this time, he didn't have any spare energy to imagine. He focused all his energy to digest this incomparably precious treasure of knowledge. Even with that being the case, it still took him 3 days and 3 nights before he finished transmitting the information. When Li Qingshan opened his eyes again, Little and the King of Southern Yu had already returned with the 2 cauldrons. Do I need to break them? That's exactly what I wanted. Chapter 1293. In that moment, the multicolored light shattered and passed through Li Qingshan's body. In a trance, the mountains, rivers, and the 4 seasons all fused into the tree. Every leaf glowed. Li Qingshan gained a new understanding of the laws of the world of the 9 states. Knowledge and experience could not replace power, but they were important cornerstones of power. In that case, only the Dragon Province Cauldron is left. At the peak of the Dragon Province, above the Temple of Heaven, a green vine rose into the depths of the sky. The wind was like an axe, but it could not cut off a single leaf. The sky-climbing vine seemed to grow in a different world. After reaching a height of tens of thousands of meters, it climbed into the air. Qianrongji stood at the center of the Temple of Heaven. She felt pure spiritual energy surge into her body like never before. Coupled with the benefits she had obtained from the Great Xia dynasty, she was about to break through the 3rd heavenly tribulation. All the officials of the Great Xia dynasty looked up. A pair of cloud-patterned golden boots stepped out of the air and landed on a leaf. Everyone was shocked. Only the Great Xia Emperor, the left and right imperial advisors, and a few others seemed to have understood. The others were also confused and did not know what was going on. The sky-climbing vine was like a stairway to heaven. The leaves were the steps. A man walked down from the air. His face was blurred behind the crown, but his clothes were almost the same as the Great Xia Emperor's. He was even more graceful. On the Temple of Heaven, the real Great Xia Emperor bowed deeply and lowered his head. Welcome, Ancestral Emperor. All the officials said, "Welcome, ancestral emperor." Only the nation protector eagle god looked up, the wind and clouds in its eyes fluctuating. No one knew what it was thinking. The Skyfrost Wolf King in the distant Shuang province murmured, "Master." The man appeared completely out of the air and waved his hand. "Rise, my subjects." His voice was drowned out by the wind and thunder, like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring up waves. The wind raged and surged, forming many tornadoes. Bolts of lightning intertwined, forming a sea of lightning. The mountains shook. Dragon Head Mountain trembled violently. The ground was shaking and cracking. Lava spewed out of the cracks. Pillars of fire shot into the sky. The world was like an enraged beast. The wind was its roar, the lightning was its claws, and the fire was its teeth. He threw himself at the man. What happened? Li Qingshan stood on the great banyan tree and looked into the distance. The activity in the Dragon Province could be clearly sensed even from 50,000 kilometers away. He muttered, "Mystic light illuminates all." Pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell overlapped. He zoomed in on the Dragon Head Mountain. Li Qingshan's expression changed. Even he couldn't resist the might of the heavens and earth. At most, it could hold on for a while. The power possessed by an individual and the world was on a completely different level. The emperor of the Great Xia dynasty raised the Dragon Province cauldron high, and it emitted a dazzling ray of light. The wind and thunder calmed down slightly, but they were still as fierce as ever. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning bombarded the man's body. The man seemed to be under heavy shackles. He walked very slowly, but he was very determined. Even if the crown on his head was shattered by the wind and lightning, his long hair scattered, and his dragon robe burned to ashes, revealing his chest, he still walked down step by step. The Banyan Tree King was shocked. "It's him." "Who?" Li Qingshan already understood. The first emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, Chuolong. The Banyan Tree King's voice was filled with uneasiness. Li Qingshan nodded. This was a legend that he had been hearing ever since he left the mountain. Compared to the 5 absolutes immortals' distant past, the first ancestor emperor's glorious achievements were within reach. He couldn't help but let the mystic light illuminates all zoom in. Chuolong seemed to have sensed something and looked back. Separated by 50,000 kilometers, the two legends looked at each other. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and stared at him. Chuolong's lips curled up, and his pitch-black eyes seemed to see through everything. His face was covered by the wind and lightning, and he still looked like a teenager. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment, and he asked the Banyan Tree King, "What is this guy doing back here? Is he looking for a beating?" This great ancestor emperor's cultivation was clearly not in this world anymore. Could it be that he couldn't survive in the human realm? That didn't seem to be the case. A pale green light flashed, and Gu Yenying brought Luoho Xiaoming back to the Banyan Tree King. "I thought they wanted to borrow the power of the human realm to resist the hungry ghost realm, but I didn't expect him to come down personally. It seems like he has already passed 5 heavenly tribulations." Although it had been 5,000 years since the ascension of the Great Xia dynasty's ancestor emperor, the flow of time in the human world was much slower. Perhaps only a few hundred years had passed, or even shorter. Yet, he actually survived another heavenly tribulation. How amazing was this? Li Qingshan said. "Another emperor Li?" Luoho Xiaoming said, "No, the human realm doesn't have the instinct to devour the world. He only used that sky-climbing vine as a passage, and he had to bear the power of heaven and earth. If he didn't come from this world, the rejection wouldn't be so severe, and he would have been turned into ashes by now. This was called the rejection not so severe." Li Qingshan looked at the terrifying scene of destruction. The rejection of the world of the 9 states was much more terrifying than that of a small world. It was simply a violent attack. In addition, there must be many invisible shackles and bad luck, and it was not something a single person could resist. The Banyan Tree King was silent for a moment and suddenly seemed to have understood something. "I have fallen into a trap." Li Qingshan was stunned. He had never seen the Banyan Tree King lose his composure like this. He had always looked like he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. Even if there were occasional mistakes, it was not the fault of the battle. This feeling was as if Juga Kongming was in the middle of a battle and shouted, "Oh no, there's an ambush." It was really strange. Before Li Qingshan could ask the Banyan Tree King what trap he had fallen into, the Taizu Emperor had already stepped on the heavenly altar. He was covered in wounds, and the dragon assembly formation that protected the Great Xia Imperial Court was torn apart in the blink of an eye. Wind and thunder surged, and fire burned the Imperial Court. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone's expression changed, and it was obvious that the power of heaven and earth didn't care about friendly fire. In an instant, everyone would be dead. A dragon roar sounded, and the five-clawed golden dragon that was entrenched at the foot of the mountain rushed out of the sea of fire. It soared to the top of the mountain and rushed into his chest. Chuolong's hand gently pressed on the dragon province cauldron. The cauldron trembled, and the majestic dragon roar came from his mouth. Unknowingly, his appearance had changed. Dragon horns grew on his head, and dragon scales covered his body. He had become a dragon man, and only his smile didn't change. In an instant, the wind and thunder that filled the sky dissipated as if they had never existed. On the heavenly altar, at the top of the dragon head, Chuolong played with the exquisite dragon province cauldron with one hand, and he said softly, "It's been a long time, 9 provinces." Luoho Xiaoming said, "So it's a dragon descendant." I'm afraid that he has already become a true dragon. The so-called dragon descendant was a living being that possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. There were many mystical bloodlines in the 3,000 worlds, and the one that circulated the most was the dragon bloodline, and the ones that had the most descendants were the dragon descendants. The dragon bloodline could fuse with other bloodlines, and if the dragon descendants cultivated painstakingly and purified their dragon blood, they could become true dragons. Li Qingshan's expression was grave. No wonder he could obtain the support of so many demon kings. He wasn't a pure human. This guy looks hard to deal with. The Banyan Tree King let out a long sigh. "Sigh, you guys aren't his match. Quickly prepare to ascend." Chapter 1294. Li Qingshan was very unconvinced. Why must you boost the morale of others and diminish your own? I think he suppressed his cultivation to below the 4th heavenly tribulation, which is why he can calm the might of the world. If they really fight, he might even be a little weaker than the corpse emperor. I'll go retrieve the dragon province cauldron right now and assist you in becoming a god. The Banyan Tree King said, "Sigh, you don't understand. Old friend, you've actually managed to obtain the cauldrons of 7 provinces. That's far beyond my expectations." Hua Long's voice rang out through the profound light illuminates all. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He knew the profound light illuminates all could be seen and heard, but this innate ability had never been of much use. He had never seriously developed it either, yet his enemy had actually taken advantage of it first. Is everything going according to your plan? The Banyan Tree King thought back to when he first proposed to forge the 9 cauldrons, but he never expected himself to be caught in his own trap. How's that possible? Even true immortals can't achieve something like that. Hua Long swiveled his eyes and stared at Li Qingshan. The young friend beside you has completely exceeded my expectations. There must be some powerful external interference. His gaze deepened as if he wanted to see through Li Qingshan. Then he shook his head. Let's not talk about that. Out of the 72 demon kings, you're the one I respect the most. Unfortunately, our paths clash, so we're forced to be enemies. However, since you're an old friend, I'll leave you with a chance of survival. Li Qingshan clenched his fist. A mighty 10 demon king, half a god of the world, actually seemed like a piece of trash to him, someone he could destroy with a wave of his hand. The Banyan Tree King calmed down. Are you afraid I'll throw my life away? If throwing your life away was useful, why would you waste your breath on me? The Dragon Province leads the 9 provinces. The Dragon Province reigns supreme among the 9 cauldrons of the world. If you devoured the 8 provinces and spent a century to completely digest them, you might have a chance at victory. You've only devoured 7 provinces right now, and only the Mist province has truly been assimilated, so why must you end your own life? Hua Long fiddled around with the Dragon Province cauldron. I still don't understand. Why did you return? Do you want to become the god of the world? But you could have done that 5,000 years ago. The Banyan Tree King was puzzled. Low-level worlds were of no use to powerful cultivators. With Chua Long's cultivation and pursuits, why would he return? What did he want? Luo Ho Xiaoming muttered, blessed grotto heaven. Someone actually knows. That's right, the 9 prefectures will become a paradise for my myriad phenomenon sect. Chua Long proudly said, why would I, Chua Long, be trapped in a world and be some god of the world? Fellow Taoist, your wisdom is as vast as the sea, and no one in the world can compare to you. It's a pity that your knowledge is lacking, and your ambition is lacking. As the saying goes, without ambition, one's wisdom is lacking. How can the path of cultivation allow you to shrink back like this? He raised the Dragon Province cauldron high, and the roar of a dragon resounded, shaking the heavens and earth. He turned into a golden true dragon and entered the Dragon Province cauldron. Dragon patterns appeared outside the cauldron, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they swam around the cauldron. Many unprecedented images appeared on the 4 cauldrons. There was the sea of trees of the Mist Province, the desert of the Scarlet Province, the grasslands of the Frost Province, the mountains of the Thunder Province, the images of the 8 provinces gathered in one cauldron. Every branch of the Banyan Tree King in the various provinces trembled as if they were fending off something invisible. Extremely magnificent colors wove together in the sky like an aurora, changing and flowing with every second. This was a clash between the laws of the world. Everyone gazed up, but they still had no idea what was happening. Li Qingshan did not understand the exact details, but at the very least, he understood something. The Banyan Tree King had been tricked. The Clam King of Mirage Sea and the Frost Feather Moth King's encounters were definitely not an isolated case. They could even be regarded as lucky survivors. This founding emperor who had tricked who knew how many demon kings and great cultivators had long since understood what the Banyan Tree King was thinking. The 9 cauldrons were not a shortcut to godhood, but a great trap instead. The other 8 cauldrons were bait, while the Dragon Province cauldron was a hook hidden within the bait. From the moment the Banyan Tree King devoured the Mist Province cauldron and became the god of the Mist Province, he had fallen into a trap. All he could do right now was shatter the Dragon Province cauldron. Li Qingshan flew up, about to make his way to the Dragon Province. An aerial root wrapped around his ankle, and the Banyan Tree King's voice rang out in his head, Qingshan, you can't do it. Don't walk right into a trap. It's a pity that I've let down your and little Anne's hard work. Fellow, you've gathered the power of 7 cauldrons. Can't you put up a fight? The formation of the Imperial Palace has already fallen, and I still don't care about those rotten fish on the mountain. I just need to last a while. That's exactly what he wants you to think. He wants to use this opportunity to eliminate you as a surprise. He personally forged the 9 cauldrons, and the Dragon Province cauldron is the core of the 9 cauldrons. I can't last for too long. I know your current strength completely surpasses Demon King's. I've also seen your battle against the Corpse Emperor, but this is different. If you don't go to the Dragon Province, he won't be able to do anything to you for some time. Go to the Frost Province and ascend quickly. The Banyan Tree King felt the fragments of the 9 cauldrons in his body surge, reassembling piece by piece, vaguely forming huge cauldrons. Even the Mist Province cauldron that had completely melted away was the same. Only the Frost Province cauldron had been devoured by the miniature world, so it was impossible for it to reassemble. Suddenly, he came to a realization. Even the stalemate right now was probably an illusion. Li Qingshan stopped. It was not only because of the Banyan Tree King's warning, but also because of the Spirit Turtle's warning. The great omen of death shrouded all of his life force. Even when he faced the Corpse Emperor or the Ghost Tower, they were not so terrifying. His trip to the Dragon Province was certain death. He had already undergone rebirth twice, and he was still in a weakened state. Although he could undergo rebirth once more, he would become a phoenix's embryo. He would be unable to fight or flee. Several dozen great cultivators were gathered on Dragon's Head Mountain, and every single one of them possessed great strength. Meanwhile, who knew how many other tricks the imperial court of Great Xia was hiding, not to mention the founding ancestor of Great Xia, who wielded the Dragon Province Cauldron and possessed unknown strength. As a result, the situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. Li Qingshan, are you bold enough to face me in battle? The Huilong's voice contained a deep dragon's roar, echoing through the 9 provinces. It was equivalent to provoking Li Qingshan before everyone. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath. His eyes were as tranquil as the ocean. Huilong, you'll regret asking this question. Interesting. I'll be waiting for you in the Dragon Province. With that, a yellow leaf drifted down before Li Qingshan. He suddenly raised his head. Most of the dark green tree crown had been dyed yellow in a single moment. In the blink of an eye, it had all turned yellow, drifting through the air. It was like a human's hair had turned white overnight. The sea of trees had also turned into a yellow ocean. Tree King! Cries rang out across Towering City. 7-colored light suddenly flickered among the treetops, condensing into a fruit of wisdom. It landed in Little Anne's hand. That's what we agreed. It's a pity that you're still missing 2 provinces. You slashed me once, so I'll cut off 2 provinces. The Banyan Tree King had once promised that when he became the god of the 9 provinces, he would condense an ultimate fruit of wisdom and let Li Qingshan give it to Little N. A golden light flew over, and Madame Tung cried out in surprise, You. What's wrong with you? The Banyan Tree King looked at her and closed his eyes with a smile. That's fine too. In an instant, the sea of trees turned into ashes. R 1152. Chapter 1295. The sunlight was blinding. Without the cloud-like canopy, Towering City had already vanished, leaving behind a landscape riddled with holes. Countless demons, other folk, and barbarians cried out and fled. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, probably no one would have imagined so many living creatures and races existed in the Sea of Trees. Li Qingshan only gazed towards the north and said in thought, The Turtle Dragon. Madame Ting knelt on the ground as tears rolled down her face, kicking up dust. Suddenly, she stood up. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she flew towards the Dragon Province. There was a white flash and Little N blocked her way. He's still alive. Madame Tung looked at the fruit of wisdom in her hand and extended her hands. She sensed the familiar aura hidden deep within the core. Only then did she gradually calm down. She revealed a sorrowful and gentle expression. Please give me the core. Yeah. Little and immediately ingested the fruit of wisdom. The newly born fruit of wisdom condensed the Banyan Tree King's 10,000 years of experience and comprehension. The information it contained was extraordinarily tremendous. Suddenly obtaining it gave him a feeling of enlightenment. He was unable to digest it immediately. He placed the core in Madame Ting's hand. Madame Tung clenched it firmly as tears fell again. We can't stay here for long. We need to plant the seed quickly. Let's go to the South Sea. Li Qingshan vaguely sensed a pair of eyes staring at him. He was also someone who had once been a god of the world. He knew the Mist Province had already fallen under the Turtle Dragon's control. Gu Yenying asked, Aren't we going to the Frost Province? Li Qingshan said, The Frost Province cauldron might be gone, but with what the Turtle Dragon is capable of, devouring the Frost Province is only a matter of time. That place isn't conducive to the growth of plants either. The climate of the South Sea is a little more suitable. Gu Yenying smiled. Yes, and your old lover is there too, the Merfolk Queen. Li Qingshan looked at her in confusion. Even he had not considered this when such a great change had occurred. Gu Yenying shifted her gaze and looked at the sky. Li Qingshan had a playful look on his face. Yes, I'm looking for my old lover. In the depths of the boundless sea, on an isolated island with verdant vegetation, Madame Tung solemnly buried the seed on this land far away from the land of the 9 prefectures. Under everyone's expectant gazes, a tender shoot broke through the soil and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had grown into a large tree. Naturally, it couldn't compare to Towering Sky City, nor could it compare to any of the branches in the past. However, it clearly carried the aura of the banyan tree king. Spring blossoms and autumn fruits, blooming and bearing fruit, taking root and germinating, it was another cycle. A child's face appeared on the tree trunk, delicate and gentle. He's alive again. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment, feeling that something was off. He and Gu Yenying looked at each other. Great, great, the child said with a smile. The branches swayed back and forth as if cheering and jumping for joy. Banyan Tree King? Yes, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, right? I remember this name. The child recalled seriously and said, yes, we are good friends. You have helped me a lot. It seemed like he only remembered these vague concepts. Li Qingshan said in surprise, you can't have forgotten everything, right? Madame Teng's delicate body trembled, and her eyes widened. I still vaguely remember some of it. That despicable and shameless bastard, Chuolong, caused me so much trouble. The child's face was filled with indignation, but there wasn't much resentment. On the contrary, he was filled with naivety. He said helplessly, there's nothing I can do. A seed can't contain so many memories, and it has to remember so many things related to cultivation. The other things are just SOSO. Li Qingshan was speechless. He understood that the innumerable banyan tree kings were not only the source of the banyan tree king's power, but also the cornerstone of his wisdom. This time, all of them were destroyed, leaving only a seed. Most of the memories had disappeared along with it. Do you still remember me? Madame Teng walked forward and asked anxiously. The child frowned and stared at Madame Teng, speechless for a moment. I am. Madame Teng wanted to explain, but she didn't know where to start. The bits and pieces that they had spent together for thousands of years had already converged into a vast ocean. How many points would he have left now? She felt extremely sad, even more than when he wanted to kill her. The child murmured, strange, strange, so clear. The memories related to her occupied almost half of his current memories, even more than the memories related to cultivation. This was because a part of his memories was about the general situation of the land of the 9 prefectures and the complicated interpersonal relationships. Those were also very important to cultivation. The Banyan Tree King had once been very kind to many people. With so many monster kings and mutant kings under his command, as long as they gave him a little help, there would be endless benefits. A few monster kings of the giant lumbermen came along, expressing their loyalty to him and protecting his safety. Many other monster kings also came, and almost all of them were present. However, these memories were also vague and general. Even if they were added together, they couldn't compare to the memories of the golden-haired woman in front of him. Most of them were insignificant details and meaningless daily conversations. All of them were extremely clear, without a single bit missing. The child's face suddenly froze, as if he remembered something. With a face full of regret, he said, I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Please forgive me. His expression was so strange that tears almost fell down. Everyone was stunned. Li Qingshan scratched his head. The Banyan Tree King actually said that he was an idiot. Was there anything stranger than this in this world? Even the great schemer Chuolong admitted that his wisdom was unparalleled in this world. Moreover, even though the Banyan Tree King felt guilty towards Madame Teng, it was Madame Teng who insisted on blocking his way. No matter how guilty he felt, even if he had to choose 100 times, it would still be the same. But now, he actually looked so regretful. This was really too strange. Madame Teng was pleasantly surprised and threw herself at the tree. She hugged the tree tightly and said, I forgive you. Sigh, it's too tight. All right, who asked you to be a vine? The child said helplessly. His delicate and pretty face was filled with gentleness, as if he had suddenly matured a lot. She, who occupied almost half of his memory, was already the most important existence in his new life. He chose a new Tao. Little and suddenly said, does he want to make up for his past mistakes? Gu Yenying also sighed. The two looked at Li Qingshan simultaneously. Li Qingshan said, Hey, why are you two looking at me? He couldn't help but think, if they wanted to block his Tao, could he kill them? Of course, This kind of question was as boring as asking his mother and wife to save first if they fell into the water at the same time. However, even if the 9 heavens didn't exist, being able to accompany them was also a great joy in life. As soon as this thought appeared, it immediately got out of hand. One after another, charming, elegant, or gentle faces appeared. It would be a huge harem. Shaking his head to get rid of this thought, he raised his hand and knocked on the tree trunk. All right, this is called valuing love over friendship. Now, I don't need to count on this guy to provide any useful suggestions. The child suddenly said with a stern expression, Qingshan, leave the land of the 9 prefectures. In Li Qingshan's eyes, the face of the banyan tree king vaguely overlapped with the face of the former banyan tree king. Both of them were solemn warnings. Leave, just like this? R 1152. Chapter 1296. No, Li Qingshan answered firmly. His eyes shone with cold light. He was like a tiger crouching on a barren hill, grinding his teeth and about to devour someone. If he wants to play with me, then I'll play with him to the end. The wind blew, and the clouds scattered. The vegetation on the island trembled. When a person's killing intent was unleashed, the world would be overturned. The mutant kings and demon kings all felt chills run down their spines. In a daze, Li Qingshan seemed to rapidly expand until he filled the surroundings. He turned into a tiger of wind, standing in the South Sea and gazing towards the Dragon Province in the north. In the distant Dragon Province, the founding ancestor Si Long was being worshipped by his subjects. Suddenly, his heart shivered, and he sensed something. His lips curled into a smile. Interesting. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Nothing. Everything is as I expected. Hui Long, just you wait. Li Qingshan was delighted. If he retreated this time, the tiger demon's fighting spirit would definitely suffer a great setback, and it would be difficult for him to advance any further. Sometimes, the spirit turtle's forbearance and concealment were necessary, but forbearance was not for the sake of continuing to do so. Concealment was not running away either. Si Qing was still alive, and the left imperial advisor was still alive. How could he just hand over such a great land? If even a measly human emperor could force him to retreat, then what was the point of fighting the demon domain and fighting Qiangqi? This was exactly what it meant to harm a tiger. However, determination alone was not enough to harm a single hair on the Hui Long. Increasing his own strength was fundamental. Right now, the ape demon transformation was his greatest shortcoming. Practicing the ape demon's method of moonfishing was actually very simple, which was to do whatever he wanted. He could do whatever he wanted, be free, and do whatever he wanted. He could even fish for the moon from the water if he wanted. It did not matter if it was stupid or bad. Even if he ignored the spirit turtle's schemes, the phoenix's restraint, the ox demon's stubbornness, and the tiger demon's warmongering, he completely ignored them. He only sought pleasure. The word pleasure. It sounded simple, but just how many people in the world could achieve that? Who could not think about the pros and cons? Who could not think about whether it was good or evil? However, Li Qingshan just happened to be skilled at this. His sharp killing intent dispersed, replaced by a smile. He was in high spirits, but it was also rather comical. During the new year, when a naughty child throws a firecracker at your feet, his face is usually filled with naive malice. The mutant kings and monster kings couldn't help but shiver. Just now, they at least understood that Li Qingshan's killing intent wasn't directed at them. It was just that he was affected by the aftershock. But now, he felt like he could twist off anyone's head and kick it like a ball at any time and without any reason. No matter how this North Moon Demon Monarch's temperament changes, it's impossible to ignore it. They looked like they were not to be trifled with. However, if it was him, maybe we can really defeat that human Emperor Fenglong. After all, demonic apes were still demons. One should never underestimate the destructive power of a brat. Li Qingshan suddenly soared into the sky, somersaulted a few hundred times in the air, and jumped into the sea. Almost at the same time, another Li Qingshan rushed out of the sea and flew north. That was another mirror image of him. He didn't explain anything to Gu Yenying, Luo Ho Xiaoming, or Little N. They didn't need his explanation. Since they understood that he was determined to fight, they were ready. Little N floated away. She had a lot of resources in her hands, but she hadn't had the time to use them. He had never had the time to use it. Now that he had obtained all the relics of the Linghua Temple and a large part of the corpse Emperor Quang Tenyo's body, he could further condense the white bone body and various white bone artifacts. He also needed to refine another white bone artifact, the 3 burial robe. Gu Yenying also spread her wings and flew high, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Luo Ho Xiaoming found a cliff on the island and took out an oval-shaped object covered in a layer of red light. In a short time, Gu Yenying had already obtained an Azura field for him. The Mutant Kings and Demon Kings all bid farewell to the Banyan Tree King, leaving behind a giant Lumbergan King to guard the place. No matter how loyal he was, he still had many clansmen to take care of. The Demon Kings had their own territories, so they couldn't stay on this small island. They could only help at crucial times. Madame Tung turned into a golden sun vine and gently wrapped around the great banyan tree. The blooming sunflowers absorbed the gorgeous sunlight of the South Sea and injected warm spiritual power into the great banyan tree. Uncle, you helped me before. Now it's my turn to help you. The vine doesn't just steal the tree's nutrients. You must listen to me in the future. The tree and the uncle were jokes she made when she first gained intelligence. She was enlightened by him when she first learned to speak, so she didn't know the difference between the two. Now that she thought about it, she had a different feeling. The big banyan tree trembled slightly, blooming with clusters of bright pink in the sunlight. Madame Ting said in surprise, You're blooming. Raising a lowly is so important. Li Qingshan sighed emotionally. After going through a disaster, the one who stayed by the Banyan Tree King's side in the end was still Madame Ting, who he had raised from a plant to a demon king. Gongyuan frowned and said, What did you say? This was the crystal palace of the merfolk of the South Sea. The sky rippled with the shadows of water. It was dreamy and illusory, setting off the woman's stunning appearance. She was like a goddess. Her slender tail swayed with the waves, and her dark blue caudal fin was like a veil. Li Qingshan didn't answer. He stared at her and admired her beauty. Gongyuan felt slightly uneasy. After so many years, cultivators had a different concept of time than mortals. Merfolk had a longer lifespan and lived in the deep sea, so they were even less sensitive to time. However, they had clearly tasted the feeling of separation. Now, this man had returned, and he was even stronger than before. The bits and pieces of time they spent together appeared in her mind again. Li Qingshan said, Do you know why I must fight? Why? I don't want my woman to submit to another man. Once the 9 provinces were refined into a paradise by Feng Long, everything within would be under his control. Even if he was in the South Sea, he wouldn't be able to maintain his position. He would have no choice but to submit to the Great Xia dynasty. His burning gaze caused ripples in Gong Yuan's deep and cold heart. However, she maintained the noble and cold arrogance of a merfolk queen and looked away. Who's your woman? Don't think too much of yourself. Oh! Li Qingshan pounced forward and kissed her cold lips deeply. Gongyuan struggled and pushed against his chest with her hands. Her fishtail swayed. Now, Li Qingshan's strength naturally had an overwhelming advantage. However, she didn't really struggle to the death. Otherwise, this was the Crystal Palace after all, and he wouldn't be able to do as he pleased. Li Qingshan said, Let's dual cultivate. Gong Yuan's heart skipped a beat. She looked at him with a strange expression. She understood that this time's dual cultivation would be different from any other time in the past. Li Qingshan carried her and flew out of the Crystal Palace. They sank into the depths of the sea, all the way to the bottom. Gong Yuan's long hair fluttered and her clothes fell apart, revealing her flawless jade-like body. In this cold seawater, it actually gradually became warm. Her cold eyes rippled with light, as if she wanted to see through Li Qingshan clearly. Li Qingshan's muscular body was already completely naked. She saw this and didn't feel embarrassed. She asked in return, What do you want to do? This question seemed a little redundant. A man and a woman alone, facing each other with their bare hearts, What else could they do? Li Qingshan, however, thought seriously for a while and answered seriously, I want to start a harem. Yes, the thought that had been thrown out of his mind not long ago immediately jumped out again when he decided to do as he pleased. Like a little monkey, it rolled all over the floor in his head and shouted, start a harem. Start a harem. Start a harem. It had to be said that this idea was extremely stupid. When he had broken off with Han Xiongji during his wedding, he had already understood that their fate had come to an end. Back then, on this South Sea, even though he had many opportunities, he had never really done anything to Gong Yuan, even if he knew that she had feelings for him. On this path to the 9 heavens, they couldn't keep up with his footsteps. Wasn't this the smartest decision? He didn't want them to be implicated by him and didn't want to interfere with their cultivation. Was there no affection in this? Therefore, not only was this idea stupid, it was also very bad. Now, however, he didn't care about this. It was like he was intoxicated by the beauty of the moon in the water. He couldn't help but reach out to grab it. Even if it was ultimately just an illusion, even if he hurt someone's heart and ended up with a heart full of disappointment and frustration. He couldn't just give up like this. He still had to try again and again, each time filled with hope and anticipation. Perhaps one day, he would be able to capture the moon and not have any regrets. Gong Yuan's heart throbbed, her full chest rising and falling. Then, can I refuse? No. Li Qingshan smiled and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, hugging her tightly in his arms. All right then. Gong Yuan lowered her eyes, her blue fishtail swaying. Sparkling and translucent scales drifted, sprinkling specks of brilliance down, turning into a pair of slender and slightly curled-up legs. They were extremely perfect. If one bit was added, they would be fat, and if one bit was lost, they would be thin. They were tightly closed, as if they hadn't adapted to this change. Although she didn't say anything more, although her expression was still a little cold, this was already the most precious thing a mermaid could give to a man. Li Qingshan couldn't help but gently caress this world's most perfect creation. Emotions also surged in his chest. He suddenly realized that he still had a human heart. However, this thing was far too delicate, nowhere close to the heart of any god or demon, which was why he had always protected it very well, never revealing it so easily. He was like a child fantasizing, if only I had the perseverance of the ox demon, I wouldn't be defeated by difficulties. If only I had the courage of the tiger demon, I would be able to face all-powerful enemies. If only I had the intelligence of the spirit turtle, I would be able to avoid any harm. If only I had the nobility of the phoenix, I would be able to avoid all temptations. If only I had the happiness of the ape demon, I would be able to be free. However, when people were born into the world, they would always struggle to persevere. They would be hesitant and cowardly. They would endure pain and be lowly and lost. They would not have a single day of happiness. They would not have a single moment of freedom. As a result, anyone who wanted a human heart should be disposed of cheaply. However, he was still reluctant to part with it. This tiny human heart could give birth to all kinds of tenacity, courage, wisdom, and nobility. It could allow him to experience the various joys of life. No matter how the gods and demons fought and how they constantly searched in confusion, perhaps they could find an answer that even the gods and demons could not understand. Yuan. Li Qingshan pressed his forehead against hers and called out gently with a smile. He gently parted her legs and became one with her. Waves surged in the abyss. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1297. An iciness rushed into his organs as if it could freeze his soul. Li Qingshan could not help but suck in a breath. All that gushed in was icy-cold seawater before slowly exhaling. He immediately circulated the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression as hard as he could. Pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell appeared in the darkness, forming a ball and wrapping around them. The surging gully currents in the sea abyss gradually settled down, just like Gong Yuan in his arms. Gong Yuan opened her eyes. They shone like the night stars, a deep blue like cracked ice, so deep that they were like the legendary ruin's end, But they rippled right now. The all-water to ruins end began operating too. It was unprecedentedly smooth. She had no idea whether it was power that drove her emotions or whether her emotions drove her power. A sense of joy from the depths of her soul overwhelmed the discomfort of her split fishtail. Her heart skipped a beat, and a smear of embarrassment flashed through her eyes. She no longer resembled that cold, noble merfolk queen at all. Originally, it was just a matter of no consequence. If he wanted it, then she would just give it to him. It was not like she had any other choice. From the moment she fell in love many years ago, she had already made up her mind that it could only be him. Merfolk were not as fickle as humans, much less her. Rather than describing it as a result of her emotions, it was more accurate to describe it as a result of her rational judgment. With her identity, cultivation, and age, it was basically impossible for her to do anything for a man. As a result, even if he said something stupid like having a harem, she would just let him be. Otherwise, even regular merfolk women would never accept something like that, let alone her. The infatuation of merfolk women required an equivalent response. However, she had forgotten what she was like before she met Li Qingshan. Contaminated by the power of Ruin's End, her heart was filled with pain and deathly stillness. She had almost suffered from qi deviation. He had personally pacified her and plucked her heartstrings. It was only because they had not seen each other for many years. The power of Ruin's End gained the upper hand again, greatly affecting her willpower. As a result, she gained a strange sense of confidence again, believing herself to be a cold woman. However, Li Qingshan managed to break through her mind easily once again. She furrowed her eyebrows slightly under the crystal crown. The layer of frost on her beautiful face melted away, making her seem much gentler, but there was now a smear of bitterness. Yuan, how do you feel? Are you satisfied now? Gong Yuan gritted her teeth and instinctively wanted to close her legs, but she could only wrap them around Li Qingshan's waist. Li Qingshan hugged her slender waist and took the opportunity to make their bodies even closer. Listening to her extremely sweet moans, he smiled and said, "I'm very satisfied. Fortunately, I didn't let you go. Otherwise, it would be my lifelong regret." Gong Yuan let out a soft sigh. "I can somewhat empathize with my sister's feelings." Then, she said indignantly, "This is simply unreasonable. You're such a childish fellow." Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. He could calmly accept her calling him despicable, shameless, or arrogant. However, he could not accept the word childish because he really could not refute it. In terms of age, he was indeed much younger than Gong Yuan. "Am I a choice even worse than the fire devourers?" "A little better." Gong Yuan told him about the requirements of a mermaid's partner. Compared to the disgust she felt towards the fire devourers, she still accepted it reluctantly in the end. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh. This hatred sure was endless. He was also thankful that Ru Xian's mother had lowered herself. He gently caressed her face. "I'm not some good man. However, I will do everything I can to help you and protect you. I'm very strong." Although it's difficult to satisfy both sides, working hard in the pursuit of strength isn't without its benefits. If he had not constantly become stronger, the fire devourers would have breached the Crystal Palace a long time ago. Perhaps both of them would have died. Even if they were deeply in love, how could they even begin? Tragedies were even more touching, as long as it did not happen to them. This is also the price I have to pay for pursuing strength. Gong Yuan sighed. If it were not for the fact that she practiced the all-water to Ruin's End, leaving behind a huge flaw in her heart, why would he have succeeded so easily? Under the influence of the power of Ruin's End, on one hand, she could remain cold to the very end, unaffected by anything, but on the other hand, when she faced him, she seemed completely defenseless. As a matter of fact, she even yearned for it instinctively. It was basically a predestined fate. When the tearing pain gradually subsided, she wrapped her arms around Li Qingshan's neck and took the initiative to kiss his lips. Due to her shyness, she seemed rather clumsy. Li Qingshan could finally attack wantonly. An enchanting moan rang out by his ear. Under dual cultivation, their minds were connected, and their minds resonated. It was a great enjoyment beyond anything else. A long while later, Gong Yuan leaned against Li Qingshan's chest. She was exhausted and satisfied, actually seeming a little gentle. The influence of the power of Ruin's End had been pacified by the spirit turtle, so she displayed the natural tenderness of a mermaid. Li Qingshan caressed her smooth, slender back, moving all the way down, grabbing a mound of it. He could not help but move again. "Don't move," Gong Yuan said in annoyance. Her body was not as tough as his. She maintained this posture only because she was reluctant to part with him. "Then I'll go find someone else," Li Qingshan said with a smile. "Don't you dare," Gong Yuan said furiously, immediately displaying the dignity of a mermaid queen. She radiated coldness from all over. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Li Qingshan had never been threatened. Various faces naturally appeared in his head. "Then piss off." Gong Yuan was so angry that her body trembled slightly. She immediately severed the connection between their minds and propped herself up, about to leave. Li Qingshan smiled. "Oh, how impressive of you, Your Majesty." However, he saw the tears on her cheeks turn into crystalline mermaid pearls. He could not help but be surprised. He never thought she would be like that. He pulled her into his arms in a hurry and comforted her. "What are you crying for?" "I was just saying it casually, thinking about it randomly." Gong Yuan turned her head away. "What does the sadness in my heart have to do with you? You can go and start your harem. However, I, Gong Yuan, will definitely not be one of them." Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. Being gentle like water was even harder to deal with than being cold like ice. This harem path had a long way to go. However, this feeling was not bad. He did not want to leave anyway. After that, they returned to the Crystal Palace hand in hand. Gong Yuan did not hide their relationship at all. That gentle like water surprised all the mermaids and shocked Li Qingshan. After that, she wanted to hold a grand wedding for them. It was extremely important for a mermaid to choose a lifetime partner. Moreover, it was the Mermaid Queen. "I still owe someone a wedding." In Gong Yuan's luxurious bedroom, Li Qingshan lay on her lap. Various scenes with Han Qiongji appeared in his mind. At that time, he was already preparing to ascend. He did not want to implicate her with the grudges he had formed. Filled with guilt, he swore that he would never marry anyone again. Although Gong Yuan was a little resentful, she was gentle and tolerant. She was willing to postpone the wedding. She only said, however, "When you are with me, you can only think of me." If this was said by an ordinary woman, it would just be a casual remark. However, they maintained a telepathic connection almost all the time. Of course, after staying in the Crystal Palace for a few days, the two held hands and traveled together, looking at the magnificent scenery of the South Sea. However, they did not just indulge in the land of tenderness. At the same time, Li Qingshan was controlling his mirror clone to do something big in the 9 regions. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.